evening. It is episode 146 of the longest running episodic, whatever this is, live from not the National.
Not the National. No.
Clearly not the National. Like Bobby right now is in the darkness. Right now he's with Aaron Rodgers. He's hanging out in the darkness.
The darkness?
Oh, he's back. Oh, he
back.
was in the darkness. He's back from the darkness.
Okay.
How's Aaron Rodgers? Is he ready for the Jet season?
I think so.
Nice. All right, so real quick, I'll read the first one. The first one I liked just because it was so early. It was like, it said like 12:01 a.m., which I'm assuming like overnight. So this one's for you here, Erica Burley. How about that Michael Jordan Mercedes Benz that Whatnot is auctioning off for $23? Apparently that's a raffle and you can win it for $23. That's the whole thing. Great
Really?
job, Carlos and Bobo the Clown. So now Eric, you are Bobo the Clown with clown emoji.
Okay.
Yep.
I've been
But
called
that was such an early comment. I felt I would acknowledge it. I would
yeah,
at least
that's
acknowledge
nothing.
it.
I've been called a lot worse than that.
Indeed.
You lost your
Hockey-
pony status, I guess.
I guess so. Hockey Cardboard here says, is this where the meeting is being held for all the cheapos who had lived through YouTube content and not attended national? Facts. Although I bought so much crap on eBay, including the one big card I was going after, so you know what? Maybe I couldn't afford to go to national after buying it. Promise it was on eBay, so I didn't need to do that. I feel like I'm 5 years late for the prom. Isn't everyone? Jameson says, good evening, everyone. Good evening, James. Global, good day. Good day to you. Michael Ham, what's up? Absolutely. Currently at a Sausage Fest trade show. You're at the Filmington one.
Oh,
Gotcha. The Filmington one is tonight, so it's a Filmington Mike O, joint happening this evening. Of course, there's impromptu ones as well. There's the impromptu ones.
I saw Mike Ham's video today when he was interviewing my buddy Dan Patel from Stand Up Displays next to Timmy Two Hats booth over there at Slab Strong. So I texted Dan right away and I was just watching Michael Ham's content and I was like, hey, I know that guy. So good job.
Sounds like we're talking about the mob,
Yeah, it's true. That's right.
Oh, Mikey Ham and then Timmy Two Hats,
Yeah. No names, Bobby. No names.
Yeah.
I don't want
Philly
no
Joe
horse
says,
head
good
in my bed.
Yeah. For Eric, that's like Tuesdays. Philly Joe, good evening, everybody. Absolutely. I want Tiger's card that that Mrs. went crazy on. There you go. Piece of history. Yes. Staggy Joel says, howdy, gents. Can't wait for my newest purchase for my Pens VC. Good times. I like it. Michael Ham says, oh, so he's at the Wolfpack one. So I know about I wasn't sure if it was today or tomorrow. So there is the Wolfpack, which is Sports Card Therapists and those guys. They had a trade night thing going on. And then Mike O and Filmington are also doing one at the Lowe's. So there's there's like a couple of, it's the card show. There's so many now at this point, but there's a bunch going on. So there's at least two that I know for sure, not counting the impromptu and the hotel ones.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a bunch. Yeah. Andy Sports Card Investigator has been keeping me posted for the last couple of days. We've been chatting back and forth. He sent me some pictures, so I'll share a couple with you guys. So tonight, the general topic is the national. Obviously, we're not there, but I've been keeping tabs on it with some of the content and stuff. And I've been kind of enjoying living through it vicariously without, with the AC. And I told the guys, the weather's fine. I don't know what y'all are complaining about. It's perfectly good. Like, it's fantastic.
Yeah. Inside.
I'm wearing 2 layers right now. It's fine.
Wow.
I don't know what y'all's problem is. Psh.
I just finished an 8-mile mountain bike ride, and it's, there's all these heat warnings and, stay inside, and they're opening up cooling tents for the elderly. And I'm like, I'm going mountain biking. I got things to do.
Were
We had a great ride.
doing the 8 mile or Boston doing the 8 mile?
I was going to say, was it something related to Mom's Spaghetti if you were doing the 8 mile?
Yeah.
Was Eminem involved?
Maybe.
Don't lie to people.
Eminem was not involved, but I do like M&Ms.
There you go.
Yeah.
Colorado Sports Dude says, how's it going on? My kid's swimming lessons should be listening in. Otani going for 70 home runs this year. I kind of doubt it. He's doing well, though. I think he hit his 39th a little earlier. I laughed because on the Discord, Will was very excited about it and everything. It's like, and here's the thing. He's doing fantastic. He's playing great. But I went in and I wasn't watching the game live, so I went in the highlight. And then I paused it for a moment because I wanted to see where the pitch was. And I was like, I bet it's a batting practice fastball. Inside, about low 90s. And it's like, you could have put it on a tee if you wanted to. If you wanted to just crush it, just put it on a tee. Why don't you throw some batting practice for him while you're at it? Jeez, at least challenge the guy properly a little bit. Anyway, either way, he's playing fantastic. He's playing very well. Justin Bodie says, watching the Michael Ham videos, good stuff. Absolutely, no doubt. I want to chat a little bit about that tonight, so I'll read through a couple comments. I'll get caught up here. Nationals, everything except proper AC during a heat wave, apparently. Exactly. That you guys didn't pay for the bonus package, the deluxe package.
Do you not remember? I mean, listen, the same thing happened 2 years ago in Chicago. Do you remember? They had it. They had it in Atlantic City last year. Nobody complained about the heat and the air conditioning.
Just everything else.
Yeah,
Plus
the fact
Atlantic
is
City.
Atlantic City.
Thank
Yeah.
God.
Huge problem. Yes, I was going to say, like, imagine if the AC was broken in AC.
Yeah.
Oh, that just
Riots
Yeah.
in the streets, Eric. Riots in the streets.
What did you think was going to happen 2 years ago in Chicago? All they talked about was how hot it was and that there was no AC and it was like hell on earth. What's changed?
Hell's still on Earth.
Oh,
Yeah, there you go.
it's just the fact that people are complaining about it and are shocked. It you said the same things 2 years ago.
Well, go send him an entire case of hand fans. It'll be fantastic. Come on, be entrepreneurial, people.
I'm kind of finding it funny.
Oh, I'm finding it very fun, Bobby. I wasn't joking. Like, I definitely tease people. Were like, there was a joke. We were chatting about it on the Discord a fair bit. But one of the things is I said, I think it was Dakota who made reference to, it's like, man, 90-degree weather and whatever, and it's suddenly Lord of the Flies, 90-degree weather for 2 days, and I'm sitting there and I'm like, so my 9 summers in the sauna,
Yeah, right.
that is this main floor. I'm like, so that's what happened to the other survivors. I mean, people who were
Yes.
definitely not here.
Exactly.
They were Lord of the Fly. I was like, dude, I lived that for 9 years. You guys can live a couple of days. It'll be fine. Sorry, let me read this comment here. With all the hype around Ohtani being the GOAT, yes, he's the GOAT now. How was this his first shutout? I will say, like, as for a doubleheader, getting the shutout as a pitcher in the first game and then hitting 2 home runs in the second game, it is very impressive. Like I said, people love the fact he can do both, and I give him his credit. But I made the joke about the location of the pitch. I'm sitting there like, I want to see some of these pitchers challenge him and not just give in to like, dude, that was a really good pitch for a good hitter. For a power hitter, that's kind of the spot you like. And Ohtani did what he was supposed to do with it. So credit to him, but he did what he was supposed to do with the pitch he was supposed to crush.
The kid's obviously very talented.
Extremely, yes.
What I find to be most impressive, and please correct me if I'm wrong, because as we know, I am not the baseball guru, but this kid is pitching well these last 2 seasons, and he's had Tommy John surgery, correct?
Yeah, yeah.
That's impressive. That he's playing every day. He's had this major surgery. He's pitching, in his every 7 games or whatever the hell it is, and that's a lot of stress. I mean, think about the torque of swinging and making contact on that elbow. This reconstructed elbow.
Well, I think it's a real possibility he could hurt himself with a swing right now, because a lot of guys are coming back stronger from Tommy John. Like right now, the last couple of guys, a lot of them are coming back from that surgery, and some of them are as strong as ever. So I've actually been very impressed. That's pretty cool. Like I said, credit to him, because like I said, I enjoy making fun of his teammate quite a bit. But like I said, I warmed up to Ohtani after the World Baseball Classic.
Yeah, I know you did. Yeah,
I was like, I became much more of a fan. Is all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm saying.
well, I mean, and I think that goes to show you how good of a pitcher he is. If and I know how we feel here on the Because Carlos show, but some people truly believe that Fish Boy is the GOAT, and on the world's biggest stage, this guy who's a part-time pitcher struck his ass out. So I mean,
and I definitely didn't get multiples of the card that chronicles this, and maybe I'll put it in a place of honor in my house. So Will is making the right comment here. I'll just get through a couple of these here. Did you guys hear about security taking bribes to the National to get in the side door? Apparently this footage. I believe Michael Hamm has that footage. That was my understanding. I saw Steve's video. Yes, I believe.
Michael Hamm's the one that's letting people in. I mean,
listen, who knows, man? Who knows? But the point is, either way, he's got some inside information. So you might want to check out the Michael Hamm vlog whenever that one comes out.
I trust Michael Hamm as far as I can throw him.
Wow. Yeah. So you guys, the rest of you can let me know. Like, I checked the settings and levels, and it seems okay. But if it's low, you guys let me know.
Not normal to me, but that's maybe because
I try not to get too close to the mic, but I think the level should be okay.
Hey, I just want to say hey to my man Brandon down in down in Texas and Dallas. Hope he's doing well. In case he kicks off real quick, I just wanted to say hi to him. Hope he's doing well.
Cool. Good stuff. Let me quickly scroll through. So thank you, Brandon. Appreciate you. I'm going to say my no-hitter and home run parlay. The pay odds are insane. Yeah, to get those two things, yes, absolutely. Most people, so Will's making the point that I was kind of talking about as well. Most people get stronger UCL after Tommy John and have more miles and hours on the fastball. As long as the elbow holds up, it's stronger than a natural arm, which good to know. Thank you, Will.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not an expert in any of this, but I just think, the kid blows his arm out and he's comes back and he's having the last, a career these last 2 seasons that are just remarkable. So good for him.
Hey, listen, look, I'll say this. It's good for the game to have somebody that people are excited about. And I'll say that people are excited about him. So respect for that.
Mm-hmm.
Scroll through. Otani is great. The question is for how long? Regardless, he's shown he's special. Yeah. The fact he can do both those things. That's what I talked about before. If he was only a hitter, not a special. He's very good. He's good. He's a good hitter and a good power hitter for sure. But if he wasn't pitching, he wouldn't be spoken of in these reverential terms. The fact that he can also pitch extremely well at a very high level, on top of being a very good hitter, that's what makes him special, the combination of the two things at the same time. Philly Joe, Rick Wise threw a no-hitter and hit 2 home runs in the same game. There you go. Maybe that's the next trick. Thank you, Philly Joe. Not denying Otani's an amazing player. Just surprised it was his first career shout-out. Fair enough. Yeah, guys don't pitch 9 innings very often anymore anyway. Regardless. Even the aces really don't. Eric can throw Michael Hamm. We got to find out. I'm excited at this prospect.
I picked things up and I put them down.
I think it'd be great. I was a fan of Thunderdome in the first place, but I think we can still have Thunderdome. But I also like a Highland Games component to it. I think we can have like a Michael Hand toss.
Yes.
And Eric has volunteered for the Michael Hand toss. Like I'm getting excited.
I am in.
I'm getting very excited about this. I think this is good stuff.
I will start training immediately.
You should. It'll be a Rocky montage. It'll be Eric having his own Rocky montage.
And all the instructions will be in Michael Ham, Green Eggs, and Ham. There you go.
It's like all of a sudden it's blaring "I Had the Tiger" from Peabody, where Eric is from. So very exciting. It's going to be very exciting, y'all. You're going to love it. All right. So thank you all for the comments. That actually wanted to make sure I got through them all. So we did that first. So like I said, it's a national theme show. We don't have to just talk about that, but there's some good topics and stuff we can touch on. First thing I was curious about, for those of you who have been watching some of this stuff, it started off a little bit slow, but now it's definitely picking up. We're getting vlogs, we're getting lives, we're getting walkthroughs.
We're getting through the front door is what we're doing.
No doubt.
How many videos were right up to the national? We're just going in the national.
100%. So my question is this, for folks who have been watching some of it, what's been your favorite stuff so far? First kind of open question. Is there anything in particular that you've caught that you've enjoyed? Mike O, who I've had on the channel before. I thought some of his vlogs were good because he has some B-roll. And he did a lot of people do the talking and back in the hotel room, this is what I picked up, whatever, which is fine. I think that's still perfectly valid stuff. My question, though, is obviously there's some people who are out there taking a little bit of footage. Andy is working with his crew. Andy's got his crew, and they put together a little bit of edited pieces into it as well, where they're taking some footage out on the floor. Michael Hamm was doing a good job scanning some of the showcases and some of that as well. So we're getting different angles from the same show from different folks. So I'm curious what people have been latching onto, what they've been enjoying.
I think for this show, the mantra is going to have to change from comfortable shoes to more stronger deodorant.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, can you imagine? Oh.
No, I can't. That's the problem. That's why I'm not there.
The lack of invention, the right now the fact that we don't have flying cars or smell-o-vision is working in our favor, Bobby. It is working very much in our favor. I get to live vicariously without dealing with any of the ambiance.
Yeah, it's a nice thing.
Seems like a win for me. I'm enjoying it.
Yeah.
Reason
number 74, not going to the national. Okay.
What's funny? I was gonna say, Bobby, like. A lot of people are going to be looking at the stuff and going like, oh man, FOMO, whatever. It's like, no, Bobby, watching this, I'm enjoying it. To be clear, I'm enjoying watching it. I'm enjoying the videos and everything. But I was like, I feel more vindicated than ever in my stance for self-banning myself from the national forever. I'm feeling good about it. And ever. Well, like Bobby, I did leave one caveat. If for some reason I ever get hired in a company in the space and I go there and they're literally paying me to be there,
there you go.
Different conversation. That's a different conversation. But voluntarily, out of my own volition, no. No, that's a hard pass.
No.
Yeah, even less. No. T206 Kid, good evening. If Otani's in New York, Chicago, or Boston, he would be a god. Yes. In those big markets, he'd be huge. But when kids on the East Coast are watching baseball, they're not watching the Angels games at 10 p.m. Fair enough. I do agree a different market would help him.
I don't mean to interrupt, but
Go ahead.
he mentioned Rick Wise, and
Yep.
that's me with Rick Wise and Reggie Smith.
There you go.
So-
Look at you having a topical reference.
There you go. I had to find it, but someone mentioned Rick Wise, and I'm like,
Yep, that's Philly Joe. That was Philly Joe.
I'll show you some Rick Wise. I
Look
got
at you.
I got me some Louis Tiant. I got baseball,
Look at
and
you.
I got the Spaceman. Hold on. This guy is nuts, and I mean nuts in real life nuts. Me and Bill Lee.
I think the guy on the left's weirder myself.
Well, an argument could be made,
Mhm.
but Bill Lee's nuts. And
you go.
he's a lot of fun, but he's nuts.
Yep.
Fun nuts. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Brendan Ryan says Tommy John surgery could be looked at as a performance enhancing. Often pitchers will have to relearn control to
Maybe.
increase strength. Psh, maybe that's the next logical
People
step.
start getting it without having it.
I was gonna say you're gonna have some pitchers be like, I'm gonna need some Tommy John. I need this thing powered up. Watching all day, free content all day, 3 content dropping the last few hours. Yes, there you go, Justin. JW says, well, in Chicago, remember mayonnaise goes bad in the heat. Plan accordingly.
Now, why?
That's sensible. That's very sensible.
Why, we're having for a crappy, no good, useless, garbage ass show. We were doing okay, and now it's been ruined. And I hope you're happy.
I'm quite happy, actually.
Okay.
Seems like people watch it mainly in the corporate area, which I don't mind. There you go. I like the footage from the auction showcases, REA Heritage, etc. Like going to a museum. Yep, that's why I'm asking. Like, just out of what you've seen, I'm curious what you folks are gravitating to. What are you enjoying out of this stuff? Like I said, there's different versions. I've seen a lot of different varieties of. Like I said, some people are doing the very collector centric. I'm looking for certain stuff. Here's the stuff I picked up, which is fine. There's a place for that too. But then there's some folks that are mixing it in with, oh, let me go check out some showcases and stuff that I like. Let me go check out some of the displays and stuff.
Most of
some
them
people,
are visuals, just on what
Yes.
the show is, how many people are there. Look at
Yes.
the AC's not working. Oh my gosh.
I saw a guy. Unfortunately, the YouTube handle escapes me, but he actually went live for 2 hours walking the show. He was literally with his phone walking for two.
Yeah, that was
for 2 hours. Yeah, I'd have to see if I can find it, but I thought it was cool because you actually get a chance. You're actually getting a chance to kind of, like I said, traversing the space. He was alive, so he's talking with people in the chat and whatever. But he's also walking around. He stops in a couple of spots and listens in on some conversation, but then goes back to walking around. And you're getting a sense of people walking the floor a little bit and the people walking by. So I think that's cool to mix in with some of the other stuff if you've seen the other stuff as well, because then you're getting a sense of, yep, here's what we know. The room is gigantic and it's multi-tiered and multi-pronged in order to get everywhere, and it's like one big space followed by another big space followed by another big space. So it's expansive. That floor space is quite expansive.
But the large dealer booths are massive.
They are, yeah, for sure. Well, you can tell they added 200,000 more square feet, and that place is, I think, 800,000 square feet or something crazy.
Was there an unveiling of Lemmy James? The first time he said he showed himself on video?
Yeah, right. I don't know. Interesting.
Yeah. He did a video and then he said, "This is me." He's an Asian guy.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. I feel like I've seen a picture of him though before. I wonder. I don't remember that. I'm curious.
Yeah, he said it was his first official time anybody's ever really seen him, and I went,
Oh, okay.
"Oh, okay."
Yeah.
But sure,
Maybe the next one we got to reveal is card porn. That's the next one. But there's a pending lawsuit, so maybe card porn doesn't want to be seen.
No,
It might be one and the same, right?
Yeah, there you go.
on the card porn channel, they did a live. I think it was Wednesday, and someone representing card porn had a live video going, and they were in a golf cart with the guy who's running the national. Okay,
Really?
okay, and they just drove all around and around and around and around and around. They get to Heritage, okay, and card porn rep guy gets out. He wants to go over and video some of the stuff that they have. And it reminded me of when we were up in Toronto, when Yannick went around trying to get video and pictures at what was it? Pather, whatever that.
Pathers, yeah.
And
It's just Pather, yeah.
and someone started giving him a hard time, right? So all of a sudden, security's, hey, no video, no video. And the guys, and this guy from Cardboard's like, hey, man, I just thought I'd give you some publicity, no big deal. And all of a sudden, I hear a voice that I recognize, and it's my buddy Jeremy Allen, who works for Heritage. He realizes that this guy with the taking the video is with the guy who's running the entire show. Mm-hmm. And he's like, guys, it's okay. It's fine. They can do it. And, they get Jeremy on camera and they're talking for a couple of minutes. But it is, the story isn't really so much about how I know the guy from Heritage. It's really about
why. Don't worry.
No, why does this continue? Why is this a thing? Why did Yannick get shit for taking pictures and looking at stuff that is open for the public to view? And why is this guy from Card Porn getting hassled for things that are going to be open for the public to view? I don't get it. I know all of us were aggravated in November with those Pather people giving Yannick a hard time. And it's like, what? I can't wrap my head around it. If it isn't like this was behind a curtain or in a vault, or if someone was lifting something up to take a picture of, it's out in the middle of a convention center for you people to see, and people are looking at it and admiring it, and security comes over and stops them. Why is that a thing?
Minimum wage, power control. It's the first time he's ever had a job where he can say something. So there you go.
But I just kind of thought what happened to Yannick was just some total tool bag, just being a jerk and giving Yannick a hard time. But this is the exact same thing. Is this a policy for a lot of these companies that no one is allowed to look or take pictures of the items?
We'll review this back, Eric. I want to get caught up on a couple of these comments. Right. We'll review this back after you're done the ham toss and you're all full of yourself. We're gonna see. Like you're gonna change your tune where you'll be like, all right, all of y'all are out. Did you see me in the ham toss? Man. Woo.
The fly's back.
Speaking of Lord of the Flies.
Yes.
Dufix of life. I enjoy watching Derek Jeter counting down the minutes until he can stop promoting arena and just go home. There you go. Zach Pierce here. Good evening. Right with you on the FOMO. Really thought this was going to be my first. The picture of the crowds and hearing how hot it is makes me happy I'm home. Here you go.
Yeah, right.
Watch that guy too. Yep, the one walking around with the thing. I thought, like I said, I love for variety's sake. I don't have any issue with the vlogs where people are just showing what they picked up. That's perfectly valid. I like seeing the ones though that combine it. And I like the fact that some people were actually walking the floor a little bit as well, doing it as part of a video or a live, which is great. I thought that was nice to have that interactivity as well. We loved Bill Space Lee with the Expos back in the day, and I'm jealous, Eric. There you go. So, yep, only 4 minutes behind. We're pretty good. Tom here says, good evening, friends of Hello Cardboard enthusiasts, collectors, and connoisseurs. And Eric. Facts. I haven't watched much yet. The only video I watched was Geoff Wilson buying 2 BS Jordan autos and getting excited about crossing the PSA because you can't enjoy them otherwise. Yes. If you don't cross them over, they're worthless.
Right.
I've been able to tune in for a few weeks. What are your thoughts on the Stars picking up Duchesne? I don't follow the hockey version of the Hot Stove League, Brandon. I'll be 100% honest with you. I basically, until like a week or two before puck drop, I have no idea what's going on. They could have resurrected, the dead body of Gordie Howe and put him on the Stars, and I would have no idea. That might still be in play. Who knows?
Don't talk about Gordie that way.
He's coming back. You got to follow the national content as it comes. So you fall behind. You got to stay on top of it. I've been pretty good. I've been following it pretty well. But there's a lot. There's a ton of stuff. I was at the show yesterday and today. And today was actually less crowded than Thursday. Today you could actually get up to dealer sales pretty easily. I think your mileage may vary. I did see some people that kind of argued the opposite. Although I guess it also depends what time of the day you came. Like earlier in the day, afternoon, a little later in the day. Just depends. My footprint says Cod Pond.
Is he making fun of my accent? This son of a bitch.
Maybe. Tell us about the chowder. Dave here says Jeter is there grading cards. He should be. It's the least he can do. Bear Garrett dropping names like me is the biggest floating head on the YouTube community. Man, it's pretty high end.
That's right.
Bet ice cream sales are through the roof. You mean milkshake sales?
Yeah,
His
right.
cube didn't last. There
People
was
just
actually.
dumping them on their heads.
So Eric, so we talk about the meat guy at Expo.
Yeah, right.
There was a fudge booth at the National. There's
Oh,
somebody
oh,
there's somebody who
that's
does
how
like,
melted that is.
yeah, but it's like these long like I don't even know what you call them. Like it's fudge, but it's like you can
Mhm.
cut the fudge into these slices, but it's these big long. They got a bunch of flavors and stuff. I think
Yeah.
Filmington was by there a bunch of times and took some footage of the fudge stand. They
I
got a whole
haven't
thing going on over there with the fudge.
I have to. I guess I'll have to specifically look. Has he put stuff on Instagram or YouTube?
You talking about Filmington?
Yeah.
He did do a video. So far he's done a video, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, just a video for sure. Like I said, my recommendation right now, and obviously, like that's why I posed the question to folks. Like, if you've seen other ones, by all means, I'll share a couple. Definitely, I saw some of Mike O's ones. I thought they were really well done. I've seen Ed Weskergriff, Amish Dave has done some short videos and stuff. Like I said, I wanted to take a couple of minutes, and we're 26 minutes in, and we barely just scratched the surface. That tells you how much mileage there is in this topic today, or this week especially. I've seen those ones. I thought they were pretty good. They mentioned Mangini here, who's done a couple of videos. Mike Baseball Collector's done his videos. Here we go, Mark. I was floored by the cards Mangini picked up on day one of the national loan. More great cards than some collectors add in 20 years of collecting. He's done very well with that. And then Baseball Collector added some big cards. I've seen a couple of folks grab like Grail cards for them, like big cards. I'll actually share one with you guys here in a minute. I was showing Eric earlier. And I think it opens up an interesting topic. That's why I said I wanted to kind of leave it open-ended here. But this next one, I'll open up an interesting topic as well. Here we could go to if they had a mayonnaise stand.
Listen, 540 flips. My private investigator is getting closer. Okay, he is getting closer. And when I finally figure out who you are, I am gonna wrap my hands around your neck. I am sick and tired of you harassing me every Friday. Here we are trying to have a nice time, and you show up here every single Friday giving me a hard time, and I'm getting sick of it. All right.
He's going to show all that rage he's going to use in the ham toss.
And if I ever find out who you are, God help you.
Mm-hmm.
He'll ride his bike over you, and you'll be done.
Oh man!
Couple some cookies on you.
Let me tell you, he'll like push that bike down. Yeah. Dufek says, "Cover your fingers in melted fudge and touch cards worth $1,000. Maybe workshop that a bit." Psh, I think it's a great idea.
That was one of my first jobs, is making beer nuts and fudge when I was 16.
Well, Bobby, maybe there's an angle there. We got to bring that into the 21st and make this happen, and then you can kill the fly. It'll be fantastic.
I'm trying.
Did the nuts go in the fudge?
He's bugging me on purpose.
Yeah. Philly Joe says, "Was there a deodorant stand? They would make a mint.
Oh my god,
mint. Wait, Eric, I got it. When I went to Vegas for my 30th, it was in the middle of July in Vegas. So, but they've got the little misters. They've got like so what they need is a booth that is like the mist. You know, basically the mist goes and you walk through it.
Yeah,
I think that's a play.
Spray.
That's a play. But Eric, this is a play. I think this is a play. Somebody needs to get on that.
How does this? How does this sound?
Guy? Forget it.
You know, the National Card Convention brought to you by Degree for Men.
Yeah, Axe body spray.
Yeah, something. I mean,
they just need the mist, just the big old mist.
I'm telling you, man.
You're gonna have girlfriends and wives pushing their husbands through it. It's not gonna be voluntary. You're going through it.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, I can imagine. Leave it to Eric to pay someone to investigate privates.
No, that's just the stuff that I'm talking about.
Are you saying he's twisting your words?
Oh.
Yeah, I know. If you could, you would.
There you go. Hockey Barn Collectible says, "Don't worry, 540 flips. Your secret identity is safe. I bribed Eric's PI to feed him false information."
I wouldn't doubt it.
The conspiracy.
It's called misinformation.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it.
Fake news.
So, I'm going to open up two questions, and one of them, I'll actually show an image while I show this one as well. So, you talked about the Mangini thing. We talked about some of the other ones. That's why I was curious which ones you guys saw of all the variety available. For those of you familiar, Those Back Pages does a lot of YouTube videos and stuff. And Those Back Pages had one. It was about a 2-minute video. If I can, I'll link it in the description after the fact if you guys want to see the actual video. It's about 2 minutes long. Talked about a trade. But on Twitter, he showed a picture of the actual trade, so I can actually show it to you and expand it. It'll be easier to read and easier to see. Very interesting. But I want to talk about this in a specific angle. So first, I'll just show you guys here. So let me see. I'll start off making it smaller first, and then I will zoom in on the appropriate parts where we need to.
Oh, Joe the Throw. Wow, nice.
Absolutely. So on the left side, that's what those back pages traded for. The infamous 52 tops mantle. So that's obviously Grail card, big time card, for sure, no doubt. Now, the stuff on the right is what he traded for it. Very,
Wow.
quite the stack of items. So let's like I said, I want to touch on this from a couple angles. I'm not so worried about the specific deal. I actually want to open up the topic to something broader, but I'm using this as an example. So first, congratulations to those back pages. Obviously, he wanted to make this deal. It was a pretty big stack of cards that he traded for this mantle. And the mantle is a Grail card for the baseball card hobby. That's a big time card. It's basically the Honus Wagner, the mantle, and that's pretty much the short list of the tippy top on that side of the equation.
Look at the space he's saving. You know?
There you go, exactly. Now, the thing is, obviously, you can look at the specifics on what's on the other side. There's some good stuff on the other side, too. Because, so let me zoom in on the card that should be obvious for those of you familiar. The Joe Namath over there in the corner. Let's zoom in on the Joe Namath a little bit. Like I said, I don't want to litigate this specific, although in the Discord we had a spirited debate on this one. But I actually want to pose a question to it related to it. But let me show you the Namath so you guys can see it. I'll zoom in on it. So that's in a 7. It's actually a pretty strong Namath. And the Jim Brown is also in a 7. And the Roger Staubach's also in a 7. So there's some good stuff. And you can see there's 57 tops Unitas and Bart Starr, both in 7s. So you're getting some pretty good quality vintage cards there. And you got 2 Hank Aaron rookies. You got a T206 Cobb. You got a Walter Payton in an 8. Joe Montana in a 9.
What was the mantle graded at?
So the mantle's a 1.
Oh, it's just a 1.
And there's your sticker right there. 42,500 for the mantle with a Mike Baker sticker.
A 1 is 42K now.
Yes, it is. Thereabouts in that neighborhood.
Man.
What is the 10? Because there is a 10. And
well, the 10 hasn't sold in a long time, so we don't know what a 10 would go for. We know that the 9.5 from SGC went for 12 million.
There was a video. Yeah, there was a video. The guy was unveiling the top graded, mantle. He had it.
Yeah, there's 3 10s. There's 3 10s for the mantle.
Yeah, he said this one's the most expensive. That one's sold, I guess.
Yeah, and the Rob Go paid like, what was it, like 4, 5, or 6 million for the 9.
Yeah.
So the 10, who knows? If Marshall Fogle sold his copy, Marshall Fogle has a copy. The Arizona Diamondbacks owner has a copy, and there's somebody else that owns the 10 as well.
I think it was Fogle that showed it. I think.
Yeah, Fogle's the one who's definitely shown the card, so no doubt.
He had it in
regardless,
presentation box. It was really nice.
Oh, yes, no doubt. I'll just say this. Regardless, congratulations to those back pages. Obviously, if he's happy with the card, I think that's fantastic. It's great. And obviously, he had the cards to trade. So it's a situation, and if you followed his channel at all, he didn't buy these cards at the peak of market. So he obviously has less into them than this case. And if he's happy enough to make the trade like this, he obviously had the tools to make this deal happen. But here was the question that I wanted to ask playing off of this. Not whether you would make this specific trade or not, but I'd be curious if you'd be willing to make a deal like this for what you would consider to be a grail. Would you want to consolidate a lot of very nice cards? So I'm using the example of your collection, whatever it is, whatever your grail is, and whatever would be really nice cards in your collection. Would you be willing to make a deal like this? It doesn't have to be this specific one. I'm just saying in general.
I would if the card was rare. I think I would have to go for the rarity over the most popular cards. So if I had a lot of cards that I could get back at another point in time, in that grade, because they're available almost any time, compared to a card that, maybe it's a short print, maybe it's a very rare card, I would do the trade, because I think rarity will always rule, and going forward, I think it's probably a better investment, so to speak.
Ooh, #invest.
Yeah.
Paul says etching noises. JW says the temperature seems to be a big topic. Does this doom Chicago? Are you for the National being held somewhere different every year? Well, it is technically being held somewhere different every year. The one that everybody wants out of the rotation is AC.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Outside of that, it's like, put it in Timbuktu, as long as it's not an AC. My goodness. Will says, I would put the Mantle 10 at 30 to 50 million. Who knows with Wales bidding on something like that. There's only a handful of them, so if they wanted to really pony up, it could be.
Well, I absolutely would. Bobby just said about rarity,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but that's why I say, like, my question would be. So that's why I'm using an example here. I wanted to show this one because this is actually a trade that was showcased on social media, and like I said, congratulations to him. Obviously, this is a card he wanted to chase out. It is a top tier card for a baseball card collector. That's right at the top end of it. and it still looks like a decently nice copy for what it is. So credit to him, and if he's happy with it, great. That
The
sounds
bottom
good.
of the top end, yes, true.
Yeah, I'll leave that. But the thing is that for a lot, some collectors may struggle with this though. Even if it's cards that maybe, even if it's cards you can replace, it's such a big stack of them because he wouldn't be able to replace it now for the price he was able to get it then. Because you're not getting a name. It's a name at 7 is the big card on the right side of that screen. So you're not just you can find a name at 7. There are ones on eBay right now, but you're going to pay a premium because obviously those escalated over time like everything else did.
Well, maybe
it's
you
just
wouldn't
interesting.
replace it with the 7, but you would replace it with a 4. You know,
Yeah,
and
you-
still
exactly,
be happy that
exactly.
you had that. You know, and you
Sure.
still get the mantle, and you can still plug away. You know, monetarily fairly decent.
Yeah.
Along the way, and still replace, but not get to that degree. I get it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think there a scenario. I think there's a good solid argument to be made for it if you wanted to go that approach. Some people like quantity; they can't help themselves. They want to have like the stack of nice cards on the right side. It's not like they're actually still good cards on that side. There's Aaron rookies. There's the Namath card. Like it's not like there isn't quality on the right side of that screen.
But nothing surprising there. You know what I mean? In the grand scheme of things, it's nothing that's catching my eye on those that I haven't seen 1,000 of.
Yeah.
So that's
Exactly.
where I'm really supporting the rarity part of it. If it was a Burkcourt bow, if it was a short print or a card that's really difficult, I think that
A good
would
Boston
really,
Bruins player.
Yeah, one of those.
Yeah.
Like maybe even a Bobby Hoare
Yeah.
or
Keep it
something.
up. Keep it up. Jerk.
So
I'm
Eric,
keeping it
Eric, in
going,
line to this question, since he brought up Boubior, so if we talk the Boubior rookie, a real one, not the one you have, a real one, how much crap from that room would you give up to get the real deal Boubior, to get a decent copy? I'd be curious, like how much stuff from that room would you be if the dealer says, look, I'll make you a deal,
Yeah.
but you got to start putting a pile of stuff over here that is going to make it worth.
There's
my
not
while
a pile
whenever you
big
wanna do
enough
it.
that's worth the value of an ore in that room. How many Lemelin things are going to sell for? Come on.
Oh, just came in today. 10 out of 10, baby.
So add that to the pile. Keep going, Eric. Keep going.
The stack
You're
is
going to
getting
make that
higher.
pile pretty big.
So
You might as well
if there
the whole
was
room.
a really good in shape tops test or
Yeah.
rookie,
My point that I'm making, in order
I'd
for this
give
to be
up-
an
I'd
interesting
give up
question,
a lot. I'd give up
that,
a lot.
that's the point. In order for this question to make sense, it has to be something that you consider to be a grail for you
Yeah.
on a sufficient level. It can't just be like a nice card that just happens to be expensive.
Yeah.
It's got to be something that, no, you're actually chasing this. You really, really, really want this item.
And I totally respect this deal because it's as long as each side is happy, then it's a great deal, right?
Yeah, and I'll quickly add, Bobbles did me a favor, did a little bit of background work on it. He basically comped out the right side. Best guesses, obviously. There's fluctuations. Eye appeal can play into this as well.
Well, there's
Based
no
on like a
SBC
best,
in there though, so
there you
pretty
go.
easy to do,
But
right?
based on a best guesstimate of what's going on the right side,
Yeah.
the sticker price on the left was 42.5. That's what the dealer put on the sticker. On the right side, he comped it out to 46 and change, almost 47. So I actually thought that's pretty close. That's not too bad because usually a dealer wants to be on the right side of the deal, right? So especially if you're doing a trade. So if that is pretty close to the right comp, it's not like a crazy premium. It's for a trade, it's not a crazy premium compared to what you would expect the dealer would normally look at.
And the funny part, not long ago, a one was getting 10, 15K.
Mhm.
So it's been going up like crazy.
It has.
So
Yeah.
investment wise, probably a better deal. If it keeps going up, I don't know if it can keep going up. Like a one being 42K, it's just like, yeah, well, I could have a Tesla. But anyways,
There you go.
I think the mantle, to have a mantle and possess a mantle is something for sure. That is certainly a top tier card. But
And
a
if
one,
it's something
I'd have
where
a
you're
hard
never
time
going to
living with
pay,
a one.
and if it's something if you're never going to pay the cash for it, it's one of those things that might be your once in a lifetime opportunity to get your hands on it because,
Well,
like I
you could have
said,
sold those and bought one anyways, regardless, right?
that was kind of my original thought with it. Once Baubles came to a comp that was pretty close, I'm like, with fees and stuff, it actually starts evening out. It almost ends up being break even again. Now,
just
here's
kinda-
where it would have been interesting. In 2021, I don't know what the numbers would have been. I would love to almost run those comps from 2021 because some of those cards were higher in 2021 and the mana was lower.
Yes, it was
So-
much lower.
So I think you could have made that deal and the dealer probably would have had to give you cash.
And you had change.
Yes, you would have had change left over.
An
You probably had a
Airman
nice
and
dinner.
couple,
Yeah, had yourself a nice dinner and some drinks.
Yeah. Oh, you do.
and
Oh, yeah.
still done
No.
the deal and still gotten the card that you're looking for.
And still got the
But like I
card.
said, either way, as long as both parties are happy, congratulations to both. Good on
Oh
them.
yeah.
I just thought it was an interesting topic, and I was curious about the
It is
Grail
an
question for
interesting
folks.
topic, and I guess I just wanted to add that I obviously I understand that this is probably the second biggest card in our hobby
Yeah.
after the Wagner, and
After the or
well, yeah, exactly,
third then.
and with everything, with compensating for a Bobby Orr test and a mantle and my stuff versus that stuff, just kind of
Is it really a test?
I wouldn't give up that much for a one.
That's so much of a test that it was issued the next year after. Actually, after O-Pee-Chee had its way with it. So there you go.
So
You don't want to get into the details that I know about that card, so don't.
no, right, but it's still the premier or rookie to have. So
Well, it was issued in '67, yeah. So
so
67, 8, a year after. Anyways, maybe you should go with the regular
my point
O-Pee-Chee
point
version.
is I would to give up that much stuff. I would probably want something more than a one.
I really think so.
But as long as both sides are happy, then that's great.
You know,
But if everything being equal, I wouldn't give up that
So
much.
Eric, so that's why I led with that qualification. I said, look, as long as both sides are happy,
Yeah.
whatever. I think the topic of the consolidation thing is the key piece because I'm not going to worry about the particulars of it. I understand that you could. That's why I said in the Discord we had a nice spirited debate about it.
Yeah.
Because the football guys, obviously, who value football very highly, are looking at the name at 7 and they're saying, "Oh man, the name is 7, and a Jim Brown, and the Staubach, and listing off all the big football
Aaron,
cards."
yeah.
Yeah, and there's great cards on the right side of the screen. For a dealer, I can see also why the dealer might be like, "Okay, there's some interesting stuff for me. There's stuff that's liquid. There's stuff that I can definitely move and like." And I'm at a show where different kinds of people are going to walk up to my table. Not everybody can walk up to a table, see a $42,000 Mickey Mantle, and say, "Yeah, I can make a deal." But you can look at these other cards and say, like, because some of the cards that were on the other side, the Jeter rookies and stuff, I think are like 140, 150 bucks today. So it'd be a heck of a lot easier for somebody to be like, "Oh, I just want one of those Jeters, 150 bucks, boom, sold."
Yep.
Already
Easy.
one card, and we're in the process of chipping away at it.
I think you could get your 42,000 quicker, with all those cards than just one, because not everybody has that kind of money just to dole out.
That's
You
right.
know,
That's what I
you
say.
might
There's a
on it
case
for a
that could be
while.
made of having a stack of liquid cards for a dealer might make it easier for them to move the cards to the
Absolutely.
right people. Because if you know somebody who wants a Hank Aaron rookie, well, boom, you got one, you got two right there, and you can offer them both and be like, which one are you interested in? Boom, already one card is sold, and there's already a chunk of
Easy.
money out of the deal.
Much easier to get that $42,000 with that stack of cards than it is with just one.
Yep.
You know, I was doing some math on the mantle. I think it was 2000, maybe 19, and I found out because I had the opportunity to buy one, and I passed because it was just way too much. Even at that time, I think it was up 13,000 for a one. It was a nice looking one too.
Real quick, I just want to say to Hockey Cardboard here, we don't have any word on it yet. I do know that Brad is over at the National, so I've reached out to him a little bit, but I will chat with him and see how they're doing. But I don't have an answer on that one.
He did
Just
tell
wanted to
me
quickly touch on that.
he was able to save like 80% of his stuff,
Good news.
which it is good. And now it's
Yeah.
just insurance, the insurance company's hands now.
Yeah,
And the
no, that's
delay
fair.
of getting started again. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I think the only thing that's going to be for them is that at least the new place was still under construction, so the plan is to finish it. They are back to doing a little bit of business through their online things, so the inventory they have access to, they can still sell to people. I know that.
Good.
So if you follow them on Facebook and stuff, they'll still be able to do some deals with folks. Obviously, it'll be more like curbside service. You won't be able to go into the store, but they can arrange some stuff with people. If people are interested, they can still reach out.
PSA cards float, so we're good.
Yeah.
Getting back to what I was saying there
Go ahead.
quickly.
Yep.
Yeah, so in 2019, 18, something around there, I was looking at the mantle and I said a one is worth this much. It was like 10, 13K. And then I was looking at the two and it only went for 23. And then the other one didn't. So it seemed like the one was your best buy or sell, whichever way you're doing it, than the 2 or 3, because it didn't really go up exponentially. It was kind of very interesting and weird. Now, tables have turned, and now one's 42. What's a 2? Like 90? Like
I don't know what it's
80?
going for now, but yeah, it's been pulled up a lot. Obviously, the bigger car, like I said, the 12.5 SGC sale,
Yeah.
the high end pulled like steadily pulled
Yes.
up because then the mid end got pulled,
Of
and then
course.
as you go, people go down the range and they're like, well, I don't have 100,000, so what's the next level lower that gets me under six figures, and it goes all the way down the kinetic chain of cards to get to the ones.
Well, I was comparing it actually, and why I was doing it, I was comparing it to the Gretzky one and what one was
Right.
worth, what a two was worth, what a three
Sure.
was worth. And at that time, it was actually better to buy a one, investment wise, than it was buying a two or three at that point. It seemed like there was more flux for people to have enough money to buy a one, like same with the mantle.
Yep.
I can get 10K together, no problem, but
Mhm.
40K, I don't know, wife would be kind of complaining. So it seemed like it's a better investment than one. I don't know what it's like right now, but I'm just saying back then the way I was looking at it, I was going, interesting how it didn't go up exponentially, but now it must be through the roof. I'm sure.
Yeah.
Sure it must be.
Yeah, and I think, and also the key piece is obviously, as soon as you talk vintage, you're always talking eye appeal, because
Yeah.
we can have a one that's basically torn in half. That one is going to suffer price wise versus one that maybe has a pinhole. A one with a pinhole, has a lot more appeal to a lot of
It should
people
be
because
authentic. Anything with a pinhole really should
yeah.
be authentic.
But even the pinhole authentic would still go for more than like a really destroyed one. So
Yeah.
like regardless, the people will look at it and go like, I'd rather have that card with the pinhole.
Well, I think that's the thing of the flux with the one, because it's harder
Yeah.
to grade under a three than it is over a seven, honestly.
Mhm.
Because
Mhm.
a one or two has so much you could play with. You could send a one in 50 times. You might get a two, you might get an authentic, you might get a three. Whereas the seven, you're going to get a seven, possibly an eight, maybe a six, but you're going to stay in that seven range pretty close, I would think.
Mhm.
And that's
Yeah,
what
that's fair.
happens when you get into the lower grades are harder to grade than the higher grades.
They
Just
can
saying.
be, yes. I agree with that. Chris J here says, I think he had doubles some of those cards. I know he had three Aaron rookies at one time. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, the part of the reason he had those bullets to fire, that's why I said in the scenario, part of the reason he had those bullets to fire is he did have duplicates. Like, obviously, I don't think he got rid of all his Aaron rookies, but he had two in the pile, which is to say there should probably be at least one more in the collection at some point. And if that's the case, well, then great. Obviously, then it's a lot easier to move two Aarons if you happen to have three, etc.
Or four.
Yeah. So if that's the case, it's much easier because then you're not as attached necessarily to it. You still have a copy for your collection, etc., and then you can have the manual as well.
Yeah, I think I would have kept one of the errands, or maybe
Yeah.
had a third.
Yeah. I think in this case, I would guess, without knowing his collection, it would not shock me if he has at least a third.
Yeah.
And then the deal makes a little bit more sense even from his perspective. It's a lot easier to put the cards in the pile.
Most of those might have been doubles. Who knows?
True. True.
He kept the eight. He kept them.
Exactly. Love those back page on this content. And I know 540 Flips argument. Who is this mysterious 540 Flips? Who knows? Eric's still working on it.
I hate it.
Can't wait to hear the backstory story/video. Yeah, I think the backstory will be interesting. That's why I said I wanted to focus mainly on the concept of the consolidation deal, and I'd be curious how many people would actually trade. Now, obviously, it changes the dynamic, but if it's like a true grail, would you trade stuff that you don't have duplicates of, even really nice stuff that you might like, for the Grail of Grails? If to you it is legitimately the Grail of Grails, how much are you willing to bleed for this? Is what I'm asking.
I will take this in another manner of not card related, but other thing related. So there's certain things that I would have in my collection that I really like and I really enjoy, but they're not new to me. I've had them a long time, so I've kind of gotten used to them. So if something came up where I had to trade those things, I would be more inclined as time went by. Those older things that I loved at one time, when every time we get something the first time we get it, we Google at it and then we put it on a shelf or put it wherever we put it and we enjoy it. After 5, 7, 8, 10 years, you're sitting there going, yeah, it's still there, but I'd be more inclined to trade those things to get something else that's new and rarer. See, the new part is really interesting because we all want what's new, not that whether it's old or new, just what's new to them. And I think that really is a big thing. So if he's had those cards for 15, 20 years, how hard is it to get rid of it, to get the mental? Not hard.
Yep. Zach here says, I paid $5,500 for my Trim 52 mantle in 2018. I think I could get $15K now. I think you could. If the IPL's there, probably, yeah. It's a 5-figure card now. There was a long time where you could get, if you found the right card, you'd be comfortably under 5 figures. But then over time, eventually you reach the point like, yeah, now it's basically 5 figures if it's not incinerated. I beat up a one or a centered trimmed authentic. I would go with the trimmed authentic. Would be my preference because you're probably going to get a better eye appeal card.
No trimmed. No, I would never trade for a trimmed card,
No, that's fair.
especially the
I,
Honus Wagner.
I bought
Especially
the
the Honus
54.
Wagner.
I bought the 54 tops Gordy because it was trimmed specifically.
I understand. I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Like, I mean,
Yeah.
you know, that's how expensive was that? Not that bad, right?
No, and I actually made money on the card
that's-
when I moved it. I actually made money on the card.
Understood.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but trim card in my collection, no.
Yeah, that's fair. Dire collectors need a low grade Mantle 52. I don't need a low grade Mantle 52. So those graded sevens, easy to nitpick when it's not a year or later after deal. After deal, Eric probably dumped his backpack and said, "Take it all." Hey, who knows? That's why I say I want the backstory. I want to know exactly was it take it all, everything, no cost is too great.
So I guess the question is back to you, Carlos. So if there was one key Medano card, how many Medanos would you trade to get that Medano card?
Oh, I trade everything for the Ziggy Paul if you want to.
Oh, okay.
Obviously, no, there isn't a Medano that warrants it. It's not required. And the truth, and I've got one
because
of
it's not vintage is why, really. That's the question.
Yeah, there's no vintage card I would trade the whole collection for.
If there was, so if you're a vintage collector and you say you had that key card was like a mantle, would you trade other cards of your Medano to get that Medano that was vintage? That was a high end card. Would you? Is the question.
Yeah. No, like I said, for the differentiator for me is that there is no the one big grail of grails.
I know, but if it was,
I'm discounting. I'm separating the vintage piece, Bobby. You're talking about the vintage part. I'm saying if there was a grail, vintage new doesn't matter.
If it was vintage and worth that kind of money, because we know the rookie card of Medano is worth $5, whatever. Yeah. It's not worth anything, but it was from 50 or 30s or whatever kind of value. Would you trade to get some of your Medano collection?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was the question I wanted to answer.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't sacrifice to have the premier card by getting rid of a couple dozen of the other ones.
There's no award if I have the premier card.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah. I don't get a trophy. They don't bring me the Stanley Cup. I don't get to hoist it. Nothing. I get nothing.
No.
No pomp, no circumstance, no mariachi band, not a damn thing. It's great sadness. What's funny is so a little bit separate from the concept. One of the challenges that I gave myself when in the vintage side of things is I wanted to have a mantle run to the best of my ability. I knew the 52 tops was price wise out of range. 51 Bowman might have been possible at one point if I had really fixated on it years ago. There was definitely a possibility. Like it would have been within range. And I got most of the way there. I had everything of just mantle except for the 52 tops and the 51 Bowman. I had the entire rest of the run, all the way through the run. And I did a video where I showed the entire run. I've still got it in my archive. It's still there. The best card overall out of it was the 53 tops for me, because to me that's a nicer card than the 52, to be honest. I prefer that card to the 52. The 52 Bowman, though, is a great card because I could say for many years that I owned it, it's like, I do have a 52 mantle. I have the 52 Bowman mantle. And it appreciated greatly from when I bought it to the time that I eventually sold it. But the reason I sold it, and I think I had this conversation in the live stream, is I sold it not even because of the value, but I kept it because I wanted to have the run, and I had done that. I had even taken the video and shown all the cards and accomplished that. I accomplished it. And it was like, okay, so what now? If I'm doing the set, it makes sense to hang on to it. As soon as I said I'm not doing the set, now it no longer makes sense for me to hang on to it. I may as well cash my chips and get my money back.
I kind of had that discussion. I met a guy today, and we talked for like 3 hours. It was amazing at Tim Hortons. And, he said, I built a Tall Boys set. And he goes, yeah, it was so much fun enjoying building the set. And then somebody came along and offered me this much money, and I sold it. And I went, good for you. And he goes, really? I thought, because everyone else I tell says, you sold it? And I'm going, there's something to be said about building a set. And it took you 3-5 years, whatever, to build the set, but it was fun along the way. Whether you make a few or lose a few dollars at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. That's the hobby, and in the basic essence is that we enjoy doing these things along the way. It's not always about the money, but obviously you have to get a certain amount of dollars for what you're building, but it's the action of building. It's the action of looking forward to getting mail, the action of finding and chasing things down. It's the thrill. It's not the kill. It's the thrill of the chase. And he sold it, and he can build it again. Yeah, he's got the money. He can do it. So he just said it was a fun thing to do. And I said, I get that. And I think people need to understand that more in the hobby to be more fulfilled in what they're doing, is that it's okay to sell stuff. Like, oh, I'm not selling nothing. Well, that's fine. You know, my kids will have to sell it. That's fine. Just if you enjoy building it, you can sell it. That's no problem. No one should say anything bad about you.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, I agree completely with what you're saying, Bobby. Is that, and I had this conversation with Bobbles a little bit the other day this week, and also with in that conversation with Basketball Card Nerd when I did that conversation.
On fucking
For me,
Discord? No, just kidding.
yeah, for this one, for a lot of the projects I take on, the path to doing it is more interesting than the now for like a complete set. So, for example, that 53 Bowman color set I'm working on, I'm chipping away at it. I'm going to be very satisfied when it's done, and I'm going to hang on to it because I think that's a great set. I think it's a beautiful set aesthetically. It's one of the most beautiful sets, and it is perfectly attainable. But if I was in a hurry, I could just devote all my resources and all my energy to just. I could probably hammer it out in 6 months, and we're done.
Anybody with money can, right?
100%. And you could get nice copies and everything. I'm not even talking about just grabbing the first copy that's on eBay right now. I mean, you could be a little bit picky, and so you could still hammer it out in 6 months, no problem, and get nice copies. But I'm like, no, I'm kind of enjoying it, doling it out. I'll grab 5 or 6 at a time. I'll grab a couple. It's like, oh, no hurry. We'll get there when we get there, and then we'll do the next one. And when I do it, I'll do the video. I'll go through all the cards and talk about the ones that are my favorites and the ones that I like the pictures of. We'll do all that. And then it'll go on the shelf, and I'll enjoy it from time. I'll grab the mantle out of the box and everything, and it'll be there.
Well, that's the fun part of it is that you've accumulated. You don't miss the money, you know, $50 at a time, $100 at a time, you know. But once you've accumulated, at the end of the day, you're sitting there going, "Hey, I got like $7,500 in value. Where did I spend that?" It's not a one-time purchase that you bought the set, so it's kind of like a forced savings in a sense, you know. Or then you just trade it for, or sell it and buy something else that you really like, or start something else.
But it goes back to that consolidation question because I've got other projects and cards, even some of the player collections. So the Medano is the most expansive. I've left it the way it is because I like it expansive. But the other ones, so for that, I would be willing to trade certain cards, not for a Grail because for me, I don't just want to spend money for the sake of spending money.
They haven't even made your Grail card yet, so there you go.
Yeah, they haven't figured it out yet. Like I said, the Secret Puffy 101, that's a different thing.
Yeah.
But are there some cards that I would trade in for like a nicer version of this card, a more interesting version of it, perhaps? So we can take a couple of these and turn it into this nicer. So instead of having 50 cards, we'll turn it into like 10 nice ones. Totally, 100%. Yeah. And it takes up less space, and it's a lot easier to display, and I can look at it. And I could see a lot of value in doing that with a lot of these collections, going through them and being like, let's just turn this into a more manageable group of cards.
And I think that's more fun for that. That's more what the hobby is really about. It's about acquiring and moving forward, and you know, selling stuff if you want to, have to. You can do whatever you want. It's up to you, and that's the fun part of the hobby. It's not always about the big dollar cards that every video is basically about. It's really about having fun with yourself within the hobby. So
you mean like
Eric likes to have fun with himself quite a bit.
Yes, I do. And it's like collecting Reggie Lumlin cards.
Fuck Lemlin. Anyways. I meant real cards. I didn't mean like, you know.
Wow. Zach says, all that being said, with the joy of the process, Carlos is never selling a single Josh Rosen card. Never! They are prized possessions. I'm looking forward to when somebody goes, it's like, you could have gotten a nice vintage card for it. Fuck your vintage card. Josh Rosen is the way. Be quiet. I did get a message like that, and I like, you don't get the point of this. The fact that you sent me that message is the point. That's what I was shooting for. I don't care. That's why I gave the story. That's why I gave the story about the 53 Bowman color. If the goal is just to finish the vintage set, just the optimal way is just to focus, tunnel vision on the one task, get the one task done, and where's the fun in that? I like to take the scenic route sometimes. We'll go meander in a couple different directions.
That's the whole fun of it, and searching and going to shows and picking up one here and one there. It's really fun. That is the true part or essence of the hobby, I believe.
Yeah. I also very much enjoy.
Unless you're loaded, then you can buy every fucking.
Oh yeah, then whatever. Yeah, exactly.
Whatever.
But I like the leisurely pace also. I never want to feel like I'm being rushed. I'm like, what is my hurry? What? I'll get there
when bank account keep going down every time. You have to replenish. You have to keep coming back, and and then maybe you sell a few things to buy a couple things, and that's the fun part of the hobby. It's the interaction, the different things you're doing. That's fun.
Yeah, And like almost on the other side of it, so I mentioned, and I'll do a video when it arrives. I did the audio podcast where I talked about the one car that I was looking for during the whole national thing, and it was one of the autographs, the one of the Upper Deck AEW, one of the Britt Baker autograph cards, because they had a couple versions. Because they haven't produced any more AEW cards, Upper Deck hasn't released anything else. The checklist is only finite, and it's been dwindling. So I'm down to very limited cards that just are not cropping up, and one of ones. So literally, that's all that's left. It's just these really low numbered cards and one of ones, and some of them haven't made it out of packs because, as far as I'm aware, they're just not out there.
I guess that's another thing when you get into stuff like that, is that how many people are holding the wax because either it went too high and it's not worth selling, or people aren't buying,
Exactly.
or they're just saving it and putting it away until it is worth something. So you kind of get screwed on your collection if you're looking for limited cards, right?
Yeah. So the auction the auction ended on Wednesday. I did win it. I paid very strong for it because it was open auction, and obviously I think some other people were chasing after it. That's how I know that they had been. I think I know where one or two of them are. So there's five. Five is the print run on it. So not too many
Do you
opportunities
have
I'm gonna
addresses?
get. Maybe I do. Maybe I do. That's the next logical step, Bobby. If I hadn't won the auction, I was going to be paying a visit somewhere.
I'm down the road already, so yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But here's the thing: is that I've enjoyed the fact though that checklist kept dwindling, and prior to picking up that card, I was down to 3 cards. That was it. That's all. That's all that's left. So there's nothing else. So I've scratched one of the 3. So now there's 2 left on there, and right now I do know where a couple of those are, but. Yeah, one of them is like with Burbank, and they want like $1,600, and another ones were like, I'm like, yeah, no, man, that ain't happening. No.
But if there's a time that you get the opportunity, you sit there and go, I'm kind of finished with that 53 set. Maybe I'm going to sell that. Maybe I will get that card and start something else.
There's definitely some stuff that would probably move down the road here. There's
And that's
no hurry,
good.
but
Yeah, you got your 63 set, right?
yeah,
Hockey?
I got a 63 set, and I've still got boxes of other stuff that's very movable. Like there's pecking order of movability, and there's some stuff honestly that needs to get moved anyway. So
But
regardless, it
sometimes
should
you're
be
going to hit
moved.
that wall, right? You're going to go, 1,600. It's not really going to come down. So what am I going to do?
Yeah.
Pay the
Well,
piper,
look,
just wipe it off.
if
the
I need
list? You can't.
$1,600, my plan is just to get we're gonna crank up the like button rates, and if we can manage that, I could probably get it by the end of the night. Just thinking
Maybe.
about it. Paul here says, "Fuck Lumlin has to make the end of the year highlight reel." Kathy says, "Eric, did someone hurt your feeling?" And I appreciate that she acknowledged singular, not plural. Thank you, Kathy.
Yes.
Carlos, make Bobby apologize.
I apologize.
He's the Burrell. I don't know if he meant it. Is that like a real apology, or is that like a apology that we'll take down the video of?
Sounded sincere.
Did Rick co-sign on your apology, Bobby?
That apology goes to the highlight reel, too.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes.
Okay, I forgive you.
There you go.
There you go.
I know it's hot in your garage and you're not thinking straight.
He's a garage of knowledge.
Well, we had another veteran dealer pass away. Another guy I knew 25 years.
Okay.
One of the top dogs, Michel Dubois, and I just want to do a shout out to him.
Go ahead.
And,
yeah. So let me take this off the screen, but go ahead. Feel free. Go for it.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. So he was a longtime dealer, man from Quebec. He used to pull in the most amazing stuff, and he used to look forward to, hey Bobby, look what I found, and what do you know about it? Do you know it? Have you ever seen it? Because it's always pending on have I seen it. If I go, yeah, whatever, or just But we both were good at playing possum, so it was really hard to discern. But yeah, just another longtime dealer that will be missed, and just shows you that the hobby's getting older, and everybody else is too. So, anyways, a shout out to Michel Dubois and his family. His son is actually his legacy. He's really keen on keeping the business going, and he's a good guy. So I look forward to keep dealing with him. So there you go.
Was Michel an older gentleman, or did he just have bad health? Or
yeah, he was an older gentleman. He had some issues with the big C, and he was fine for many years. And then I think things came back, and it was just everywhere. And he just himself, he said that's enough, and just that's it. So that was sometimes do you want to go through the sickness, or do you want to just end it? And I guess that option is there. So euthanasia. So anyways,
Gotcha.
better things to talk about, but I just wanted to give him a nod.
Good.
No, absolutely. No, that's fair. Thank you for that, Bobby. R.I.P. Dave here says Josh Rosen will have his minute again, and Carlos will be getting into Dallas to appear in the 20 influencer videos as he turns Rosen into gold. So Dave put this in a comment. Here's the thing: I'm enjoying it. I'm having so much fun with the silliness of the Rosen thing. But he's in his mid-20s. I would love nothing more than if he got bonked on the head, decided to go to the XFL or USFL, humbled himself. Because here's the thing: there is a scenario in the way that sport works. Kurt Warner already demonstrated it's possible to come from absolute obscurity. He has a movie made about him for a reason. I do not expect him to come back and be a Hall of Famer. However, here's the truth. If all he did is go there, play well enough to convince people that he can play, come back and find his way onto a legitimate roster and play on a team, that would be enough. Because he's already so low, literally out of a job. Any positive progress would immediately like quintuple the value of his stuff overnight. And it'd be like, well, yeah, you paid pennies, but now it's worth a dime. Okay, great. Sounds good. So it wouldn't take much, honestly. There's not much further down for it to go. Hobby Champs here. Good evening. If Rosen ever wins the USFL championship, I would love him to win the USFL championship. That'd be amazing.
Yes.
Carlos will have the last laugh, swinging tens of dollars in profits, bro. That's already better than most of the hobby influencers done. Tens of dollars profit. They will sing songs about me.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying.
The lore created. My gosh.
Have you guys seen how bad it's gone for some of these influencers? If I turn to Josh Rosen and Eric, if I turn to Josh Rosen and Profit, they will build me a fucking statue in front of the National.
Yeah,
I think so.
there you go.
They're like, did you guys hear about that one time? The Josh Rosen thing?
How old is he? You said he's in
He's like 25, 26. Yeah, he's in his mid-20s.
All right. So, a professional athlete is at their peak at 27. That's the
Quarterbacks start late though. Don't forget, most of the quarterbacks do play like college. So the quarterbacks, most of them are not like 20 when they start playing NFL quarterback.
So if he, someone's going to get hurt. Someone's going to need a quarterback, and if he can, fill that void and get on the field and show that he, it is hitting his prime, and anything's possible.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Like, look at Dave's example here. The reason I made the joke is that this has literally happened. Tommy Maddox was out of it too, and then he went to go play in the NXFL. He won the initial XFL championship,
right?
The $1 million game at the end of the season. But here's the thing. Yeah, then he was able to make it on the Steelers and be a starter for a little while. It's not like he set the world on fire, won MVPs, but compared to where he was, that was a huge comeback story. Like, that was very impressive. He was able to make. All he would have to do is have some kind of weird, viable career, and that would be enough to be like, well, that turned out better than I thought.
I did finally see that that movie about Kurt Warner. I mean, it's not going to win any awards.
It's a biopic movie. They're never very good. They're not very good.
It entertained me enough because he's just a good guy with a good story, and he was just fun. When he was at his best, there was nobody better. He was amazing when he was at his best. So, I mean, I found it to be entertaining, but
my only point was that is the absolute maximum extreme.
Right.
Tommy Maddox is a better comp for a lot of these guys who are seemingly left for dead. So the point is, it has happened. There is a redemption arc for some of these guys if they're willing to, like I said, if they're willing to humble themselves and go, I don't care. USFL, XFL, CFL, go somewhere where they'll let you play, figure it out, and if you can figure out a way, you never know. Because guess what? There's so many NFL quarterbacks who burn out, and there's the 32 jobs, but then there's the backup jobs. Right. You get on a roster, one injury, something happens, all of a sudden you're back in the game. Stuff happens.
If I really, I mean, I'm not an expert on this by any means, but if I really wanted to get back in the NFL, I wouldn't go anywhere but Canada. They've had a league for 100 and something years. Well,
the CFL goes back to the 50s, but yes, they've had the Grey Cup 100 years.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know if I'm going to go to the XFL or the USFL.
Hey, it worked for Tommy Maddox, bro.
To show, that was the World League back in the 90s, and for whatever reason, it
and Arena was the other one. The Kurt Warner came from Arena.
Right. Oh, I know. Yep.
Yeah. So like it can be done from a secondary off-brand league or whatever.
I'd try to get in the Canadian Football League. That's the one that's, it's been around. It's, it's definitely the second best league, and that's where I'd want to go and display my talents. None of these other high school leagues.
So you're saying you're taking your talents to Calgary?
What are the Stampeders?
The Stampeders in Calgary, yeah.
Yeah. How I know that, I have no idea.
You're a CFL connoisseur. I've said it all along.
Yeah.
Jake Ann here says, "Buy Ohtani or sell." I'm in the sell. I'm going to read a couple of comments here, but I agree. Like he's playing extremely well. Let's be clear about this. He's playing amazing, and he's very much the front runner for MVP. He's doing his sensational. It's hard. He's playing for the Angels. Like Jake Ann says, what if he wins it all? He's playing for the Angels.
He's not going to win it all.
Eric's got a better chance of winning for it all. He's not even playing.
Yeah.
Just saying. See, 540 flips appreciated. That's right, 540 flips. It's Josh fucking Rosen. You show some respect on his name. I agree. So.
I hate.
Yeah, Hubby Jams right here, buying Ohtani. I would not be a buyer. No. But if you already have, you're probably doing well. You're probably doing extremely well. I would take some money off the table right now. Like I like the money's sitting there, and you have an opportunity to take some. Go get some. And especially if you have duplicates, if you have multiples, you got some extra stuff. If you want to play these little flip games and stuff and have some fun with it, like I'll use the Packers for example. They got the Jordan Love thing. Some people are like hoping, like, well, could Jordan Love be good? I have no idea if he's good or bad. I'll tell you this: I bought a small stack of Jordan Love cards over the past couple of months. I've offloaded a chunk of it, and I've made money profitably in all these things. Leading up into the season, hope springs eternal every time there's a new season.
Yeah.
But by week 5, we're going to find out if they're 0-5 and he's throwing interceptions left, right, and center, whatever. If he plays half decent and hope springs eternal even further, I've got extras. But I sold some already profitably. But this is basically free at this point. So like I've already got extra copies sitting around of stuff if I want to play that game. But if you already got duplicates, man, go get a little bit of money. Have some fun. Want to have any Warner's faith-based opponents' hands? Terrible. Doug Flutie coming back from the CFL? Yeah. Doug Flutie had a little run. To be fair, though, Doug Flutie played in the CFL for a while, but Doug Flutie was very popular. He was a popular college player because of that the big Hail Mary. He had a very successful career in the CFL. Not like an exceptionally great career. But he also showed off some skills in the NFL in the brief run he got there. He led Buffalo to a playoff, and almost, if he hadn't gotten pulled, what was it, Rob Johnson, I think? And then that was a Music City Miracle. I was like, dude, let Flutie Flakes go.
Yeah.
I was like, man, come on, brutal.
I mean, yeah, he came back, played for the Patriots, the Buffalo, and the Chargers.
Yeah. Whenever you're good, Scott, you just give me a thumbs up, okay?
He had a whole nother career afterwards. It was crazy.
What's going on, Big Scott? You're back in the locale. How's it going?
All right. Sorry, man. We're late getting on. It took us 45 minutes, and then pizza, and then I got on with somebody else, and then previous engagement, and now with you. So
there you go.
How y'all
That's
doing?
right.
So we're the ugly girl that you brought to the prom. We're the last.
No.
choice.
If I would have known, y'all are always first in my heart.
Oh, you're
Second on the scoreboard.
Look at you. Trying to play all sides. I get it, Scott.
That's right.
I get it. This is devious Scott. We're learning about another version. This is devious Scott right now.
Yeah, try to get this glare. Our lighting here in this Airbnb is not the greatest. So
I gotta teach you the way, Scott. There's tripods with the connectors to it. Like you gotta get on the game.
I have all of that, and the camera I have is not very good for that on my phone.
No, but the thing is that I'm talking about for the phones.
Yeah, I have it for my phone. But my phone, I got to get a new phone if I'm going to do that.
Yeah.
So
your flip phone isn't working for you anymore?
No, I like it. It's only got one doggle spot, and then so if I want to use that in a speaker and all that stuff, it takes that spot.
You're gonna move up from a Nokia flip phone to a BlackBerry.
Yeah, I actually have a fold phone. That's why your joke kind of made half sense. So.
There you go. Fair enough. So first of all, I've been watching, keeping tabs on some of you guys, and you're making the rounds. How are things? How's it going so far?
hot, 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 unbearably hot.
Wow. Wow. So
Hi,
Bobby,
Bobby.
now's the time. Now Scott is talking about how hot it is. This is our cue.
How
So
hot is it?
I know.
Uh, if it's probably 90 outside, it's 100 inside.
So
People have been,
basically cold for my place for the last 9 years. So cold is what you're
Sure,
saying.
yeah, that's not bad.
yeah, people have been taken out in ambulances, from my understanding, from heat exhaustion.
Now,
Wow.
That's,
but this is
How's
the
the smells though?
exact
Really?
same story we heard 2 years ago.
yes, but by Friday they had it fixed. Everybody's thinking because they've had to take it's in the convention center, like most of them, it's split up into different corridors, right?
Yeah.
Well, they took the temporary walls down between three of them to make this one huge room. So my hypothesis is the airflow and their air handling system is out of whack. You could go in one section and you get blown away like you're in the front of the Titanic, and then you go to another section and you're going down with the opera, with the violin playing. It is so high. I was literally yesterday looking in cases with sweat pouring off my face like I was Shaquille O'Neal at the free throw line. It was terrible. Yeah. And nothing against Shaquille. He's a healthy athlete. I am not. When I'm doing that, I need to go find somewhere to get cold and relaxing. So I watch
It
it.
sells more beer, so yeah.
How does this continue to be a problem for a major convention center that is
That was
Really a major convention center at this point?
I just don't understand. Like
I
I
think
understand.
I think Chicago, they're taking leeway. They know they have it every other year. I don't think they don't care. It's coming back. They're going to make millions. And we'll be here lining up for it again in 2 years. So
Well, I was going to say, so let me touch on a couple of things from what you said. So first one is, I think your theory has some credence because you can take a convention center, you can take a hall. So like Bobby, we'll use the expo in the hall. When they expanded it out and made another hall, the halls are self-contained. Like
right,
you can run something inside of this hall, you can run something inside of this hall, or you can open them up and make access to the building. But each hall kind of has its own units of like air and circulation, so they're designed to operate independently. If you
right,
do some kind of, I saw from the walkthroughs that I saw when people did the lives and whatever, they decided to make it a funky configuration. Like they've got the hall, but then they open this up and it's like angled down this way and it's long ways and sideways and twist ways, and you got all this space. There's tons of
right.
space, but
So
I would think airflow wouldn't be very efficient in that
it's
scenario.
almost a full horseshoe, right? So
Yeah.
on either side with a smaller venue in the middle with B hall, D hall, whatever they call it. So that one in the middle, when you walk through there, and that's the Breaker Pavilion, maybe nobody really cares, and I've used that joke before today. It's hotter than hell in there. It is.
It's
I don't
the
know how
regular
they're
vote. What do
standing.
you want?
Yeah, and I mean, it might be because backyard breaks are over there, and they don't, they want to heat them out.
Good.
Hobby
Um,
Champs right here has got the right comment. So many hobby influencers spitting fire. Of course, it's
that's
hot.
right.
Yeah,
That's right. But
Literally.
the dealers are complaining, and today their votes,
The dealers are complaining,
and they're making a ton of money.
It could be idealistic conditions.
That's
The
true.
dealers would find something to complain about.
Let me tell
The
you,
temperature of the fudge must be perfect, or the dealers would complain.
and they have a fudge shop here at this one, and I bought
Scott, so
fudge.
we were making reference to that. I saw Filmington did like a walk by of the fudge.
Yeah.
Thing. You're eyeing the fudge over there a little bit close. Like I'm seeing you do a whole pan.
And it was good. Yeah, Filmington, he's got his get together tonight. I might go. I don't know. I am so tired right now. My back's
Ditch
hurting.
Filmington. Stay in your chair. You're fine.
Yeah, and that's probably your 99% probably what's going to happen.
That's what I'm saying.
But Mike is co-hosting with me, Mike O, and that's who he's. My partner in crime this weekend. But we went last night. It was probably about 200 people. Giordano's or whatever pizza.
Yep.
That was a good time. But you go to parking. Now we did this heat thing all day. Go to the parking lot at the end of the day, and only one of the 3 elevators are working, and I'm on the top floor. And it's in this little bitty where you're pushing the button is in this little bitty room with 3 things to pay for your parking ticket. So there's like 40 people in this glass room, and it's hotter in there than it was in the convention center. So then we started walking to go find another elevator or keep walking up. We eventually got to our car.
So
But I'm
Scott,
like,
I want to be
man,
clear about this. I want to be clear about this.
nothing worked.
You are doing such a great job selling the National right now. Like
I know.
Bobby and I are like 100% on board, engaged.
I'm
Bobby and
almost
I were
for
cackling
tickets.
this whole time. It's like we are so vindicated for ignoring y'all. It's like y'all suffer. Enjoy. Have a good time.
Did you get the 2 pictures that I sent you a tag? Did you get those?
So I did get those.
Okay.
But I will say you weren't the only one who passed something along. I
I
got
think
video
that's the
from
case.
Mike O. I got
Mike O
video
said
from
he
Mike O.
sent you a video. Yeah. And you know, the
So
funny
hold on.
thing
I will
is,
share. I will share it muted so we can watch it. But I did get this from
right.
Mike O. So hold on. While we're talking, so go ahead. Keep.
Okay.
So Scott, real
So
quick question, just so we have context. How far are you from the convention center for where you guys situated your place?
1 mile, if that.
Okay, so not too bad. Not too bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
If people are familiar with the area, we're right behind Giordano's. And we're in an awesome site for eating. So you see how empty they are right there? They
Yeah.
gave
Well, I
away,
figured that's the rush, right? That's the
right.
rush, right?
So they gave away free tickets for getting a card slab in your VIP package.
Yeah. Now I believe you do have to. I believe you do have to get a card graded because I think there
They
you
might
have to
be,
get a card
but
graded and then you will get. But I did laugh when I saw somebody post that, Bobby. They said, "Oh, they're giving free grading." It's like I assume you have to get a card graded to get the free one, right? It might still be a bad deal even if you don't.
Buy one,
right.
get one free.
I didn't get that. I just got the 5-day early pass because I don't need all the advertisements. So I wish I would have got the one though with the free parking.
There you go.
But it's
All
only
right.
$15 a day for parking, and we're
That's not bad.
sharing that. So
Fair enough. So okay, let me hit you with a couple of questions here, Scott. So let's talk
okay,
about the baseball collector gathering. So you guys, there was a lot of folks there. Mike O did a really good job. Kudos to him, and you can pass along the
yeah,
compliment as well.
yeah,
I was very impressed with his because he did the live shot where he did the from the elevated, but he also did in his vlog where he was like ground level showing like. And I had fun because I was able to direct some people to it and also show a still shot and go, this is like
his
the Where's
vlogs have
Waldo
been
game.
awesome.
Like
Yeah,
it's like a Where's Waldo game. It's like, all right, find all the YouTube folk that you can recognize. Go.
right. You can see
It was a bit of a good.
Amish Dave right off at the beginning, but
Yeah, that's right.
he makes himself known.
Yep, no doubt.
But Mike has upped his game with his vlogging this week. He's been even on the car ride, just sitting there with the phone. Top notch stuff. I got to give it to him. I'll have a video that he did on my phone for when I did this year or 21-22 ice has a rip card.
That sounds about right. Yeah.
So I hit one in a box I opened. I
Okay.
can't find it right now. And I had,
Under the
so I was
bonus
trying to
fund there.
figure out should I rip it or not. It was the last name was Branded Point, I believe.
Brandon Point, I think it was with Tampa.
Yeah. So I ripped it and got the Zach Jones Premier Blue. Don't think it was numbered or anything. Mini card out of it. So
Okay.
wasn't.
Fair enough.
So I feel like I did the right thing.
Yeah. So let me ask you the question then. So like you said, in the creator gathering, I guess the baseball collector one. So there
Yeah.
was that. So a lot of people went by. Like I could see from the videos and stuff, there was a lot of flows. You had a lot of tables set up. We did see our big Scott sighting. We saw our Victor making the rounds. We saw that a little bit, and it was kind of interesting. But obviously there were different pockets because you had the big group in one section, then you had some other folks in the other one, and people could kind of situate themselves in. So how much was it people kind of sitting there just chatting? Were a lot of people kind of floating around from one section to
There was
another?
a,
What was your experience?
now you had your floaters. So
hmm
I was floating around. I'm kind of
There's some
friendly.
floating heads too. I saw floating heads too. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, Let me just get to this. So the hobby hotline guys,
Okay, yeah.
where their tagline is, and I don't want to talk. I don't know them, but their little tagline with what's his face is the hobby is the people. They sat at their table the whole time and
Oh,
never
that's a
once
John Newman
got up.
reference right there.
Right. They never got up and talked to anyone. Never.
Really?
Yes.
Gotcha.
It was shocking. I was I don't know, upset's the word, but they didn't even make an effort really. They just got up, Pete got a piece of pizza, went back, sat down with their little group.
So this
they
is
also
this
had
is just a screen grab here, just a screen
right.
grab of the one thing here, just to give a little bit of context. Let me do this here, if I can just hide sidebar. There we go. And this right here is kind of the one of the groups, so you can see. And like I said, this is just a still shot of the video, and you can make out. It's a little tough with the blur, but there's Newman, there's Beckett, there's Rich Klein, so you got that. I think this is one of the guys at Hobby Hotline, and I think this is a Balt, whatever. So they're all sitting here. And then you got Chris Sewell, baseball card collector, dealer, whatever, some rando, tall rando, and then you got his business partner there, and then look at this guy here. Like, who the hell's this guy? The hell's this? Explain that. Who's this?
I can't see. I'm on a phone, so I can't really see who you're pointing
sorry.
at.
It's you. It's you, Scott.
Oh,
I just it's like, who's this guy? And I think this is the back of Victor's head.
Oh, so I'm holding court there. I'm doing my best to Carlos impression. I'm telling you, it looks like I'm telling an interesting story.
There you go. So like I said, this is just a still shot of the video because this Miko took a video from high above. But it's just kind of funny because you can do almost like a Where's Waldo thing of like, who do you recognize? And it's a little blurry,
and as it went on, the
see
groups got so more. People start pulling out cards. I left before it was over. I was tired. I came here and passed out.
Scott, have you seen my man Timmy Two Hats?
Who's Timmy Two Hats?
Oh God,
that's Tim from Slab Strong with a really dumb big old hat.
I have not.
He's easy to spot. He's wearing a
I think I know who you're talking about, but
yeah, he's hard to miss. He's got a big old hat,
and then a little hat that sits on top of the big hat.
Okay, I have not seen that, but
okay.
To be honest, I've been in the news section most of the time. At first, I thought I was going to poo-poo the news section. What's up, 357? I met him today. Nice fellow. Finally got a name with a face.
Yeah, I just wanted to acknowledge some of the comments as we're chatting here. So feel free to throw comments. If you've got questions or anything, feel free to throw them at us, but I'm just reading as we're going. So go ahead.
Yeah, so the news section I thought would be crap, but it's really not. It's a good selection. Had a lot of awesome wrestling cards.
I think I found out from Mike Ham that one of the ones that had big wrestling showcases was RBI Crew. So RBI Crew had a big display of a bunch of
and they had non-sports stuff. I have not been by them. Like I said, and they're not in a very good spot. That's part of the area that doesn't get a lot of flow. Then you got the carpet area that everybody calls in the old section. That is such crammed, and that's got your ultra modern stuff. So it's a lot of younger people, and that's where everything is going down. That's where the stuff's going down over there.
Scott, let me ask you a question. When you're talking about the hobby hotline guys, and I was wondering when Rich Klein is sitting at a table talking to people, does he sit at the table like this and talk to them like this? Like he does.
Well, we saw based on the angle of the picture, we had only a slight tilt. We had a slight tilt.
He's hello. We got the return of the fly. Yeah, Bobby, I like the fact you're writing an article in that that new thing or whatever with Victor now. You're going to write just hockey stuff, or
it's a hobby news daily, I think. Is that
Hobby News Daily? Yeah, I sent it a couple weeks, a week or so ago, but I guess it's on a schedule, so I guess it's going to come out soon. What I'm doing is vintage hockey, but I'm also tying in a lot of the Canadian, if I can, baseball along with it, like Maple Crispet. They had the baseball. and they have the hockey, but there's also some new information about O-Pee-Chee buying the company in
Right.
1925. They were issuing the baseball cards, so that actually is going to be a great article that nobody's ever heard that information. And I'm just trying to tie, because a lot of people go hockey, yeah, yawn. So if I tie in vintage with a little bit of hockey, baseball, I think it'll help it a little bit going forward. You know, I do have an app coming out, so there is an ulterior motive, but I guess really the
Right.
motive is to write and to get information out there. And
Right.
any venue that I can is fine. And when my app comes out, I can always portray it on there too. So that'll help me as well. So it's a
So let
give
me
and
get
take.
you got an app coming out? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, it's an app from
Scott,
19.
it's just between us. It's just between some people. Some people think that it's actually going to come out in our lifetime. It's been out for a long time. We all have it. We'll send you a link. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, it's vintage hockey from 1910 to 1990. All cards, all food issue, all merchandise.
Okay. Oh,
And
that's as a guy that likes to dabble in that, I need all the help I can get. So
yeah, it takes seconds to look things up, and it's detailed to the 10th degree. Everything that I know is going to be in there, and I've been
okay.
doing it a heck of a long time. And you know, I don't think they could ever do a baseball one. I think they'd need 100 people in a group source, and football too. But basketball is obtainable. I'm surprised nobody has done that. So,
Right. Yeah,
but
I'm a little shocked at how little hockey's at this show.
you
Usually
know,
there's
they
a
do
couple.
have it. My friend Dave.
Why
he
do you
goes
think
down.
the three of us aren't there?
They do have it. They do have it, but I haven't seen any vintage really. And they usually
Exactly.
and they have there's usually two guys that are just hockey guys that are there, and I
Yeah,
don't think I've seen them. I don't.
I don't
Now
think
again,
Mike.
I haven't seen
They weren't
everybody,
allowed
but
in.
what?
You know, even the
They
hockey
weren't
stuff.
allowed in. They're out in the parking lot.
Maybe with the vintage hockey or even hockey in general, it really isn't represented very well at the shows. And I don't, you know, I can understand why. But the other part of that is I have a friend Dave who's a vintage hockey collector too, and he hasn't even texted me, and he always does. He always like, hey, what do you think about this? And the reason being is that most things are well over the overpriced.
Yeah.
Right.
So they don't want to even move it. I'm saying, how much for that bobblehead? The guy wants 600. It's like it's 300 on eBay all day. So why does he have 600 on it? What do you
Right.
want? Would you want to offer him something? I said you can't offer when it's 300, 600. What do you offer? You know, where's the deal? There's no deal.
Right.
And I
Yeah.
think people go to shows for deals. You know, selection is one thing, but I think deals
Element
are
of that,
another
yeah.
part. And I hear there's not a lot of deals because I know there's none with hockey. I've never
I like
bought anything at
357's
National
comment
Dave
here.
in 15 years. So how's that?
Yeah. The hockey carts melted because it was too hot outside. Probably.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah,
probably
that's
some
what I was
truth to
thinking
that.
to say.
Made of ice.
It melts.
So
Now,
the
when
ice.
you go to Chantilly, there's nice vintage hockey there. I mean,
heard.
even guys I've heard of. So
I wanted to share this one from Amish Dave since he took the shot from ground level. So you can see Orlando there. So, like, it's basically who you can recognize. I think Dr. Exclusive's there, right there. I think that's
Right.
Joe.
yeah, that's Jeff.
Yeah, so. And then you got all
Have
this
you
side here.
have you heard what he's doing at the show?
I am not. Go ahead.
So he's got a Beckett, and he's getting people, different YouTubers, to sign like whatever they're PCing or whatever. So he got me to sign on a Gary Carter card.
There
Well,
you
he
go.
goes to Victor, and in the front it has an article on how the
Look
rookie
again, this
card.
guy. Bobby, who the hell is this mysterious individual that keeps showing up? Like,
Yeah,
what the heck?
I'm in a
I can't
different
see.
spot.
It's on my
I
phone.
know.
I can't see. It's this big. You know.
It's like
Yeah, it's
where's
just
Walmart?
I just got a big spot there, big Scott there. Also, I wanted to zoom back for a second, and you got there's your baseball collector sighting.
Yeah.
So you got that going on there, a couple of folks, and then I think this
Now
is
he
Joey
never
here.
sat down. He came in. They came in from They went to the Q&A, the Topps Q&A. He never
Right.
sat down. There's food. I'm talking to Andrew. He's new in the hobby world.
Yeah, and there's JT and a couple other guys that I can make out here.
I got baseball cards I was handing out of myself, so I'll send
you go.
y'all one.
That was the Little League card, right?
Yep.
Nice. There you go.
Oh, darn. I was hoping to see the fudge making I heard it was so hot.
That was in the Filmington vlog, Bobby. That was in the Filmington vlog.
We were worried it was going to melt in there, but it didn't. It's some good stuff too. We bought like the blueberries and cherries, chocolate covered. Oh, they're so good.
Well, I heard they didn't even have to fire up the kettles. It's so hot in there that melted the sugar just with the temperature. So
probably, because I know people that left that because of it. They left the show. They left early. They just, they came, they got what they wanted, and they either got an earlier flight or if they're driving, they just left.
I can't believe that they would do that for this many days. Like, honestly, you're talking about different sections and what have you. I know Carlos mentioned that
right.
Doors and all this other stuff, but everyone is independent. So they would have to turn on the 3 air conditioners, and maybe they're just not, and they're trying to make some money. I don't know what's going on.
All I know is
3 air conditioners to be out.
They said today before noon, it wasn't too bad in there. After noon, 11 o'clock is when you get your rush. That's when you get
there you go.
Your 11 o'clock rush comes in. 11 to 3 to 4 is when it's really packed.
It just
and I know I was in there from 1:30ish to after 6, and it was hot. You walk and you would hit a cold spot, and you would just kind of
freeze,
stay there for a couple of seconds, and then move on. But and when I say cold spot, it's just a little cooler than the spot you just walked from.
I'm going to the Comic-Con in Boston with my daughter like next weekend, it's coming up. I think it's like next weekend. We go every year at the convention center in Boston. It's freezing in there.
I love it.
It's huge. It's massive. There's thousands of people.
I said the same thing. I go, you can't tell me. I mean, they have where the Blackhawks and basketballs play. You're going to tell me their air conditioning units can't work?
Yeah, right.
It's just, to me, it's just a very blasé, just kind of, oh, well. And luckily I'm a VIP. I get water. I can go get water refills anytime I want. But the rest of the peasants,
the VIP pass, you get the water.
You get
extra for that. Good for you.
Ludex, let me tell you the downside. So Ludex is sponsoring the VIP. I've never seen anybody sponsoring it. But you go in there, you got to listen to their spiel, and they have people in there, and it's so loud. And I'm like, that is the opposite of what I'm trying to do when I go in there. I'm trying to relax. But they got another room where that stuff's not going on. I just want to be quiet, open up some wax, and relax for a few. And it's cool in there. The air conditioner works in there.
In the VIP section. All right, real quick. I'll read a couple of quick comments here and get caught up. By the way, thank you all for the comments, everybody. I appreciate it. Tim the Big Vintage Hockey Deal from Michigan is not there this year. Thank you, Jeff. DFX says 100% agree. We attend show for deals. Otherwise, just stick to online buying. You know what's funny? During the time we were chatting, Scott, I had set a snipe. I actually won a card for my 53 Bowman color set. I now have an Al Rosen coming. So that's coming in.
Well, my first card purchase while I'm at the show wasn't even at the show. I bought a card this morning before I went to the show, and that was my first card I bought this week on eBay.
So much for
I was laughing because during this whole time that we were talking about the show and everything, it's like I made reference to it. It's like, what's going on? It's like, I'm getting cards. I was saving. I was waiting to see if I would win the one auction. This other one was very inexpensive relatively, so I thought I would grab the card. Comic-Con, Illustrated Hot Dogs. Thank you.
Well, I have heard comments of people can't believe other people are selling cards and stuff while the show's going on, and I'm just like, not everybody goes to the show. Not every. No. It's a small portion.
Actually, this is the best time to get a deal on eBay for baseball, football, and all the other sports. Not hockey.
It can be, for sure.
Do you want to see?
In the Expo, I've done this in the past. I bought cards on eBay while I'm on the show floor.
Well, the Expo, if you want to buy hockey, go on eBay and you'll clean up.
Here's my first purchase of the day right here.
Oh, you got the Princess Leia with the slave outfit? There you go.
Yep. Auto.
Who's authentic? Wait. What is that plastic holder thing you got there? What is that?
It's weird, and it's Beckett. It's got a B, not an R.
Wait. But I don't understand. But it's in the plastic holder where they authentic this. So Rick did not sign for this. So this is the people in the plastic thing. They're saying it's cool, is what you're saying.
So Yeah, and I think I did pretty well on that one when I got it.
Yep.
I did pick
So
another auto that was JSA approved. It's the Dwight Gooden, Daryl Strawberry, and Mike Tyson triple auto picture.
Okay. Fair enough.
Too big to show on here.
Will here is asking a question. Carlos, are you sad you can't be there? No. Can you get water at your house? I have the VIP package in my house.
Very nice. Congratulations.
How happy is the IRP there today? This week?
They've been fun, because they got
I'll be
there
honest,
early because Terrell
are
Davis.
they even? So Scott, question: is the IRP even spending a lot of time on the show floor, or are they hanging out in their place that's like an hour away? they may never be seen on the show floor again.
So they're getting there a little late, but they're staying late, right? Today they got there early because Terrell Davis was signing this morning.
Oh, that's true. Steve would want that. Yeah, you're right.
So Steve got the picture with him and wore the jersey. He was so excited yesterday. Rightfully so. That's his guy.
Sure.
Yeah. Hobby Champs is this the Hobby Firefester one?
Yes. Oh my God. Perfect example. Yes, you nailed it. That's exactly.
And I mean, I have friends that leave during the day to come home and go back to their place, take showers, and go back. That's how hot it is.
I've seen that on some of the vlogs where they said, "Yeah, I'm just here to cool down."
Right. Yeah.
Let me tell you, y'all are selling the Nationals. So, Bobby, I'm halfway to Cleveland right now.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
It was so bad by the end of the day. I go, I can't wait for it to be in Atlantic City.
Oh yeah, almost.
Settle down, Scott. Settle down.
Almost.
We didn't hear this problem last year. It was
Cleveland's good, though.
I tell you what, Atlantic City is almost where you got to wear a sweatshirt up in there.
Yeah.
But Eric, the reason you didn't hear it last year is because a quarter of the population died, never made it out of Atlantic City, so you didn't hear from them one way or the other.
And the other 75% couldn't use their internet. So.
Oh, I heard that. Yeah.
That's right. So they couldn't tell you anything, Eric.
Right. Yeah, they muffled everybody.
Hello.
I can't get.
They're still trying to communicate to this day. In fact, they're trying to message Dustin's live stream, and he hasn't quite read their stuff from AC yet.
Well, let me tell you. Have you heard what Atlantic City's offering to have it in 2026?
Air conditioning.
That's all they need to offer.
And free water.
Bulletproof.
They're offering the dealers to pay for 1,100 of each dealer's tables. So not only will they get it for free, the dealers are basically going to be there for free.
That's the snake oil treatment. Come on, something's going on. That's too good to be true.
Because when you get there, we're all trapped there, and they get so much money from taxes and people staying there. That's the
casino. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's we're going to stay in one town over.
Well, Bobby, listen. If worse comes to worse, I'm willing to put the National in Vegas next year, whether they're there or not.
Yeah,
I tell you, some of us would just say we'll go to Burbank and we'll go. I was talking to Joe. We'll just make the expo the National. We'll go there.
That's
I was saying to Andy. So Sports Card Investigator Andy. I always have to clarify because we got two Andys that we associate here with.
I did see the other Andy last night. Hung out with him for a while.
Yep. So he was kind of keeping me posted throughout the day. He was sending me messages and stuff just so that I could get a little lay of the land. He did see some of the Lowe's post National Trade Nights and stuff. I'll share a couple of pictures. He let me share some of the images, so I'll share them in a little bit. But so he's giving me some of the lay of the land, which is really good. But one of the things that we were chatting about a little bit was that I made the joke is that Will was asking kind of in jest about the FOMO thing. It's like, no, I'm pretty convinced that unless they literally paid me, I wouldn't go to the National. I'd rather just plan out some regional shows. I'd rather just pick and choose certain spots and be like, all right, so-and-so that is in the area, I'm going to be at this thing. If you're around, cool. If you're not, great. But this is the one that I'm hitting up. Because I can go Strongsville, potentially one of the Dallas ones, potentially like Burbank. So I could pick and choose a couple per year and just choose that.
I got 2 shows this weekend. I don't have to go to Chicago. I can go tomorrow to Revere. It's another made-up town.
I was going to say, is that in Peabody, Worcestershire?
Yeah. And I can go to Dedham on Sunday.
And you tell us you work in some card shop that you barely attend, I guess.
I haven't. Well, there's a reason for that, but I haven't been in a month. I'm thinking about possibly going to work next week.
Okay.
Must be nice.
I did that back in March. I haven't gotten myself psychologically prepared to go back to work yet.
So this will hurt the National going forward, I would think, with the hot weather and then going back to Atlantic City in 2026, sorry. And then, well, I guess Cleveland will be okay next year. But, I think a lot of other people start going to other shows.
I don't think it's going to hurt them, Bobby. You would think it should. But all of us sit there and bitch about it, and then we're all looking in the corner at what B&B we're going to have.
Well, no, like I said, at this point, you're Stockholm syndromed in. Like it's done for
we
you.
are.
It's
I
done
agree.
for you. And Scott, like I am, being the kind and compassionate person that I am willing to cackle for you, at you, as a group and individually, however you want. Like I can do it individually, I can do it as a group, whatever works for you guys.
Yeah, and we should, because we said, I told them today, nothing's going to change until it's enough of a boycott where it hurts them in the wallet.
Well, no, I don't really think that they'll be taken over. I just think there'll be alternatives for other people to go elsewhere. Enough other shows that will be strong enough.
I just genuinely think, like, at the end of the day, the National's the National. People want to go, we're going to go. It's going to be a destination show for some folks. But I'm saying this in all seriousness. I don't need the mass of humanity that this show has with a lot of it. I think it's all well and good. They got a lot of dealers under that roof, but some of these dealers do the circuit. So some of the key dealers will do that. So I can find some of them. If you wanted to do a calendar, basically a schedule of like a handful of specifically chosen regional shows, you could accomplish a lot of what you want to accomplish, see some of the people you want to see, and do it in a more controlled thing where you can enjoy some of these different locales and not be bound by this one big thing that is dragging a bunch of people into one space.
Yeah.
Mike and Westergriff, they were just, Mike went and bought a bunch of stuff from a dealer he deals with in Philly because he knew he was going to get a good deal. They know each other. Mm-hmm. He bought some awesome stuff from him. Very nice stuff. And I mean, I was a dummy and should have bought a bench and backed out. I'm stupid, but
hindsight.
Anyway, yeah, it'll always be there if I want it later.
It was the heat.
Scott,
I wasn't thinking right.
If you find any Reggie Lumlin cards, you grab them for me, all right?
Who?
No hockey there.
Don't you say who?
Just go to one of the garbage bins and reach in, and one will come out.
Yeah, I can tell you there's most interesting thing I did with hockey is I opened up the 21-22 ice, and in that box was a pack of 2021 ice.
Yeah, they combined because the 2021 they canceled it, so they basically they put it in 21-22. Yep.
Okay, I did not know that
because they canceled it. That's why they did it. Yeah.
Awesome pack, all color, rookie, very nice. No base in it, and that including the rookies. I had more inserts than base in that product, so it was a fun rip, I don't do hockey too often, but when I like to open, I like ice, and I usually do each, 1, 2, and it extended a box of each.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's just responding to the Bob Jackson comment. I wanted to leave it on there for a moment just to let Eric appreciate it, enjoy it. Yeah, there you go, Bob. Good evening, Bob. But no, I agree. I look, at the end of the day, it's just fun for me because I understand why a lot of the folks that want to go there, like, and at the end of the day, what's going to happen is immediately after the whole thing's over, it's like, oh my God, I was so sad we have to go home and leave. It's like, oh, it was great. I'm looking forward to the next one. I already set the calendar for 364 and a half days. And I'm sitting there like, I don't have the problem. Not even a little bit. Nope.
So I agree with that. By I'm not ready to go yet, but by tomorrow I'll be like, man, I'm ready to go. Mm-hmm. But when I leave, I'm like, man, I can't wait till the next one. It's just, I've said it before on here with y'all. I don't have FOMO, but I do for this. I feel like if I miss it, I'm gonna miss something.
Yeah, you're missing a lot of heat.
Yeah.
You're missing the glorious aroma of fellow card collectors en masse.
Yeah.
You're missing that. Like,
Yeah, and I always thought, if they did it in Atlantic City again, I wouldn't go. But if I go with this group of guys or a group of guys, friends, and we get an Airbnb, that's part of the fun. So, I don't know. It's still fun to me, and I'll probably go as long as everybody else is going.
peer pressure is a hell of a drug, Eric.
Yeah,
So
yeah. But I told Joe, Dr. Exclusive, about next year I'll be at one of the expos, just to put
never
that
hot.
out.
It's never hot up in Canada.
That's what I know.
Is that the lie you're going to tell him? Is that the lie you're going to tell him now?
Well,
go with the earlier one. It's never hot.
I'm sitting there walking around going, I smell bacon. I go, oh, that's me sweating. So I mean, that's how hot it is.
Sweating in November, baby.
And I mean, right now we're getting a bad thunderstorm rolling through. So,
you guys, it's been the whole thing with Chicago. You guys have had the whole mix. Hobby Jam
every
says
year
Will
I've
Bedard.
come to this, it's been their hottest week of the year. Every year. So we were like, why don't they do this in the fall? Like, pick another month and do this. Why do you do it in the hottest stretch of the year? Every year.
I don't know.
Makes no sense.
So Hobby Jam says, will Bedard Young Gun be in Series 2? That's my understanding. My understanding is it's supposed to be scheduled for Series 2.
That's what they were saying at Upper Deck. They said don't put it in concrete, but they have to wait for him to skate in one game before they can put him in. So.
Yeah, that's why the expectation is it'll be in Series 2. They may sneak, don't take it from me, but they may sneak some kind of a Bedard presence in it, but the Young Gun, like the official, like the proper Young Gun, the Series 2 would be my expectation.
They have some type of Bedard card now, and I can't figure out if you can get it in a silver pack or some type of point program that you get it. I don't know what it is, but it's him in his junior hockey or something uniform.
Yeah, you can, that one you can do. That one you can do right now without any issue. Dufex of Life has a good question for you. How many cards do you see at the National that you haven't had chance to pick up or buy later on at another show or online? So it comes to the question of, are you seeing anything at the National that you don't necessarily have another opportunity to get elsewhere? Something unique.
Okay, here's my thing. I'm going to say yes, because there is a lot of stuff that you probably won't see on there, but I can't be definite because I never searched for that stuff on there. So I can't be 100% definite. That's part of my issue, is saying I can find everything, but when you go to a show like this and you're looking through showcases and any show, when you're usually going on eBay, you have a narrow search out, Rosen or whatever, hockey or whatever you're looking for. But when I look in a showcase, I'm seeing everything. I'm seeing a lot of non-sport stuff and things that might catch my eye that I would never look for in an eBay search. That's my only thing. And I can't say yes definitively, but it feels like it because I've never seen the stuff online. Some of the pre-war stuff and some of the stuff that are not cards, collectibles and things like that from pre-war, that stuff is pretty hard to find, I would imagine.
Sure. Let me read a couple of comments here. Has Saskatchewan out on their national bid? Eric, nothing would give me greater joy in life than if the National was ever put in Saskatchewan. Okay, so remember the qualifier I said earlier that you have to pay me to go to the National? Eric, I would go to the National in Saskatchewan for no other reason than I would just stay at Steve's place that I know, and I would literally be sitting there like, are you going to attend? Oh, fuck no. I want to watch from here, from a safe distance. I see nothing that could possibly go wrong. This is It's like, what happens? They're lost in the fields of wheat. Yeah. They will never make it home.
No. Children of the corn.
So, at the expo, is there a lot of kids at the expo?
Yeah, there's a pretty decent mix, especially these days. They've gotten a lot better at finding different ways of drawing, especially like they'll do the corporate giveaways and they'll do a little thing. Oh,
Okay.
spin the wheel and give out free packs and blah blah blah. They've got a lot of
I
that stuff.
feel like at the National, the kids drive the show.
Okay.
They're everywhere. They're everywhere at their Pelican cases. If there's an open table, they're trading on it. Floor space, they're everywhere, and they're buying the cards, asking questions. I'm sitting there buying, something like this for $100. Let's see, something, a little coin or something, and they're standing there looking at comma cards and things. I really feel I don't want to hear anybody say "What about the children" anymore. Please don't, because I think they're driving this hobby right now. We're just along for their ride.
Well, so kind of speaking, so I'll take a couple angles on this. First one is, so you see, speaking of like the big cards, we were having a chat a little bit earlier tonight about Eric, those back pages, his big trade. Because I showed the picture with all the different components of it. We had a good spirited debate in the Discord that I'm on. I talked about that. I didn't want to focus on the specifics of whether people would do this specific deal because we can make arguments about it and stuff.
Right.
But I asked a question about the consolidation thing. I said, is there a Grail card that someone would consider taking like a big chunk? In this case, I think Eric has duplicates of a bunch of that stuff, so for him it's fine. But I wanted to make it more interesting. I said, if you knew you could get like the Grail of Grails, whatever you consider that to be, different, your mileage may vary. How much of your stuff would you be willing to trade in if it made sense in order to get a Grail of Grail, like a true Grail? Because the 52 Manos is an amazing card, but it's not like you can't get one. But it is priced out of normal people's range. The 52 Manos is an amazing card. Now, if you're one of the Pelican kids, that's like a standard below average card. I think you can get like 10 of them in a case.
Yeah, but they wouldn't do that. They'd get 10, somebody that's out right now, new.
Yeah. We get some Patrick Mahomes, Patty Mahomes.
That
I watched the
card is
quarterback
big.
Netflix series. It's pretty good.
Man, Patrick Mahomes card right now, everybody wants his cards.
Yeah.
He wins a Super Bowl and his price goes down. I come to the National and everybody wants it. I'm like, what?
Wow.
What
Two
happened?
Super Bowls, Scott. 2 Super Bowls plus the Netflix
and
series.
I'm like, is that what it is? Is the Netflix series?
Here's the thing. We're getting close to football season. That generally helps. There's usually a bit of a boost heading into like this time of year. It makes sense to me that some of the quarterbacks would be getting a boost. One of the ones that I thought was a little bit weird. Some people were talking about like Jared Goff, and I was like, he's quarterback for the Lions, right?
Right.
But if somebody wants Jared Goff, Eric, I got some fucking Jared Goffs. I'm going to the box. I'm going to the box right now. Nothing good, but I'm like, look, if you'll take it for a couple bucks, I'll take a couple bucks. Let's go.
Right.
But it makes sense to me that heading into the NFL season, like I said to Eric earlier tonight, hope springs eternal. I joked about the Josh Rosen thing, or whatever, but no, for the Packers, Jordan Love,
right?
He could be nothing. He could be absolutely terrible, or he could be okay. Most likely, it'll be somewhere in the middle. Probably he'll be all right, but the team isn't going to be as good as it was. It'll be worse. So what happens if they're 2-3 after 5 games and he's playing okay? Is that good or bad? I don't know.
I could be honest too, and I thought I would, but I haven't heard his name mentioned once since I've been here.
Because he's not one of the top tier guys. He's just.
I thought because this is his year, I thought his cards would be sought after, but it hasn't. Mahomes is like the only football name that I've heard, and I've heard it constantly since I've been here.
I think I heard Burrow that he was carted off briefly.
Right. So I was about to tell a story. So I'm sitting there at one of the ones that do repack buybacks. So the guy hits a 101 buyback of Joe Burrow rookie card auto, and everybody's cheering. And I was like, well, too bad he's hurt. And everybody just kind of looks at me. I'm like, it's the truth. I mean, what? That's y'all are all cheering, but that's football. That's y'all want to put all this money in. I don't know what you paid for that box, but good luck.
Yeah, no, it makes
Maybe
sense.
they're looking for the same results as they did with the that football card as they did with the Last Dance. Hey, that made everything go.
It did. It was the perfect moment. It's a perfect storm, perfect moment
because
in time,
it's speculation, right? More than
100%,
anything else. So,
Hobby Jam says only 5 more chips and Mahomes is greater than Brady. Well, if you take legitimate ones, he's already 2 up.
there you go.
Different conversation. So Scott, let me ask you this.
Uh-huh.
Obviously, like I said, you did the baseball collector one. You got to meet, and you've met up with some of these folks before, and some of them you're
Yeah.
meeting for the first time. For people you met maybe for the first time, did anybody surprise you? Good, bad, or indifferent. It can be for any reason. I'm just curious.
We're looking for more bad, but yeah.
Oh yeah, well,
Uh,
it'd be funnier. It'd be
well,
funnier.
a couple like I don't know if y'all know who Enough Said Cards is. He's a guy he
Yep.
can't show his
I watch
face.
his channel. I watch his channel. He's an interesting dude. He's got a cool cards in his collection.
Very good
So,
card.
yeah.
He lives in Virginia. Me and him have talked before, but I never knew who he looked like until now.
He's a disembodied voice. Yep. He's a
Yes,
disembodied
and
voice on his channel.
he comes. He's looking at you. He goes, "You don't know who I am," and I go, "I don't know. I got to see your hands." And his buddy started laughing, and it took him a minute, and he's like, "Oh, okay." And he started laughing when he got the joke.
Yep.
So we talked to him for a while. I already was told he's a nice guy, and I have seen him. I just didn't know who he was. Let's see who. I hung out with a little bit with IRP, sat down and talked to them, and that went freaking amazing.
Now, just a question. Satisfy me on this one, Scott. Just a question for you. So when you hung out with the RP, were you chatting with Steve and Dave, and then Vinny just stared at you?
Yeah.
You're pausing for a really long time, Scott.
Say that again. I'm trying to.
I said, when you were chatting with the RP, were you talking to Dave and Steve, and then Vinny just stared at you for a really long time?
No, actually, Vinny talked. He had a few drinks in him.
What?
But I was waiting for and I didn't want to make the joke that every time he said something, I was waiting for the dog to bark.
Yes.
But no, he did talk, and Joe was with them. So that's the first time. Even though he's not a YouTuber, he's everywhere. He's awesome guy. I've had him on my channel before. Let's see. I met Garrett for the first time. Card cutter.
Yep, card cutter. Yep.
Awesome guy. He's about to retire in the Navy full fledged.
Mm-hmm.
Big dude. I didn't know he was that big. I was like, dirt. I thought Dave was taller. That shocked me. I didn't know he was shorter than me. That shocked me. We were all like that. We thought he was going to be taller. One of the guys staying with me, Mike Fabian, East Connecticut card. He used to be real big before, and now he's back. Awesome dude, just over the top. So, most of the guys that I would probably have a bad run-in with, I already know about, and I kind of stay away. I just don't.
Yeah, Ed Wesker Griff is a questionable character. Yeah, I agree.
I love. So, so why deal with that? I don't want drama, man. We were trying to get Ed to go up and say something to Floating Head, but he wouldn't. So
missed opportunity. Listen, Ed talks a big game, but every time
We
he's got
wanted
the
to get a
opportunity to do
selfie
something
with
very
him.
entertaining and give us the content that the content gods demand, Scott.
I was also trying to get Dave to go up and get a selfie with him and send it to you.
Mm-hmm. Well, he already. I saw a selfie with him, and Baseball Collector, his best friend.
Yeah,
BFF forever. So I saw that.
So
that was pretty good.
Here's the funny thing. As soon as the pizza got there, Rich Klein was one of the first ones up there, and the rest of the hobby guys. Then they were right behind him. And I walked over and I was like, man, y'all look like y'all were getting that pizza before y'all were getting kicked out. They could hear her laughing.
So Hobby Chance is kind of asking the question for that one. He's saying, who's the biggest never meet your heroes hobby influencer?
Oh, I want to answer.
You're not at the national, but sure, go ahead.
What was the question?
Who is the biggest never meet your heroes hobby influencer? So in this case, it's got to be somebody that you actually had at least a reasonable opinion of to start.
And don't say Reggie Lemon.
Yeah,
Somebody
no one cares about him.
I still didn't hear the question. I'm sorry.
Who is the biggest never meet your heroes hobby influencer? So in order for this to work, it's got to be somebody you at least had a decent opinion of in the first place. So you can't say Geoff.
Yeah, I wouldn't say him because I think everybody kind of knows that too.
Yeah.
Might be me for all I know. If you can't answer, it's probably you, right?
You gotta look in the mirror,
Uh,
man. Gotta look in the mirror.
I don't know. I'm really friends with some people that you know, you got to love them for who they are type of deal. I
See
don't
this
know.
sports
Because
card
most
radio
people
guys?
that are on the YouTube, that's who they are. We've had that discussion before. Some people play a character, but most people are, if they seem a little bit of an asshole on here, that's who they are. If they seem a little arrogant, that's who they are. You know, don't, you've always said that people are going to tell you who they are. That's who they are. So,
Yep.
uh,
Usually I get a pretty good sense of it. Big Scott here says New York Yanks fan 7 has a video with Andrew in it. Okay, there you go. Cool. Thank you, Big Scott. Well,
yeah.
someone at the
So,
National pick Eric up a treat from the V Friends booth.
hey,
Yes. Yes.
yeah, and that one is because there. That is one, and it was an accident. He asked later if it was okay, and he said yes. But he tries not to because of his work. But from my understanding, he won't. He's going to be retiring soon, so that won't be a thing. So
there you go. So Scott, let me ask you this: so you're kind of maneuvering your way around your budget and stuff. Is there anything you foresee maybe picking up in the next couple of days? Anything you're specifically targeting or hoping for? Or are you going to kind of play by ear? Because I'm looking at you right now, Scott, and you're on what, day 2? Really,
day 3.
Two? Day 3.
Day 3.
Okay,
Fantasy
so
day 3.
I'm not feeling that you're going to go to distance, Scott. I think you're going to have to pace yourself for the next day or two because things can collapse. It's only Friday night, Scott. It's only Friday night.
I still got some money. I still have a nice amount of money. Tomorrow is I'm taking my extendable stool and hitting boxes, value boxes. There's a lot of discounted graded cards here. It started when COVID was over, and not everything was not COVID's over. The first show after COVID declared whatever. Want to be politically correct. We started seeing the emergence of discounted, slabs in these boxes, tables of them. And then you see dollar boxes, you might even see some dime and quarter, but you're starting to see the discount value boxes. So you'll find stuff in there for $5 or $10 and stuff like that. That's where I tend to find the cards that fit my PC because my PC cards are not going to be in the cases, but they're also not going to be in the dollar boxes. So I gotta live in that limbo. And that's where I find the 90s cards that I'm looking for, or the early 2000s. So that's kind of where I'm going to live. And when I get hot, I'll go to the VIP section or go sit in my car because that has air conditioning. And I have a water bottle that I can refill in the VIP section. Because I'm a VIP. I'm not a peasant.
Whew. Scott with the big spender Eric. Scott with the big spender VIP is like, guys, I'm going to go refill this water.
Well, somebody
die of thirst, peasants. Go to the VIP section to get me some water.
That is big time.
Somebody said in one of my friends' video, if everybody has a VIP pass, then who's the VIPs?
So Eric, Eric, Bobby, and also the chat. Do you have any questions for Scott? Since he's traversed the national waters for us, is there anything you'd like to ask? I'm gonna go to the VIP section and refill my water. So please, while you're doing that, I'm just curious if you have any questions for Scott.
Does the VIP water taste different than the regular water?
I like my bottled water better, actually. The VIP water kind of has a weird taste to it.
Yeah, so, Chicago water. You're gonna die.
I'm sure you're just getting it probably out of a water hose in the back and just refilling the same jugs and bringing it out.
Yeah, so. I give you about a week to live.
Awesome.
Yeah. We call it the Gary V IP water.
I gotta say, Gary V, man, at this show's been a trooper. He's taking pictures. He stands in line with everybody, getting pictures taken and signing autographs. I don't know why people want it, but they do, and he does it, and he talks to them, and because he has his own cards now, Gary V Friends or whatever, V Friends.
The V whatever.
Yeah,
Stuff that if I put it out, nobody would buy.
Yeah, so exactly. Jeff Wilson today was talking to a bunch of kids. I can't, I can't fault guys for doing that. You take time out to do that,
That's good.
You got to give them a point when they deserve a point, But Jeff Wilson did block up a couple of walkways shooting videos yesterday, so he didn't make any friends with that. And we keep walking through his carpet area to cut through because he's in between Fanatics or Tops and somebody else. So everybody cuts through this thing.
How was the Fanatics booth?
So
10X?
anybody was Zero Cool last year, so they're doing Fanatics Live there, promoting their new channel or whatever, website, and they got like almost like stadium seating, and you can go in and watch them shoot the various lives and breaks during the day.
Seats that don't accommodate wider people. Yeah.
Well, they're just big blocks. So Tops is right next door to it, of course. Tops is not really doing much at their booth. They're just doing silver packs. They don't really have much set up at all.
But isn't that like Fanatics anyway? So, like, are they not going to hold up that brand? Why would they let that suffer?
Yeah, I wish I was going. Well, no, I don't need to go to casino, to tell you the truth. What were you saying, Bobby? I'm sorry.
If you need to go to casino, just do some breaking.
I said, if Fanatics own Tops, then why would Tops be underrepresented?
They're putting all their effort into Fanatics Live. It looks like at the show.
But Tops is a product that they own now, and they should actually be upholding that if they want everything to go 10x.
Right. Well, like one of the things they broke was a box of 86 Fleer basketball. They did do that. At least I think they had it up there. I thought it looked like they were going to do it. I wasn't that interested in that. I was trying to get the silver packs. Just that's something I do every year. Traditional thing. I do that stuff on Wednesday just to get it over with, and then I can move on.
So here's a question kind of related to that, Scott. So average Joe car collector here is asking, any cool giveaways happening? So I've heard of some giveaways, but last National Chicago, eBay did Kanye West cards, anything like that. So anything giveaways wise that you partake in?
Let's see. Today they had giveaways everywhere. Mike said I didn't really see what was going on. You got your Panini packs, silver packs.
Yep.
I really didn't see much. Wild, the card company, Wild or whatever. They have a great
Wild Card. I think it's Wild
Card. There you go. They have a great giveaway. They got a wheel. You just sign up for their social platform, and you can get in that line as many times as you want, from my understanding. And they give away boxes, and I mean, it is their stuff, but I mean, they give away all kinds of stuff there. Let's see. I'm trying to think. I kind of stay away from most of that because it's so time consuming to get that stuff.
It was funny because part of Ham's vlogs is that he would be like, "All right, hold on, free pack. All right, hold on. Like if you do this and take this picture and do this thing and I was like, Jesus, Ham, you are literally going ham on as many giveaways as you can get your hands on. Like, give me all the free shit. Let's go.
Yeah, and most of it isn't worth the time to get. I mean, last year they did at the Zero Cool or whatever with the Stranger Things. That was one of the bigger things that I've ever seen given away, because they were trying to promote that so hard.
Yeah.
Saturday is a different day. Like, Saturday's usually the day where a lot of stuff's Friday afternoon, Saturday. So tomorrow, all that stuff will be going on. Usually Topps booth will be doing stuff with kids. I just stay away from the corporate area during the busy times. It's just too busy for me.
So I have a question. We haven't really talked about this. We kind of, poke some fun at tag, but the major grading companies are doing on-site grading.
And tag.
What?
And HGA.
Who?
Yeah.
HGA is the premier AI non-human grading in the hobby, Bobby.
In
The
the
premier,
hobby.
the top tier. Everybody else is far, far, far beneath.
Don't forget that one that starts with an I that's supposed to be number.
ISA.
Oh, ISA, the third biggest grader in
Yes.
the hobby
I haven't
per
seen
ISA
them there.
statistic. They are there. There is a booth. I saw it.
Oh, is it?
So my
Yeah.
question is, we were predicting before the show that these grading companies, these top tier grading companies who are grading, there at the show, it would just be an absolute madhouse. What are you seeing? What are you hearing? Is there any nightmare stories?
Wednesday was kind of crowded at the SGC booth at the beginning of Wednesday. After that, no booth has been crowded. PSA,
Really?
SGC, Beckett.
We know
I
about
haven't
that.
made my friends. We split up when we get there, and I've asked people. The only person I heard had to wait in line was JT to get his return back. Waited 20 minutes at PSA. Now, the one thing I'm going to say about PSA is people are using that thoughtfully. Like if they got a card that fits the $150 value that they don't want to send in the mail, they're getting it done there. They're not just getting cards done there to get them done this year.
Yeah.
Years
sense.
past they were. So that's one thing. Tags a desert, HEA's desert. CGC, I had to wait through a little bit of a line on Wednesday to drop off. I went there to talk to them today. That was nobody there. They got like a carnival set up, a lot of kids in that area.
Mm-hmm.
They're giving away stuff if you win tickets, merch, but not much going on.
That is
Arena had a little bit of play today. Arena Club.
Surprising.
Yeah.
Very
But a lot of people don't know who Arena Club is.
They're Derek Jeter's favorite grader
I've
of
seen that
choice.
there. I didn't know what it was either.
It's all about
I
Derek
gotta
Jeter.
let somebody in.
Go for it. But I think it's interesting. I think it's always going to be observational. We'll have to see what happens. What I'll be curious about is how many cards they actually end up grading. Because obviously we can talk about people in line or not in line. But if one person comes in and grades 500 cards, well, then that's the allocation. And not everybody needs to get cards graded on site. Like, it's one of those things where it just depends on what they want to do. And if you don't need that many people, and also we got to remember, we go to card shows sometimes. Some dealers are there early and drop off a whole bunch of cards, and then they're ready to go because they want it by the end of the show or by the end of the day or whatever. They get ahead of the line. It was I commented on one of my videos, and I had somebody comment on it, which is fair, a very fair comment. He goes, it's unfortunate that these dealers get arrested. If you're a dealer and you have access to it, or you're somebody who can get access to it for the media pass or whatever, you're taking advantage of it. If you can go buy stuff ahead of time, or you can go and actually get your stuff done ahead of time, you're taking advantage of it. Eric was there already creeping on people, and they hadn't even finished setting up at the last expo.
Yeah, I that's true.
Yeah. So, but what I'm getting at, though, is like if you have access and you're able to. But here's the thing. If during the time you're creeping, somebody's setting up their table and they got something you want, are you going to be like, well, I'll wait until the show officially starts and the crowds come in to do this deal? It's like, no, I want that card. How much you want for it?
I had a backpack full of stuff before the official opening of the show. I bought so much stuff during the setup time, like on Wednesday and Thursday morning and stuff. Before the show even opened, I was like, okay, well, I guess I have to go to the bank and get some more money because the show hasn't even started yet, and I've already got a backpack full of stuff. So
But
awesome.
my only point was to the comment, as I said, I understand what you're saying, but that's normal. That's been going on a lot. Dealers and whoever has access to get in there early, if they can do a deal ahead of time, the dealers, the money spends. If the dealer can already be hundreds or thousands of dollars in before the front doors have opened and they've made some of their money back already, they're going to do the deal, especially if the price is agreeable and something like, yeah, that's the price I would have wanted anyway. So yeah, we're good. Go ahead. I'll take the cash now.
Oh,
Sounds
yeah.
great.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, no, nobody was like, hey, why don't you come back when no, they were like, all right, great. I
Yeah.
mean,
If the cards are there, the money's there, dude. We're going to do
Why
it.
not?
oh yeah.
We got Scott's in the
people-
move. I like it.
Most people make their show
I
before the show
love
opens.
getting in there early. You
Yeah.
know, oh
Me
God,
too.
to have the whole place to yourself is just, it's incredible.
Yeah. My only point was when I was coming back to the comments, I said, hey, man, that goes back decades. I'm sorry, that goes back a long time. Basically, as long as card shows have been around, especially big card shows, if you're somebody who dealers do dealer to dealer deals before the general public ever comes in. It's like money. That card may have already changed hands 3 times by the time you get around to it before the show even started, and now you're getting the 4th set of hands that has had it in the show.
Yeah,
And the 4th up on the price.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, right.
And that's standard. I'm sorry, that's
It
standard.
is. Yeah.
Yeah. And as long as you're happy with the price you got in the end, who cares really? But it's like, in this case, you don't want to know how the sausage is made, but that, you know what? If you had been the dealer who had bought it the first time, you would have gotten a much better price because everybody got their own markup. Everybody got to tack on, the tax of another set of hands moving. So it's like, I can't blame you, man. It's part of the deal. So I don't know.
So-
what to tell you.
Scott, you're moving kind of slow. You must be really tired. That's a long
My
day.
back is killing me. I've been hurting all week.
So Scott, when are you getting the Pope Mobile? I was pitching that to Andy. You got to get a Pope Mobile. The Pro, what? Scott, you're a VIP. You get like water. Stop acting like a peasant and go get yourself a Pope Mobile and just be
No
like,
doubt.
move,
golf cart.
peasants.
You gotta
Once
get
it
one of
gets
them
loose, I'm
scooters,
good. But
A rascal.
man,
Get a rascal.
my comfy shoes ain't working.
Wow. The comfy shoes,
Well,
people
hope the
lied to us.
deodorant is.
My deodorant is that's one thing, and my shower. Well, a funny thing about our bathroom, we don't have air conditioning for the bathroom, so it's a race to get your shower dried and clothes on before you start sweating again.
Oh.
Yeah.
You need to get the VIP Airbnb. Like, what kind of operation are we running over there, Scott? Like, what's
Yeah.
going on?
Runs an Airbnb, it's dorm life. It's not bad, and if this was an apartment, 5 people would not live in it, right?
Right.
They were
Bobby,
trying
for
to
the
push this as
expo,
a-
I'm thinking I'm gonna book my hotel for the expo like in the next month, and I'm gonna go and I'm gonna get like a big ass room, and the first thing I'm gonna do is like, see peasants, this is how you do
A
it.
suite.
Yeah, like I'm
Now,
getting
did I-
I'm getting like an entire floor to myself, Scott.
Now you were talking about the dealer to dealer. We were
Yeah.
talking to dealers, and they said their best day was Tuesday.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure, no doubt.
It always is.
The one guy from Philly that Mike knew,
Mhm.
he said he made more money Tuesday than he ever has in any show.
Yep.
And this was his 30th year at the National.
Why would you not do that? That's why I say like dealers have this card show. Forget everything else. This card show is so expensive to set up at, in terms of travel, in terms of carrying inventory. Even if you're like, oh yeah, we'll load up the truck. Well, great. How much is it going to cost you to load up the truck and the stuff and the inventory and all this? Or if you're flying in, then you're limited on how much stuff you get. Your goal is to make sales. That's the number one thing.
Yeah.
And if somebody comes in and says, hey, I'll buy out half your table and it's Tuesday, you're selling half your goddamn table if they're making an offer you like.
That's
Because
right.
that makes the show. Then everything else is bonus after that.
Right.
Your
And I
goal is to
mean,
make some money and leave with it.
the guys that have been around, they're not paying the same as the new guys, but they had a ton of new people, right? So
Yeah.
they're making a ton off of the vendors. How much VIPs? I'd like to know how much money they pull in at these things, and that's why they go to. I mean, it's got to be in the millions.
Not
Gotta be.
enough to turn the air conditioning on, obviously.
Obviously
I
not.
No, that's for the super duper uber VIPs.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Not the regular
Well,
garden variety VIP,
we're-
not the peasant VIPs.
So I guess last weekend was supposedly like the VPN or the Triple X show was last weekend here. We're wondering if the air was working then.
Well, they're not peasants. Yeah, they get air conditioning.
Yeah. Probably
Hobby Champ says I'm
But our
flying into the show tomorrow.
Airbnb was rented that same weekend, so we're wondering, like, should we put plastic down or what's
Yes.
going on here?
Yes.
Oh,
yes,
yeah.
Yes.
Scott, for the content, get a black light. and let hilarity ensue.
Don't.
I don't want to do that. I'm
You're like,
sleeping.
Scott is like,
I'm
I
sleeping
want
on
to
the
live in my
futon
ignorance.
couch.
Let me live in my ignorance.
Yeah,
Ignorance is
that's right.
bliss.
All right, so Hobby
I
Chef
don't
here
want to
says,
get it certified. Does that make sense?
Yes.
I don't want to get it. Let
Hobby,
me live in my ignorance.
there you go.
That's right.
Hobby Chef says, I'm flying into the show tomorrow and have my PSA same day. My 1901 Fleer Jose Urbe. I know what I'm doing. No doubt. 100%.
We'll meet
I
you
like
on the
it.
tarmac.
Dallas VIP, I'm here watching people set their tables up. It's not just deals, the opportunity to move around so quickly. It's so great. Yeah. Like, look, if you're going to get an advantage, if the whole point, if you're going to pay extra for entry, then you need the advantage, every advantage you can get. If you can
That
get
30
in there ahead
minutes
of other
is
people, that's the whole
huge.
point. That's the whole point. Yes.
But the thing is you got to get there 30 minutes earlier than that to get up in the front of the lineup. If you're in the back of the line getting in, you only got 15 minutes. So, but I mean, we do that, but like Mike O has the media credentials, so he gets to go in at 8 o'clock in the morning, and that's what Mike and Andy and all of them do, so they can go in on Tuesday. And Eric has a dealer's badge or a corporate badge or something. So.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of the play. Like, I didn't really start doing too much of that until a couple of years ago. But like when I got a lot of the connections with Brad and those guys, it became a lot easier to be like, yeah, can I get a dealer pass? Yeah, we'll get you a dealer pass. It just makes life easier. Then one less thing to worry about, one less thing to concern yourself with, and then yeah, it's just a matter of getting your hands on the pass, and then all right, you're good to go. You know, free to roam about as you feel you need to.
Yeah, that's definitely a plus, no
Be
doubt.
friends with the show promoter. It works.
Yeah, I've done that in other parts of my life. I haven't got that advanced here. I haven't shook the right hand yet, gone in the right room.
I've been privileged for a long time, so I'm happy about that.
It was exactly it.
Friends with Menzie. That's what I got to do.
Oh, listen, you gotta get the hookup, man. But no, it's funny because that's what I say. Like when we talk about the expo compared to the national and the stuff you guys are doing, obviously it's not the same scale, but at the same time, Bobby's right. You know, we can have a dialogue with Menzie. It's it's a lot easier for us to set some of that up. And Bobby's been around long enough that he can do that, and I've had the chance to chat with him as well. We've done it here as well. But I also know a lot of other dealers who also have a connection. So indirectly, through a variety of different connections, there's multiple avenues and multiple pathways to it. And there are benefits, there's benefits to membership sometimes when it comes to stuff like that. Because it's like, yeah, when I go to the card show and what you're talking about, obviously we don't have the air conditioning problem. We invented air conditioning in Canada, so we have that in our convention centers. You guys should get on that. That'd be amazing. You guys should get on that. But yeah, whenever I want to take a breather at the show, I can do this. I can do the holding court, or I can go sit at one of my buddies' booths and just chill behind the desk, behind the counter. It's like, yeah, I just go and visit and hang out there and chat for a while, or just BS, and we'll do it behind here. Yeah, go ahead.
I had that in Iowa. I was friends with a couple of dealers that did the run, and I bought enough where I could just chill at the shows. One show I didn't even do anything. I actually just helped him out. He went to the bathroom. I watched his table for him, and things like that. And
that's when I always go 50%.
Yeah,
well, exactly. Look, I usually like to help them out by having some of their snacks. They come with a lot of snacks, so I usually like to. And there's water bottles and everything back there, Scott. Like it's the uber duper VIP. It's amazing.
Right.
You just go back there and there's a mini fridge, and you just grab the drinks. It's fantastic. You got to get on this, man. It's really good stuff. You got to get on.
Yeah.
It. All right, so so there was a question for you, Bobby. So I did pass over it originally, so I will give it to you now. Okay. Have you ever met Jerry Charland of Jerry's Sports Cards? Purchased many cars from him, and you remind me of him.
Yes, yeah, I knew Jerry for a long time. He died quite a few years ago now, but he was sort of the premier guy moving in a groove, and he lived a very carefree lifestyle. But yeah, I know Jerry Charland very well.
There you go. Your question hath been answered. You're welcome. I collect low-end vintage mostly. I don't need first dibs. I just need less people. Yeah, I think, to be clear, just so we're all on the same page, it is great to have first dibs. Absolutely. If it's stuff that will be there and is available, then it's not as big a deal. Then you can do the Carlos casually stroll in after brunch. It's not a big deal. It'll still be there. It'll be fine, and you can go wander around and wave and say hi to people on your way to getting whatever it is you need to get because it'll be there. so you don't have to worry about that too much.
Usually a hot dog or ice cream. Yeah.
That's no doubt. Although, like I said, in fairness, and I don't think the venue there has it. But when we talk about like the food and everything, overpriced food, like it helps a lot. When we talk about the expo, it helps a lot that we have the plazas right beside it now. Like I said, you just stroll over. Like the pro tip is if you don't, you can literally just go and get some real food over there, or a much better version of what's going to cost you more in here. Yeah,
And
just
the
take a stroll
food's
across the
not
parking
bad.
lot.
So what this center has done is they've taken out, or not taken out, they haven't opened up all their snack bars, but they have these people that come in and like instead of setting up a food truck outside, they're letting them in, like the fudge. They got a person doing barbecue and ribs, like really good stuff. And they got a sushi bar set up and with poke and all this other stuff. They have these. They've stepped up.
Eric knows all about the pokies.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you stand over there by the ice cooler. It's the coolest place in the place.
Awesome.
So,
Awesome.
but man, I walked by the barbecue thing twice just because I smelt it the first time and I was like, what is going on? And I walked back by it. I was like, oh my goodness. And out in the lobby, they set up a bar, full cocktail bar out in the lobby. The drinks are probably $25 each, but it's a full cocktail bar out there.
Psh, you don't even get, your
a lot of
cocktail with your
videos.
goddamn VIP pass? This VIP pass is lame, Eric. It's lame.
I'd trade
did see
all
a lot
that
of-
in for air conditioning.
I did see a lot of videos where the snack bars weren't open, which it was kind of interesting that you said that. And I was kind of going, they don't even have snack bars open, but it says snack bar right there. And it was
They
I
got a
think the
couple-
problem, Bobby, is that they got like 47 sections. So maybe the snack bar in section 7G is open.
No,
but the
I see
snack
like
bar
4
over
or
there is
5.
not open.
Well,
Every time they
so
went
they-
by one,
they're-
it wasn't open.
the new section isn't fully being used. So that section is open. They're using the autograph area. They have a ton of room over there, which they should have a seating area and tables out. It feels like for people to go and relax. That who cares if they have VIP or not? Have a place for people. They have it in Cleveland. Cleveland has 100 tables to sit at to eat. I don't understand that. Use the space. You got it there. Let the people, instead of sitting on a concrete floor, it's stupid. They got chairs stacked up. It's that today I saw that that didn't hit me in the right way, but
Fire the board of directors of the
So
National.
I'm hearing two things. First, I'm hearing headline. Scott says Cleveland more of the people than Chicago. That's what I'm hearing. That's the first thing I'm hearing. Second thing I'm hearing is that a national advisory committee consults with Carlos because I like the suffering of others. That's what I'm hearing. That's what I'm hearing
right now without hesitation that Cleveland's center, that IX center, is way above the convention center here. Even if both air conditioners were working.
It's bigger too, isn't it?
Wow.
The IX center, yes, they used to build tanks in it. It was a hangar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a
Yeah,
huge
it doesn't
building.
have it doesn't have the convenience of the hotels right beside.
Right.
But my understanding is the convention center in and of itself is superior
Right.
to what they've got.
But
But it's
all the
Cleveland.
hotels run shuttles all day long.
Just go to Canton, Bobby. Visit the Football Hall of Fame. You can see Joe Namath, and he can give the
Well,
speech.
that's what a lot of people are doing. You know, Bob said that on your show one night.
Yeah.
But he's not the only one that has said that. They'll, you got Canton, you got the Rock and Roll Hall of
Rock and
Fame
Roll's down
in
the street.
Cleveland.
Yeah.
I'll be and like I said, I joke about it. It's like because I visited there with my buddy's bachelor party, and here's the thing: some of those areas are actually pretty nice.
Right.
There is some decent
And the
restaurants. There are some
food
decent areas there if you want to go.
It's
Microbreweries
way
and stuff. You
cheaper.
can have some fun with it. Yeah.
The food is way cheaper and just as good. You can get a beef sandwich if you want to in Cleveland.
Mhm.
I did eat at Shaq's new chicken restaurant here that's right next door to us called Big Chicken.
Mm. And did you get a chicken sandwich at it? Because if the wrong answer in the IR will disown you. You still have to be in
Yeah,
proximity.
I did get a
Scott. Be
chicken
careful.
sandwich.
All right.
I actually got one of everything. I think everybody at our table got something different, and we all loved it.
Wow.
It was good, very good.
All right. Crisis averted. All right. Just making sure. I want to make sure. These are important questions I'm asking.
We
First one.
didn't eat with IRP the day before, but we came in right at the tail end while they were finishing at this place called Portello's, where everybody loves to go.
Barely.
I don't find it all that special. I think it's good, but I just don't like. Oh, I gotta
Can I just
go.
clip that and send it to Dave and Ed and
Yeah,
watch hilarity
Ed already
ensue?
knows. So today in our group chat was because I've been wanting to go to Big. I said yesterday I'm going to Big Chicken today. I didn't care. I got a car. I'm going to Big Chicken. And so Mike goes, if Big Chicken is not awesome, you're going to be let down. I was like, no, it just has to be okay to good to beat where we ate the last 2 days.
Wow. There you go. I like it. Scandalous, Scott. I like it. Now, Eric, now we're getting the good answers. Now we're getting to some fun that we're gonna have a little fun with it. All right, Big Scott's got a question for you. Was the C3 grading company present? I have never heard of this one.
Who?
C3.
I have no
Yeah.
idea.
Gary,
what that
you're
is.
going to have to elaborate on that one, babe. Gary.
I genuinely have no idea what that is. And Carter C was giving the right answer here. If you smelt it, you dealt it. Carter C had you, buddy.
What did
Fair
Carter
point.
C say?
If you smelt it, you dealt it.
Oh,
He's
In reference
I
to your
might
comment
have-
from earlier.
unless I was around Amish Dave. So
That could very well be. Yes. U.S. Sports Cards. Do you think they want people trading inside the show if they have chairs and tables?
well,
that's,
let me tell you,
Trading isn't really an issue. Go ahead.
not all the tables were taken. Like people, they had some no shows, but amazingly enough,
Mhm.
or they sold everything on Tuesday. You brought up a great point.
Mhm.
Those tables are taken over by the traders, by young people.
Yeah, for sure.
Out in the lobby, everywhere. You can tell people were tired of being in that crowd and being hot. The young people and their parents were out in the lobby trading. And I got to say, this year, and I've been saying it every year, more and more women in the hobby. It's awesome. I saw more women this year out on the floor, out trading, doing their thing. We need more diversity in every complexion of the hobby, and I love it.
So we've increased it from 1 to like 5 or
Well,
6?
also women of the hobby had a presence there.
12 then.
Yeah, they do. They have their own group and a YouTube channel.
There's a bunch of groups that have like gatherings and stuff in
Yeah,
between, which I think is fine. I think it's great.
They had a table there in the middle. Poor ladies. They were in the hottest part of the place, but they were there. And I'm not just saying that as like, women are there. I think we need, the more diverse we are, the more ideas we have, the better off we are as a hobby, as a group. So I love it.
I'm in favor of anybody that will take Eric's ideas further and further to the fringe where they belong. So anybody we can get, anyone, really anybody. Just saying.
Right.
T206 says Clay Cleveland. You can also visit us at Christmas Story House. If you like barbecue, give the ribs at Portello's a shot. I grew up in the south side of Chicago, and we would do the ribs every New Year's Day.
Last time I went there, U.S. Sports Cards, like we went there for dinner Wednesday night and then lunch for Thursday. I got the sausage Wednesday night. They don't even put onions and peppers on it. I was like, what is this? Yes. I was like,
did you get the VIP version?
I was like, what? It was a naked sausage on bread. I was like, what am I eating? And then that's why I said I wasn't too impressed. And then, but I did get a shake, the cake shake. Oh my God. Carlos told me to get it. Not Carlos.
I'm pretty sure I didn't say anything really.
Victor told my other Latino friend, Victor. I get y'all confused.
Basically the same. Like we're splitting hairs, yeah, no doubt.
Y'all both can't shut up about the rookie card. Victor. Victor told me about the cake shake, and that was just the best thing I've ate. Next time, you missed all the bro hugs. There was a lot of bro hugs.
Yeah, I think that's an even better. I think it's even more appealing.
Somebody said it'll be bro hugs for days, and they won't off. Like I tried to do less because once you started making fun of it, I started having like a mental thing about it, and
the whole works. Eric, the whole works.
Yeah, you did. You worked on me in it. But like Dave,
Scott, I was trying to protect you because given the humidity levels that you're talking about, the bro hug might become permanent. You might not be able to separate.
So I went to
That's
give
very
Thomas Dave
dangerous.
like the hand smack, and he's like, "No, we hug," and I was like,
What's
"Okay, we're
hand
hugging."
smack, slap across the face.
Yeah.
A
So
term of endearment.
and Bob Lewis is with him as well. So
Oh, of course.
talk to him, and you know,
Huh.
so it's been a good week. What's Beak saying here?
So this one's, check it out sometime. C3 grading, kind of a cool slab out of Florida. Fair enough.
Okay.
Thank you for sharing that.
Thank you,
540
Big.
Flips has a pertinent
Oh.
comment here. Eric is a big fan of naked sausage filled with mayonnaise.
With lots of pepper.
Mm-hmm.
I just hate this person. I'm not even sure if I don't know if it's a man. I don't know if it's a woman. I don't.
Well, we
I'm
need
not-
diversity, so it'd be preferable.
but
we should
I
think about
just-
that.
Hey, 540, I did meet some of your group this week. I know who
Wait,
you are.
you know who
Your-
540 is?
your
What?
secret is safe with me.
Scandalous.
You gotta tell me. I'll pay.
I ain't gotta tell you nothing.
$1,000.
Already told him if he needed a safe place to hide is to go to your place of work because you never go to it. So I was like, just go there.
That's the point.
That's pretty safe. That's pretty good. Carlos, for the record, you're my only Latino friend. An honor bestowed upon me, Will. An honor. Hobby Champ says, hot take. Toppings / cheese / sauce / dough. Greater
The
than
next day
sauce, toppings, cheese, dough.
I did get the beef, and I wish I would have got the ribs, but I got the beef with sweet peppers. And then I got the jumbo cheese, and I just dipped it. I'm not their beef, it lacks to me. It lacks flavor. I'm from the South, man. I like stuff spicy. You got to hit me in the face.
Well, I was gonna say you met the IRP. They didn't hit you in the face enough. Like you need more hitting in the face.
No. I like that.
All right, y'all have been. Some of you from the National are probably gonna catch some of this. Now you know when you see Scott.
Just
In the
smack me
face. The man is asking directly. He needs to be hit in the face.
Yeah, that's why
No
I did.
bro
That's
hugs,
why I
face
like,
slaps.
so like everything from Big Chicken had something. It wasn't just the chicken sandwich. It had something on it to go with it, and then it had all the sauces.
Okay,
that
I have a
you can
question.
get.
So is Big Chicken a chain of restaurants or just
It's-
a restaurant? Or what's
It looks like it started in Vegas with, I think it's two guys that own it, and Shaq's part owner. They brought him in, and now they're making it a chain. It looks like from what I was reading and looking at in the place.
Okay.
I tell it. I will give anybody. It's kind of fast food and kind of not. It's homey food, but also fast foodish. So
Wow.
you order
So
it,
Bobby,
you
what I'm
pick it up.
envisioning, the thing is, every time he kept saying Big Chicken, what I was envisioning is, Bobby, the Big Apple that we have between Ottawa and thing. I keep envisioning. I keep hoping this is a gigantic chicken. That's what I want. It's like, well, how do you find the restaurant? Look for the gigantic chicken.
That's it.
That'd be
They might
amazing.
have- It is. I think it's a Big Chicken on the sign.
Had to be.
So,
It's a start. It's a start.
but
Eventually, you got to
as
get
soon
an
as we
oversized
saw it,
gigantic
we
chicken
came
statue.
with- I said, "Oh, I got to eat there. Any place that says Big Chicken, I'm there. I love chicken." So
I thought it was like big pharma. Like it was just all these corporations out to.
I work for Big Pharma. So there you go.
Yeah, Scott's already in with Big Pharma. He's trying to get in with Big Chicken.
Big Chicken, 6
He's trying to make
legs,
those connections.
huge breasts.
There you go.
Love
Yeah.
those steroids.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
they never
I
walk
agree.
a day in their life in the cages. It's awesome.
The right thing to do it is what it is. What are you gonna listen? Big Chicken's got to do. Big Chicken's got to do.
Big
Scott.
Chicken.
What
I
do you want?
tried. So then we got deep dish tonight. We had deep dish last night, but we got it again tonight. So
So
we
pizza
have 2
pie.
pizza restaurants right here where we live, where we're staying. So
I see.
and a 7-Eleven, if you know what that is.
We have 7-Eleven here, Scott.
Okay, I don't know.
Yeah,
I didn't know
not
if
a lot
y'all
of them.
called
Not
it
a lot of them, but we do. I think Toronto has some, Bobby, and I've seen some here and there around. But
Used to
there
have
used to be,
more,
I think,
but there's
more.
less
Yeah.
now. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so.
Well,
In
they were
downtown Toronto, they've
wiped
actually
out.
got they've got a couple of them.
They were all but
Canada's-
wiped out here. We only had a handful. Like we have one of the oldest ones in my hometown, but they bought out Speedway chain, gasoline and stuff, and now they're popping up again. Everything brand new, pretty cool. So I'm happy they're back. That's why I bought my ball card this kid.
They sponsored an American cycling team back in the 80s.
Cycling or cycling or cyclocross? This is an important distinction.
Road cycling, like Tour de France.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, we knew this was going to be crazy because I think Lowe's is also where the wrestling thing is at tonight, right?
No, it's that's the Hyatt Regency for that one.
Oh, okay.
The Lowe's is the Mike O. Filmington joint.
Right.
That's where.
So you're going to have probably 100, 150 people in there for that. And then that seems to be the go-to spot for all the trade people is that hotel.
This is actually a good opportunity for me since I mentioned that Andy sent me a couple pictures. So from the Lowe's, this is not the trade night. This was the previous night where it was obviously quieter compared to this one. But let's go here. So I'll show one picture from an example of one of the ones he sent over. Now remember, this is not tonight's. This is not like the busier one. This is the quieter one. This is where it was quiet for a little bit and then people rolled in after the Car Collector 2 trade night. So this is just one of the hallways that was fitting. This is the quieter version. Obviously tonight is going to be much busier.
That's a side hallway, so that's not the lobby.
That's what I'm getting at. So what I'm explaining is that this is just one example of like a side thing on not the busier night, and just to give you a bit of a taste of what we're talking about. I'll be interested to see if some folks take some footage and stuff of like tonight when it's obviously going to be a lot busier, and we'll see how. I'm
surprised nobody's posted anything live yet from the get together.
Well, that's why I was kind of like I feel like it's a missed opportunity because you're gonna have some vlogs and stuff, no doubt. But honestly, somebody could just set up a camera for a little bit. You don't have to set it up there forever. You can just set it up for like 20 minutes or something and just do a quick spin around the room a little bit.
Yeah, well, a couple, I don't know if y'all know Four Leaf. He did a long live last night. He walked around, talked to people. And one other guy that I'm not too familiar with from Hawaii did the same thing.
Okay.
And he was actually interviewing people. I don't know him. He's a vintage guy. I don't know all those guys.
All right.
He was selling the pokey in the truck.
He's selling the pokey. That's right. All right.
I wanted to go over there, but they had a line so long.
You know how many people are going to have food poisoning and not be at the show tomorrow?
You got it.
Raw fish.
The ambulance did take somebody out for heat stroke.
Heat up.
We're gonna need to switch over. Like, so what you're saying, Scott, is I need to start thinking about maybe setting up like, do live coverage a little bit on Saturday of the casualty rates. Give people updated on the casualty counts.
I just want to set up a Gatorade stand and make my money. That's what I want to do. Can I just sit up in a corner and sell Gatorade?
Ice towels.
We're getting the updates from Michael Ham here. So prior to the ham toss, so before the ham toss hasn't kicked in yet. So right now we got the YouTube meetup. It's just in the bar area. It's just in the bar area. But other random people are in there. Yep.
Hey, Michael, if you see me tomorrow, come over and smack me in the face.
Yes.
He's into that kind of thing. Literally.
Yeah, he is. Just let
he might hit me over there by the fish if he's the fisher guy in the picture there.
Anyone who smacks Big Scott in the face, he automatically hands them a Michael Jordan rookie card.
Yeah.
So this is a great giveaway. So please seek him out at the show if you're there. Smack him right in the face, and he'll just hand you a Michael Jordan rookie card.
Yeah.
So
smack me in the face. I hope you can run faster than me limping around, but.
Take advantage of the situation.
Anyways, all of a sudden you're like, Carlos, I didn't know that many people watch your show. A lot of people were like, they were like busloads of people. Challenge accepted, Scott.
Yeah.
At least I'm not giving away crumble cookies.
Hey, listen, the crumble cookies, every day we get a little closer to the dream of the crumble cookies, my man. Every day. They officially opened today. Today is the first day they actually opened in the Canadian location here.
Maybe I'll have to go tomorrow.
I was gonna say unfortunately I have an appointment with my buddy's 40th birthday, so he's having that tomorrow. That's actually his birthday, so I'm like, all right, I'll go to your birthday. I guess. I haven't crumble cookies, but I guess I gotta go to your goddamn birthday.
Yeah, I haven't seen any yet here in the Chicagoland area.
Does he have a table? I
Well, you had fudge, so
there you
We
go.
got
figure,
fudge.
right? Okay, I gotta
And-
dip out, guys. Good talking. It's hot. I gotta go.
No worries, Bobby. Have yourself a good
Hey,
night. Thank you for
Bobby.
joining in.
Enjoy, Scott.
All right, thanks, Bobby.
See you guys. Good night.
Nice
Talk to you later,
talking
Bobby.
you.
Have a good one. Hobby Champ says you may wake up with a hangover and a new Josh Rosen collection. Amazing.
Nobody wants that.
Eric, this is the future that awaits you at the next expo. This is called foreshadowing.
Yeah,
Foreshadow.
just remember when you go to the expo, all this
He's like,
comes back around.
What? Why do I have Josh Rosen's in my hand? And why am I outside of Chopped? The other one. No.
I'm gonna put this shit. Anybody at the expo, the next expo, can get on your back to get a pony ride.
See, we got to get you to the expo and then see. It's like, all right, Eric said he's all about these pony rides. The problem
I'm
is, like,
ready
Eric,
for the
you're gonna be
pony
getting one.
ride.
It's like it's going to be very similar to what we talked about earlier tonight. It's like, so do you want us to put Scott on the scale, or do you want to live in ignorance right now? Are you better off just being like, look, I'm just going to try to mind over matter this thing. I don't even want to know.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, if I don't think about it, maybe the structural integrity of my back will hold up. Maybe I can will my way to this thing.
How tall are you?
I am 5'8".
Oh, okay. My feet won't touch the ground.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and it's like the thing is, he's 5'8" and I'm 5'9", so we're basically about the same height.
I mean, I'm only 6'2". It's not like I'm a giant or anything. There's a
Well,
lot
the
of
thing is,
people
though,
that are
now
taller.
we've already discussed the optical illusion of YouTube. You already thought Dave was 7 feet tall, and it's like that turned
I
out
didn't
to
think he
not
was
be true.
7 feet tall. I just thought he was taller than me. If I had it in my mind, and I wasn't the only one. A lot of people said that. We think his camera angle is playing that.
It's also his power. It's also the power of his personality. He's like
That might be it,
driving
too.
it at you. It can be very deceptive. It can be very deceptive. He yells at Lake Superior, and you think, man, this
And I
booming
thought
voice
it
yelling
was
at
cool
the
as
spider.
hell. He's got his daughter with him. Him and Vinny. I thought that was cool
Yeah.
as shit.
Oh, I didn't know
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Great.
They made a
Yeah,
trip
they
out
are.
of it. Yeah, they booked their own like place on the side. That's why I say they're like an hour out. So it's
Yeah.
like, so like the family can. Yeah. So here's the thing: the IRP guys are gonna attend stuff, but let's be realistic about it. They're basically gonna hang out.
Right.
They're like, if we're being realistic about it, they'll make like token appearances here, like the Terrell Davis thing. Steve, that makes total sense to me. That's
Yeah,
something
he
that
is.
he'd go out of his way to plan to do that specifically.
I was so
and I'm
happy
sure
he
they'll be on
was
the
so
floor for some
happy. Right.
yeah, so I'm he the pro move though is to like ignore your idol. That was really easy.
I met a guy who did that. Yeah.
It was great. I slept in. It was wonderful. I enjoyed it. Hey, listen,
Well,
Carlos is sleep. Carlos
Carlos
is sleep
is
supersedes.
tomorrow.
I'm sorry. Well, no, it's worse. So Scott, I don't know if you ever heard the story. So our mutual buddy Brad has a lot of connections with a lot of different things, including the show and whatever. Obviously, he does the PSA Canada thing, but in addition to that, he, they sponsor part of the expo, but he has a great connection with Menzie as well, the show promoter, and a lot of that. So again, it's good to have friends who know people who can make things happen.
Yeah.
He didn't say anything specific, but he goes, "Oh, Carlos, for the Medano thing, it's like, come at this time, and it's like, and I may have, and there may be a surprise for you." And then I said, "What time is it?" And I think was it like 11 or 10:30 or something like that.
10, it was like 10 something. Yeah.
Yeah, I was like 10, and I said, "Yeah, I'm not attending that." I told Brad, and Brad didn't believe me. He was like, "There's no way," and I go, "Yeah, it's the morning. Hell no, I'm gonna be in bed. I'm gonna go have brunch." He goes, "Dude, I don't care. I don't care if it's the second coming. I don't care if it's Jesus Christ. You wait until I'm out of bed, not a moment before."
This is what I deal with.
It happens, man. I don't know what to tell you. Priorities,
I
bro.
was trying to see if anybody had a live on. kept getting notifications.
I kept checking. Honestly, I don't see anything. That's what.
Yeah, I don't see anything
I
either.
said it earlier. I've been genuinely surprised that not too many people. It looks like Ham just started one. Yeah, Ham just started one. I see one.
Okay.
Yeah, so at least somebody, maybe because Ham's in her chat. At least he took the hint. Somebody at least did it. He's like, he's got it all to himself.
Right.
So there you go. Good on you, Ham. Good on you.
Yeah. One good thing about tonight is they do a group like YouTube. We do a yearly YouTube picture. I'll miss that, but You
Oh,
know,
is that what they were planning? So tonight was that a one that we're going to do that one? I thought they did
yeah.
it on the show
So at
floor.
Comison's every year, we started that
Oh,
in 2019, I think.
okay.
So it's kind of like our yearbook photo, whatever, class reunion photo, whatever you want to call it.
All right,
So, and
all
again,
right.
and everybody wants to see how bigger, who's still in it, who's out, whatever, all that stuff. So it's kind of, you know, the rotation. So
Let's just have Photoshop you in. Just like
yeah,
Photoshop you into, but
most of the time
Photoshop you in like a
I
weird
stand in the
spot.
back. I just stand in the back and put my hand up in the air so everybody can see me.
Mm, I like it. I like it.
I wear my Expos hat, so it's easy to spot.
There you go, Scott. Let me ask you this question. And like I said, folks in the chat, if there's anything you'd like to ask, he's obviously been to the national here. So if you got any questions about that, by all means, feel free to ask. Um, Based on what you've experienced at this one, are you going to make any? You're going to the national again because again, Stockholm, and it's beyond hope now.
Yeah,
Um,
I agree with
is there
that.
any?
Yeah.
Is there anything you would change planning wise now with some information that you got on this one? Anything that you would adjust and be like, maybe I'll approach this a slightly different way next time. I'll do this the same, but maybe I try something a little different with this.
Well, I think this year I realized I don't have to be there the whole time it's open. In years
Mm.
past, I feel like if I wasn't there the whole time, it was time wasted. And I've heard other people say that. But if you're really narrow in what you're looking for, you'll get used to the layout of the show and where certain people are at the show, and you know where to look. Um, it's much more to show I need to look at. So now I'm looking for Johnny Bench cards where I was looking for more of non-sports stuff or modern cards with Pete Alonso. So I need to go to a different section tomorrow looking for Johnny Bench cards.
Now, Scott, if I
You just,
teach you the ways of having people, then you
I
have
do.
ascended to the next realm.
I get pictures all day long from where stuff is at. I don't even have to go, and I get pictures.
But the key is, Scott, do they also then buy the thing?
They will if I ask them,
That
but I
that
don't want to
that
ask
but
them.
Scott,
I
that's the
just
next
ask them.
logical step. Eventually, you will contract this out remotely, and then you don't actually have to go like a peasant.
Right.
I'm just
So,
saying, not from experience or anything, but I'm saying.
so Mike,
I'm saying.
Mike just told me that train night is crazy. He just sent a message.
Yeah, there you go.
See if he's got a
Wait,
picture
Michael
with it.
Ham or Mike Baseball Collector? Which Mike are we talking about now? Or
We're
Mike O?
talking about Mike.
See, the problem is we have too many mics now. we have a
Yeah,
confusion
we
issue
do.
with Mike.
And I'm
Mics.
actually a Mike as well. So that's the
There you
scary
go.
part.
There you go. But all right, fair enough. I hear you.
I'm watching, the Ham live thing, and it's just, there's just people sitting. I mean, there's not. You expect people to be sitting up against the wall, and making deals. There's people just sitting in the middle of the floor of the hallway of this hotel. Like,
Yeah. So if they're in the
you can't sit
hallways,
in the middle of the floor. That's
right?
just where
So
people walk.
like in the hallways, to be fair to these people, but they're in the hallways. That is not where. That's where the conference rooms are. That's where the ballrooms are. That's not to the elevators going up to the rooms. So to be fair, again, it's not in the customer's way. I would almost say what we did over the last few years, where we go into, all of us YouTubers walk into one of the restaurants and just, or bars, and just take it straight over. Could be more, it could be a worse thing because nobody else is going to be able to go in there and get a drink. They can, but it's tough.
Yeah, that would be more disruptive. Like I said, I think a lot of it is to each their own because I get the general idea, and I won't speak for I'll only speak for myself. But let's use the example from the expo. So Eric, you've attended like the thing. There's some douchebag floating head guy. He has like a thing at the expo at the Jack Astor's. So that's like one gathering. They also do a dinner before the show starts with Hobby Insider folks. So that's the message board that a bunch of the hockey guys ended up on. So they've got that. So those are two more like gathering kind of thing and that kind of thing. My approach has always been that I've got a handful of people that I'll go and have dinner with, and sometimes I'll rotate around. I'll go have dinner with this group this time around, and go have dinner with this group at this time around. But
Mhm.
like, and Eric's experienced this one. So like the chop one is a good example. That's
Yeah.
a group of people, but it's not like it's like what 10 people or ish, give or take,
Yeah,
maybe
I
a little
guess,
more. Yeah. So it's like basically you get like a big old table or a couple of tables, but it's the amount of people that you can still conceivably talk to every single person at the table for a little bit of time.
right.
The one, and this is like I'm being serious. One of the caveats, one of the things that actually makes that whole thing with the national less appealing to me is like, yeah, okay, there's a bunch of people you want to talk to. The problem is it's a math problem. I've only got a certain amount of time. So if I
Right.
talk to all of y'all, it's basically hi bye ships in the night because that's about how much we've got time for. You can't
Yeah.
actually have any kind of a real conversation with more than a handful of people because you just run out of time.
And I'll be honest, during the day at the show, like when you first get there Wednesday, Thursday, you're kind of looking for people in
Yeah.
your YouTube community group, whatever
Yeah.
that you want to talk to. But by Thursday or Friday, you felt like you wasted so much time on the floor by doing that. You're start trying to avoid these people and trying to get to see things. I, I hate that. I hate that feeling. I don't want to have that feeling.
It becomes a balancing act. But I'm actually
Right.
being serious. It becomes a weird
It
balancing
does.
act. So real quick, I'll
Because
just touch on this.
we
We
don't
did
have
catch
all
that. We
the,
did catch that, Mike. Good job on going live.
yeah, awesome.
But
Uh,
it's a weird balancing act, Scott, because now it creates a problem where now you have to make a decision. You're also there. So again, even if it's not just about the cards, it's also about the cards because you're in this friggin' room full of cards. It's like
right.
I'd like to conduct a little business as well.
But
Well, the problem is
that's
there's
what,
still 24 hours in the day. However, we want to play this.
yeah, and that's the thing is, and me and Mike had talked about this. You know, everybody talks about, well, I want to go see my friends. I want to go see people that I haven't met, and that's all well and good. I do too. But I also want to go to the card show. That's what I'm going. I'm going to the National Card Convention. It doesn't say and friend show. Love,
Could,
I
could,
love.
could we add and friendship to the end of
It
the
should.
show,
It
Eric? That'd be
should. The way people
amazing.
promote it, and I would be all for it. I love seeing all these people. You only get to see them once a year, if that. You talk to them all the time. You converse very little with some of them. You wish you could do more. Like Mike Canadian Cards. I wish that man was in my life all the time. He's a great person. I don't get
Right.
to talk to him that much, but I got to see him last night. So that was very, that's one person I always want to see when I come to the show.
Right.
And everybody else, I hate to say that, not say other people's names, but there's a lot of people that I do want to see. I want to see everybody, but like you said, that is impossible to do.
Yeah. It's also not quality time. Like I
Right.
said. So Eric, are you getting what I'm kind of implying with this? Because I
Oh,
want to approach the conversation. It's about seeing people, yes, but I feel like I prefer quality time with people that I would actually like to talk to. That's why I like the dinners. My buddy Steve is one who I generally will have dinner at the expo. At least one of the nights. I'll be like, all right, what do you want to do? Friday or Saturday? Which one do you want to do? And we'll go have dinner, and it'll be a table of us. I had Yannick along with it one time, and he came with me in a couple of these different ones. But it was different groups of people. When we had the chance, we went and had dinner with Brad and those folks. That was a
Right.
different group of people, and we were able to have a quality time and conversation with those people.
And you very rarely talk about cards. That's the cool thing.
Yeah.
You get to know the people when you get to do that. When you see them on the floor, you tend to talk about cards or whatnot. When you, like last night, it was a more of a casual, social. So you tend to go, so what do you do for a living? Hey, you have, wife, whatever, kid. You tend to learn something more in depth of the person. Getting a little emo Scott now. So
The emo Scott now.
and that's the part I really love. And then also I make connections for my Let's Talk show where I get to really talk to people or, at least get to start talking to them in a social manner online in the interweb world.
Right.
I'd rather make the connection in person to see if I even want to go down that route,
Sure. No, I think that makes sense. That's why I say it's a weird mix because I do get it, but it almost and this is actually a conversation I was having the other day just about this as the national had started. I think it might have been with Andy. I forget, but I'm pretty sure it was with Andy. But I basically said, has it become so big that you almost break your ability to do what I just talked about. You've created so much stuff. There's so many dealers, so much space, so many cards, so many opportunities to try to talk to all these people that you actually don't successfully spend much quality time with very many people at all. And it's like, yeah, you got to talk to 500 people, but how much did you actually talk to them more than hi, bye, and
And
like that's about it.
and that's the thing. You have to make time for the people you want to, which leaves out the people that could be somebody you in the future want to have a conversation with.
Sure.
I like to leave doors open, not closed. And so I just I feel like, you know, those opportunities are there. And I've been asking that question, Carlos, about the show. Can the show be too big since I've seen the show floor? And everybody said no, but now I'm starting to hear yes this week.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think that's where my whole thesis about the regional show as the for somebody like me, it makes more sense for me to target some of these shows, and then I could be like, hey, so and so, I'm going to be there. And if we're going to that show, it's a hell of a lot easier to be like, hey, let me meet up with this handful of people and spend a little time chatting while still attending the show.
Let's be honest. Most shows are set up, even if it is a 2-day, 3-day weekend show, for you to see everything in one day. It's just set up so people can come on a different day. It's not really set up for you to fly in and have a whole weekend to go 3 days. Mm-hmm. You know, Chantilly, I can easily see that whole show in one day. But I do like 2, so I can see the whole show and then shop it relaxing manner, not be in a mad rush and try to remember where I saw everything. Because it is big enough where I like to see everything before I start purchasing. I didn't even go in with that even hope this year at this show. Wednesday was to get a lay of the land just to see where everything was at after I did the corporate stuff. And then I just kind of broke it in sections and worked the sections. And that's all I did.
Yep. Go ahead, Eric. You were going to say something?
Yeah, it's just, you know, the larger the show, the less likely you'll see everything. But unless you have endless amounts of money at these larger shows, after 2 or 3 aisles, you're out of cash anyway.
Right.
And you still have 20 more aisles to go.
And my thing with that, Eric, is like, that's why I take my time. Like, I prioritize what I was looking for this year. My number one was Carrie Fisher. And I wanted her in a slave in a slave outfit.
Yep.
And I'd rather have a picture than a card. I hit that. And the darndest thing is I walked by that table twice before I saw it on the third time I walked by it. Because I came by that table, that display, in 2 different angles and didn't see, because it was on a corner, I didn't see the display case full of Star Wars 8x10 graded, authenticated stuff. Mm-hmm. And it had some amazing things in that. And I'll go back by there and just see if there's anything else that catches my eye. But they said a guy came 3 times this week, kept having them pull it out to think about it. And then you
don't want to have people pulling them out, Eric. There are laws against this kind of thing.
Yeah. I got asked to leave Canada because I didn't understand that policy.
There were a lot of policies he was violating, and pulling things out was one of them.
Yeah. So they said that guy's going to be pissed because I bought it. I told him, you give me the right price, I'm walking. I got cash. Will you give me a price?
But Scott, that's exactly it. That's why by aisle 3, I'm out of money, because I go up there with a list. Okay. When I go to Toronto, I have a list. I have like, take 10 things on the list. Right. And that's what I'm there to get. I might see other things I like, but I am there to get 1 through 10. And when you go to, if all I do is collect vintage hockey, and you're going to the mother of all vintage hockey shows, right, I can find those 10 things in the first 3 aisles.
Right. And I understand that. And I mean,
when I see them. So I'm out of money by the end of aisle 3.
And I can tell you, if I saw the Princess Leia on Wednesday when I walked by that table, I'd probably be in the same boat right now, but I didn't. And I was going to not buy any cards until today was going to be the last day I looked for it. And then tomorrow I was going to start sitting doing boxes and everything else. So I told my friends, like, because the Pete Alonso thing is impossible. I just let everybody know I'm looking for it, and I get pictures and people telling me where to find. So that's how I'm looking for that now. That's where I'm at on that.
Mm-hmm.
And so today I had everybody looking for Princess Leia stuff, and I found this on my own. I was going to the RBI guys, and because I heard they had a card, and I wanted to go see it, and I saw this, and I thought it was when I priced pictures before, to be honest, and I thought it would be twice as much as this one was going to be after they took the discount off. Because you don't buy a sticker. That's for suckers.
Right.
There you go. So Scott, I was going to show you, since we talked about that wrestling one. I'm keeping an eye on one of the folks that are doing their stories. I appreciate when people make the social media posts because it helps us kind of see a little bit, so we can touch on it. All right, so here's one example. So right now, this is one of the posts from about an hour ago. So it's going down. So right now, you got a table full of some wrestling going on right there, a bunch. And I can see from here, you got some of the autographs, you got some of the golds, you got some of the various parallels for the Panini stuff. So a lot of the WWE stuff. Whole table full of it. So this is where a lot of that stuff's winding up. It's the hoarders. It's the wrestling card hoarders. So if they're doing a trade night of that stuff, then I can see where a lot of that stuff's winding up. Here's the thing. Like I said, I'm not even saying it's a jest. I genuinely have no interest in ever attending a national ever. I will say, though, that an event like that, for a wrestling card guy who's interested in that niche and that genre, that is interesting.
Right.
But that's a very specific thing.
You know what? I did not see an AEW card at the show today.
I have them all, Scott.
Well, because it's been so long since they've sold the boxes of them. Yeah. They're already in collections.
But Scott, like, here's the thing: we say it in jest, but like that's not far from the truth. Like,
right?
Because I said earlier tonight that I had that card that I was shooting for this week during the national, so it ended on Wednesday, and I had a snipe in. So I set up. I'm crossing my fingers. I was going to be aggressive, and I'll share what I paid for and everything. Because I don't care. It's fine by me. So this is the card. So there's Britt Baker, the Dennis PC. It's the autograph, but it's the out of 5. So it's the out of 5 version for this one. So I only have a handful left in that check. The checklist was 3 cards. That's all that's left that I don't already have. And I know
you're looking for them, so I can tell you right now, you got a guy at this show that if he sees those, he's going to take a picture and send it to you to see if you need it bought.
Yeah, let's play a little game. Let's play a little game for the uninitiated. So this was open auction. This was on eBay. This is from COMC Consignment. So it was on COMC. I had seen it there for a while. But then when they finally shifted to auction, I go, all right, this is my chance to finally actually, because the price they had it on was like $900. And I'm like, hell no, that ain't happening. But when they put it in auction, I go, all right, well, I got my chance. So we're going to find out what the market's going to bear on this one. All right, what did it finish at? This is open auction on eBay.
$325.
All right, Eric, what did it finish at?
$280.
All right. So you got 280, you got 325. Those are your guesses. All right. Lock in. $532.
I win. The showdown.
My Price is Right rules, exactly. it was ridiculous. But it's because it's the out of 5, and to Scott's point, they just dried up. Like the problem is like they're not there. I don't have. Oh, if you missed this one, go get the other. Which other one?
Right.
Which other one? Like I would have bought the other one if there was a chance to buy another one.
I can tell you that's what I should have done with the one, my last, Pete Alonso, because I'll never see this card again. I won't. I will not see it again, and I know it. Oh well.
Yeah, and like I said, for me, I can't. That's very aggressive. That's a lot of money. But here's the thing: I can't find that at the national. You don't have it.
No, I have not seen. I have not seen an AEW card. Well, I bought, like I said, the first card I bought at this show was on eBay. I bought it this morning before I went to the show.
So the good news for me, Scott, is the $2,000 I saved on the hotel, because that's what the hotel bill would have been. It was $2,000. The $2,000 that I saved on the hotel, I put a quarter of it towards a card I actually wanted.
You know how much I paid for the Airbnb?
And if you're good, just give me a thumbs up.
You know how much I
Miss-
paid for my Airbnb?
$150.
$245. $240.
Andy, good evening. How are you?
How much you paying?
$240 to stay for the week
That's
at the
pretty good.
Airbnb.
That's pretty good. Carlos, I got your text. I rushed up to say hello. I would send you. I just took a picture of downstairs. I'm gonna
Mhm.
text this to you, and you can.
Sure, yeah, by all means, by all means.
This
Are you
is.
staying at Lowe's, Andy? How you doing? I'm Scott, by the way.
Hi, Scott. Are you here? Were you downstairs?
No, sir. My friends all are. My friend is Mike O, and
Oh yeah, I just
I'm
was
staying
talking
with-
to Mike. Yep.
yeah, Mike and Ed. That's who I'm staying with.
Awesome.
Carlos,
Yeah.
do you see
My
Ham's
back's hurting too bad.
Hold on, right here.
Do I look
So
warm and
Michael Hans-
overheated? I'm sure.
Michael Hand says they're kicking us out of the Lowe's.
Oh yeah, Mike.
That-
I just
that
talked
was-
to Mike. Mike's down there now. Yeah.
Yeah. So this was Mike Ham here, and said they're kicking
He's-
us out of the
I don't
Lowe's
think they
hotel.
get kicked out till midnight our time, but you never know.
Well, that's what. But Ham's saying they are kicking him out. So
Oh, like at this very moment.
apparently, yeah, I just got that message just a second ago.
Here,
Wow.
I just sent you a picture
They
of.
said Andy's gone. We're done. It's over. Good night.
Are you enjoying yourself, Andy?
I'm telling you, I'm having a blast.
Ed was
stuff.
looking for you. I'm glad you got to see him today.
Yeah, absolutely. We
and
I
I
just
did,
talked
and
to,
Andy, I did say to you already separately, but kudos on the content. It's looking good. The video. The
well,
first
I
video
have
was solid.
I am lucky because I have a son who is a professional videographer. So we're trying to do the right thing and put some stuff out. And we're
Nice.
today we saw some. I wish this is kind of sentimental in a way, but my dad's not here anymore, and some of the
Right.
stuff that I saw today was like you can hold a Babe Ruth game used bat from 11 to 1. You can get in line and hold this bat. They have a league of their own. The girls team, their stuff. They have a game used Japan Tour Lou Gehrig jersey. It's astonishing of the stuff that is here. It's like a museum. It's like a walking museum. If it wasn't so freaking hot, that's Lowe's. That's the hallway.
Yeah, I wanted to show. So this is the image that Andy just sent me. So that's what I said. So thank you, Andy. I appreciate you keeping me in the loop. Andy and I have kind of gone back and forth. We sent text messages. He's kind of keeping me in the. So I said, Scott, I've been keeping an eye on y'all. I got eyes and ears on the
I'm glad.
ground.
Yeah,
People are telling me
I-
things.
I've let down everybody with my content while I'm here, but man, I'm hurting. So
Yeah, no, it's fair. It's fair. But yeah, no, you can see like it doesn't surprise me, and it was funny because before Andy, correct me if I'm right because it's been a while now.
Sure.
I think I had booked the Lowe's Hotel originally.
You
and we had
did.
talked about
You
it.
you
Yeah.
were the you.
I was the influencer.
did this to me. You did this to me. Carlos texts me. He goes, "Hey, FYI, Lowe's is open now for the national, and
It was. This was a factual statement at the time.
So he sends me his information, and me,
Mhm.
like the follower that I am, booked the room.
See,
And
Eric, I am an influencer.
The funny thing is I booked the room with 2 double beds, and as we're going closer and closer, I figured it's just gonna be me and Tyler coming. And as we get closer and closer, he goes, "Hey, I think I would like to come with Dan because they have a fantasy football channel and they're on all the social medias. And wouldn't it be cool if we went to the National Card Convention, walked around, and actually like kind of melded it together, like talk to people about fantasy football and the card collecting and everything else?" And I'm getting away from it for a second, but they just did a video that is, I wish I would have came up with it. They broke a box of Prism 2022, and it was like they each had half the box, and it was like a snake draft. So they had to pick 1 quarterback, 1 running back, 2 wide receivers, and a flex. So whoever can make the best team out of those cards, they would actually save it and then use it during the season. And then Tyler was talking about like the card collecting aspect. So it was really cool. Anyway, getting back to it, I've had the only hotels available for them was a Holiday Inn. So we did that. And luck, I was able to switch my room to a king. But that's beside the point. But Carlos is to blame, actually, for me being there.
Andy, when you're right, you're right. Like I
I
can't
usually
deny- I
find
can't-
some reason to blame him for something every day.
But it was very, very.
and I find a reason every day to feel bad about it. This is my look of being despondent. So like Scott, you have multiple versions. This is despondent, Carlos. It looks a lot like indifferent, Carlos, but trust me, it's despondent, Carlos. I am inconsolable right now. You can't even tell.
Oh, I could
I'll be right
tell.
back. I got to get a charger.
Go for it. Go for it.
But-
But no, Andy, a pleasure chatting with you. It's been fun, and I do appreciate you keeping me in the loop. I was joking with Scott earlier tonight, is that it's like I've enjoyed living vicariously through the various content and the pieces, but it has also convinced me I'm never attending the national ever. I have, unless someone literally cuts a check and pays me.
I will tell you this: where Lowe's is, it's about a 10-minute walk.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Okay.
By the time I left my hotel to the time I got to the convention center front door, I was soaking wet. It was
Right.
like 95, 90, like 95%, 90. And then you go in and you're like, did they not discover air conditioning in Chicago? And I'm like, the guy who runs Leaf, help me.
Brian Gray? Brian Gray?
He put out the best tweet. He goes, if you're coming to the National, treat it like you're going to the beach. Wear shorts, sandals, a tank top. It was incredible. And today, it was a little better. I'm joking on my video. It's like throwing a lawn chair off the Titanic, but we'll take it. It worked a little bit better. But it's, of course, with the last couple of days, I'm sure they'll get it right. But it is just by 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. Scott could probably vouch for this if you probably didn't talk about it already. You can't walk. You just can't walk.
Andy, we were talking about this earlier in the show, and one of the points I was making was, you probably remember this, is that 2 years ago, we were hearing all the same things about how hot it was, the lack of air conditioning, the poor quality, how miserable it was. And then we went to Atlantic City last year. Everyone loved the air conditioning there. They hated Atlantic City.
Right.
No
Wi-Fi either.
Right. No Wi-Fi. So that was last year's complaint. Now, this is 2 Chicago shows in a row where people are completely miserable because of the heat and the body heat and what can be done about this? Who is running this show and signing these contracts and allowing this to happen?
Okay, so here's what I heard when I was talking to, excuse my dings, it's Tyler texting me. So at this moment, Tyler is somewhere in Chicago, where I do not know.
That's a dangerous city. You better know.
Trust me, he's with 2 of his friends, so I just don't want to call at 4 a.m. Hey, I need some. But Mike Ham or Hobby Champs, the actual the connection. I am on internet from the room, so keep your fingers crossed. I have my phone ready to go on the hotspot, but so far, so good. From what I'm hearing from the dealers, and you'll hear this, they are going to they're voting on this. Like they vote every year of what to do, and they have their list of complaints and their what it is. I'm hoping that next year when it's taken over by a different organization, it will change. I do not know what goes into it. I think, it's like that, is it sold to the lowest bidder or what happens or who does? I don't know.
I can give a little bit of insight on that. Only because our everybody's personal friend Geoff interviewed one of the guys that does work with the national guys who was doing it with the old regime and is also doing a new regime. And he did touch on what the process was. I assume they're going to use a similar process, but they could change it. I don't know. So dealers are part of like your committee, so to speak. They get it. But you also have votes, right? You also have that part of it too. But what happens is the different places give presentations. So first step is you have to have bidding cities. So first you start off with whatever list of potential. They do the presentations, and then
I'm still here, Carlos. Keep talking.
No worries. And they say we've narrowed it down to like 3 or 4 options, or whatever the case is going to be. And then the idea is y'all vote on the options. Here are the options. Here are the pluses. Here are the minuses. This is the information we have from them. This is what they're offering. And the key, though, is that the first group of people that are watching the presentations control which options you have. So that's really important because depending on which options you have, that can affect what people are end up voting for. Because what if a great option didn't make the cut and you don't get to vote for it at all, whether it was a good option or not, because you never got to see it? So that's the number one.
I think you're right, and I think like I was reading the Atlantic City, like they're putting their bids in for 2026. Atlantic City didn't get it, not yet.
Yep.
It's
Yep.
between Atlanta, Atlantic City, and maybe even back here, one other. But I read somewhere, and it's all, I don't know if it's true, that like Atlantic City is saying they're going to give $1,000 to every dealer. They're going to pay
Scott
for
mentioned something to that effect. Yeah.
right? So there ours is that Atlanta. Atlanta's the other one, which wouldn't be bad at all.
That's the home of Geoff. That's near Georgia. That's in Georgia. Geoff would be in his. Geoff is probably like Atlanta.
I was in. This was
Scott,
amazing.
if you're good, just give me a thumbs up.
There's Mike. This was amazing. We're walking around. I'm pretty sure I got it. There was a line of people going to see Jeff to make trades with him. It was amazing. It was really amazing. But what I do like is, and Scott, I think you could to make sure I'm on point here. They kind of have it set up where all the corporate is in one area, right? And then they have all the grading in one area, and then dealers are just dispersed throughout. They have the big breaking pavilion, so it's pretty it's large, but it is discernible on where you can go.
They split the corporate into two areas this year. So you got it on the new side, which is all the new corporate stuff. Mm-hmm. And then they got the old stuff, old corporate, the guys that have been there before. Mm-hmm. And then grading is split into two sections as well. So this book.
Yeah, Fanatics has. I mean, I'm sure Scott told you all the different things about the different places that have the big presence there, and the dealers. There's one question. I don't want to go in front of like asking questions. I know Carlos, that's you, but some of the dealers, when we went up to them, it's because I'm one of those guys. I have a microphone. Tyler's there with the mic. There's a camera guy. They're very anxious to know, or it's like, who are you with? What are you doing? What are you saying? But they're very open to talking to you about it because they want to like just talk to you about what they're selling and what, so that's kind of cool.
Yeah, for sure.
So Andy, have you been throughout the whole 4 show yet?
Probably 3/4. Yeah, probably 3/4. It's funny. I have a terrible sense of direction. So I'm like, let's go where we weren't before. So I think I just have to go. It sounds like we're going like to Oz, beyond the Breaker Pavilion, like that spot that goes beyond. It's Scott, I'm sure has told you, it is humongous. And I get lost. Like I told like at 3:00, I'll head back to the room and I go, Tyler, how do I get out of here? Because just keep going that way till you can't go any farther. But I get turned. It's easy to get lost. It's so big.
Mm-hmm. You're mostly basketball, right?
Mostly basketball. I'm probably 85%. I dabble into football now a little bit because that's what Tyler's into, but right. I was all basketball, and some of that stuff there is unbelievable.
Well, I was going to ask you, are you seeing as much basketball as you thought you're going to see here, or
it's a lot of I'm sure you said a lot of vintage stuff, which is to me is just so fun to look at.
Right.
Not as much modern as I thought I would see.
Me and my friends have been talking about a downturn at these shows of modern basketball. That's why I was asking.
And I will tell you this: we were at the trade night last night here. We got down there early. They had the trade night at the official trade night from
Card Collector 2. Card Collector 2.
And I talked to a dealer, and he said, "Don't go." He goes, "It's a madhouse. It's crazy and everything else." I'm like, all right. So we went down to Lowe's at 8:00. We went in the back, and there was a table. Like there's some people like with tables. So we literally set up at a table, and then about a half hour after the official one, they started filing into Lowe's, and it wasn't like what I just showed you, but it was probably there about 1:00 in the morning. But I just couldn't believe the amount of people, the amount of cards, the amount of money. Mm-hmm. And there's certain, to get back to what Scott does, certain cards are selling very well. Mahomes, Jalen Hurts, Justin Fields, those modern cards, Jared Goff, they're all, they'll take them right off your hands. Last night we sold a Josh Allen, a Joe Burrow, Jalen Hurts, a Steph Curry rookie card, a Ja Morant auto, and I think a Zion. I think it was 6 or 8 cards, but literally in 2 hours they were like, and I. The cool thing was too, the people were there. They know what they want. They know what the costs were. It was really not a big deal. It was like, well, the last comp was this, the last comp was that, and I would go literally like probably 10% under. They'd be like, okay, good, they move on. So it was nice. It was easy going. But the rumor of shutting down trade nights at hotels was, I believe, we could say a little bit exaggerated, at least at Lowe's.
Okay, sounds fair. Now let me kind of ask you this kind of question then, because you talked about how, and I believe you got in this time around. You have the media credentials on this one, yeah?
Correct.
Yeah, for sure. And like I said, good job on the actual content itself. And I like so far what I'm seeing, and I'm looking forward to some of the future pieces. I think one of the things, and I was talking with Scott, and I want to get your take on this. I was telling him that at the end of the day, this is the biggest show. It is the Super Bowl. But let's actually extend the analogy, because I didn't do this with you, Scott, but we can actually take this. Let's extend the analogy. The Super Bowl is a football game that most people will never watch live. They'll watch it on TV because, like, you can watch the Super Bowl on TV. But the people actually in the stands, yeah, there are fans in the stands, but unless you win the lottery for a Super Bowl thing, the average rank and file NFL fan is not the one who's in there. It's Jay-Z. It's the upper crust. It's those folks who are getting those seats. Absolutely. Or families of the players or something. Somebody who has a hookup of some kind. The National isn't like that, but at the same time, bigger for the sake of bigger. You reach a point of diminishing return is the way that I would present it to you. And I think that you, based on what you have collectively described to me, is it sounds like diminishing returns. And what I mentioned to Scott before you came on, Andy, is I said, part of what I'm looking at, now here's the problem. Like you mentioned about influencing. I got to be honest with you, Andy. Like I got what you're saying, but like I'll be honest. One of the key factors in my choosing to not do it anymore is I went on YouTube and I saw like why the National's still not worth attending, and I changed my mind. I was done. I was like, no, you know what? This guy's making some good points. You know what? Screw this. I'm out.
You know what's funny about that, and I get it. And I went actually today.
I turned it on him, Eric. I used the Uno card.
I was just downstairs. I had a great conversation with the one and only Mike, baseball collector, with filming will become a friend of mine. Mike, Picker Jim found me, and I go, you're that guy, Snoop. You're that guy. And we were laughing about. Look, is it worth spending the money for the week at the hotel just to go in and say I did it? I don't think so. I mean, I can't say it is, but for me, it is, because I'm doing it for different reasons. If that,
it was just perfect that I had the video.
Right.
I went into the video.
I
thought it'd be perfect. Because I have reverse Uno'd you, Andy. Perfectly executed.
Well, Andy,
that's why I host
what
this
they were
damn
trying to
show.
tell
I
you.
got these skills. That I use for the right moment, like that.
Right.
It was great. I saw Eric from those back page. I'm sure he may know who I think some people.
You should have him show you his 52
Eric
handle.
knows who you are.
They look at me and they're like, wait a second. And I go, hey, I just want to say congratulations on your big trade I saw. And and he was very, 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 very nice. But and everybody is. And I told him there was nothing. It was nothing malicious against it. And I said it was actually very good for me, because it kind of opened my eyes to a lot of things. And I talked to everyone. People know that by now. But I mean, and Scott will tell you, it costs money. We drove, because it was 3 of us.
Right.
12-hour drive. I was lucky enough that I had enough points that I could, the hotels were pointed. And then yesterday's trade night basically, financed the trip. Going to get some good content out of it and everything else. But I see people, I talk to them when we're walking around, and they're like, we came up for the day. We came up for 6 hours. It cost them, very minimal amount of money. But if you're coming from, say, the Great White North, it's going to cost you a little bit of money. Why are you coming? And if it makes sense, then great.
Yeah.
And that's an awesome point. That's a great point.
For sure. And kind of what I was saying to I'm having fun with it, obviously, but
sure.
And it's become more entertaining to be like, all right, so here's the live stream of us, not at the National.
Right.
You two are at the National. I'm not. My AC works, just so you know. You're welcome. But the thing is that I said that, like, depending on what you're actually trying to accomplish, and I use the expo here as an example. What I do at the expo, because there are events more similar to the get-togethers, the gatherings of that larger group of people. I never attend those. I'm just not into them. They're not my thing. However, I've got a handful of folks that I'll go. I know a lot of folks around the show, so I'll go and say, hey, hey, hey. But at a certain point, you cross a threshold where even if you want to chat with folks, if there's too many folks to chat with, you lose quality time. Yeah, I got to talk to. You can list off all the people you talked to, but what did you say? You said, "Oh, hey, how's it going? Hey, it's going good. How is the family? Great. Okay, see you later." Not much of a conversation. That's where when we have the show here, I'll go and have dinner with some friends, and it tends to be a table of people, and we have enough time to actually be able to have a conversation with everybody at the table. That's quality conversation, quality time. It's a hell of a lot easier though if you're thinking more regional show style. Like if I wanted to go down stateside, I'd probably get more bang for my buck picking and choosing a couple of regional shows a year and attending those. I could do the Philadelphia one. I go, hey Andy, I'm going to the Philadelphia.
Well, that's the thing I was going to mention. It's a good point. The Philadelphia show now, Scott. I don't know if you ever came down to the Philly show.
No.
See,
he's so horrified. He ran.
You got enough of you. No more questions.
The Philly show is huge. It's huge.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like national huge, but it's grown into a monster show. So
yeah,
I get it. Like we were talking about that before. Regional shows. I get this is like, I don't want to say overkill because I think it's an awesome show, but it's humongous. It's humongous.
Yeah, but let's face it though, Andy. If I did do the Philly show, I would be like reach out to you and a few of the other folks I know in Philly, and I'd be like, hey guys, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go try to visit this XYZ. Want to go have dinner after?
Yeah.
Go have dinner and some drinks after, and then there you go. If I see you while we're on the show floor or we're walking for a bit, cool. But I can be doing my thing.
You can stay with me if you. I mean, that's the thing too with stuff like that. That's more of a, you go there and it's kind of like with Tyler with me for this.
Your phone rejects you, Scott. What's going on? You're losing it.
I'm having getting texts from Lowe's right now, so just see what's going on.
Oh, it's all right, Scott. I just want to make sure we acknowledge.
Now, Scott, have you ever been to the Philly show?
I have not. I keep making plans and they fall through, or Mike's working or whatever. So
now, are you in Texas with Mike? Are you in that?
No, Mike O. I mean,
Mike O. He's close in Baltimore, right?
Yeah,
he's in Philly.
So the Philly show. So just to the point that we're making, Andy, with the Philly show, I could chat with you. I could talk with Mike O. I could figure out maybe something with Ed or whatever, and that's a possibility. And then conversely, the Dallas show, there's some folks I know, Bronco 79 Steve. Like there's scenarios where I could pick and choose some shows around certain places and be like, all right, I'm going to meet up with XYZ. I'll reach out to, if they're around, great. If they're not, that's fine. But otherwise I can still visit the show. I can still check out what I need to check out. All right, guys, so I'm free for dinner and drinks after, blah, blah, blah. Go hang out for a couple of nights and visit. It's like, but it's like dinner and drinks is where it's the quality hangout time. Like on the show floor, honestly, it's, at the expo, I'm so comfortable. It's almost, the expo is almost a cheat code for me at this point because I know so many people. I know so many of the dealers. So when I go hold court in the food court, it's like, no, I'm literally just chilling. Then people come up and they come in waves. And
it's true. I know, Scott, if you were down there, I'm losing my mind. Were you in the happy hour that Mike O had tonight, Scott, or no?
No, I stayed here. I did a couple of lives with other people, and I've been having some back issues, so I just kind of laying low.
Yeah, because Snoop came in and we were talking for a while, and he bought 3 cards that he always wanted. Of course, I'm not going to even know who they are. I think one was I'm not going to even guess, but they were just like cool cards. And he was telling me the whole story about how he had these on his radar, and he finally pulled the trick. So there's the kind of stories, and all the guys were telling just some great. One guy was from Hawaii. I couldn't believe it. That's a hell of a trip, right? Mm-hmm. So it was just. That and to get back to your original point, Carlos, right? That's where the fun is. That's where the memories. That's where things are. Like I bought a card from Filmington tonight that he's going to arrange because I want to get something for Ty, and it was one of his favorite players of the Phillies. So who do I go to? Right? By the way, I am an Avante Maddox fan. You have a rookie Avante Maddox that you were.
I have it in the quality tag slab. The quality coaster tag. You can have it with my crack tags if you want. You might have to
Put a
tape it. You might have
body
to
in there,
staple
right?
the
That's
thing.
the replacement power.
Well, no, I've got Coaster 2.0 coming. Coaster 2.0 is en route. I've got it to ship my cards right now, as we speak. And let me tell you, Andy, I've upgraded my coaster. This was pretty exciting. Like I'm not gonna lie, it was pretty exciting back in the day. But let me tell you, Coaster 2.0. Let's see if I can pull it up here. Oh yeah, hold on.
Scott, did you see the line for grading for Beckett the other day?
Look at it, Andy. It's a
I haven't
10.
seen much of a line
10.
yet, but was there a line for it?
Around the block. It was crazy.
See, I said that every year with Beckett. Today they didn't have anything when I walked by it twice.
CSG had no one because they actually had a grader on site. They were talking to people.
Yeah, I
PSA.
put in 20 at CSG on Wednesday.
So you got him back already, or you'll get him back
No,
tomorrow?
I'm still waiting for him.
Wow.
So we did the
SBC were giving them back the same night.
Nice. We did the guess the price. So you want to guess the price on the coaster? Including shipping. You got to include shipping.
$15.85.
All right, Scott. Coaster. Hey, this is the tag 10, bro. It's a
Is it
10.
coming from the United States?
It is coming from the United States, but I also send it to ship my card, so I get U.S. shipping. So I'm not worried about that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's being sent to Arizona. So I send it over to Arizona and I consolidate ship back to me. So it's going to that one.
$850.
All right. Eric, with shipping.
You know I'm not going to participate in this.
Disgraceful. Scott, you were actually pretty close. $8.30 with shipping.
Well, how
I
much?
won the
did you- I would
second
say- what is
showcase
shipping?
showdown tonight.
The shipping was actually most of it. The bid was $225. Woo! Wow. Top tier.
Yeah. I would have been in the $15 range if you would have said shipping to Canada.
No, if it was shipping to Canada, it'd be $1,457. My world of fantasy sports. Appreciate the discussion to those not at the national. Absolutely. Saludos from another Carlos from Canada. Hey, good stuff. I like it. Paul said 1198. Went a little high, Paul. Went a little high. The coaster market's crashing a little bit. It's not quite as what it once was.
Could you
It's open
guys
auction. What do you want from me?
encouraging this?
What's that?
Please? I'm talking Andy and Scott. Can you guys please stop encouraging this?
What are they encouraging? I am merely truth speaking. Andy,
Yeah,
I keep
Andy-
trying to explain to this man. I keep trying to explain to this Philistine over here. I am over here being a man of peace. What are you even questioning? Like, what are we talking about?
When Ed said you were here, Andy, I got to say I was a little surprised. I was today. I kept having to ask, are you saying Andy that was the Mike or the Mike Moynihan thing? He goes, yeah, because I know you and Ed have got to talk quite a bit at the Philly shows.
Sure. Oh, I love Ed. Ed's.
Yeah, he said, because of him, you have a friend here because of how he speaks of you. So
I love Ed. After everything went down, we had a pizza thing going, and I met him. I gave him an Alec Boehm card, and yesterday I gave him a card that I had a Nola Aaron Nola blue refractor. I just know he loves Philly. So anytime I see him, I don't care what the card is, I got to give him a card, a Philly card. Sometimes he'll look at me like, Andy, this is not, but he's very gracious, and he's a sweetheart. He is a sweetheart. And I know when I talked to Mike, the first time I talked to Mike, he's like, Mike O. He's like, I don't know, but I got it. I get it. Mike has been nothing more than cordial. I talked to Mike Baseball Collector today. Couldn't be any nicer. All those guys down there, they came up to me and we just talked and chatted. It's like, you know what? There's no hard feelings. It was fun. Tonight was fun, and I consider all you guys friends. And hey, if I thought my bucket list card, because it was my dad's favorite player, is a Koufax. Now I don't know if I'll ever be able to afford a great Koufax, or was his rookie a 52?
55 is the Koufax.
55, yeah.
I don't know if I'd ever be able to afford it, even if it's like a 2 or a 3. But that's one thing that I said, okay, I'm going to do it. But when I do it, I'll reach out to you. I'll reach out to Mike or someone and say, what do I do? And I'll even broker the deal, because I have no idea. Like when I bought the card for Filmington, I said, I have no idea if you're going to, I trust you, and that's all there is. So, but it opened up my eyes to a lot of things. It was fun. It was fun. And Carlos will tell you, I really, it was a hell of a ride, and it was fun.
Well, I went to Filmington on a question yesterday, so he's one of my guys too. So
No, I asked him. He goes,
He lives
when I told him the card I want, I won't say it till after I get. I go, I forget who I asked, but it might have been. Oh, it was Andy, the other Andy, blinded me with refractors. He was down.
Yes.
We were talking for a while.
Yep.
Actually, Andy was kind of like the Godfather, who was like the consigliere, like
he's the peacekeeper. Right? He's the guy at the center who brings all the parties to the table.
At the National, looking at something, I get a tap on the shoulder, and I turn around. He goes, "Hi, Andy. It's the other Andy." I go, "Oh, blinded me. I know you from Carlos." And I go, I watch your stuff. He goes, "How you doing?" I go, "Good. How's the show? Good, good." I go, "Hey, it's Mike." He goes, "Come on over." So he like brokered like, here we are. So it was funny. I wish I would have got it, but they were somewhere else. But so that was the whole thing where I got it wrong. And I told Mike, I said I was going to show up at that. I was only there for a little bit, and Mike was late because he was at the I think it was at the Tops or something
I
like
would say
that.
the Tops one, yeah.
So I went and saw Mike go. I talked to Ed for a while. I had a very nice discussion with I don't know what his role is at TAG, but Jeremy Lee. I had a very nice conversation.
Never heard of him.
Was that last time?
Never heard of him.
That was at the at Mike the Embassy Suites. Jeremy was there.
I missed you. I was there. I was there most of the night.
And then Dr. Beckett came in. The earth, the river.
Yeah, he gets the respect.
The sea parted.
You're talking about Godfather. He gets the respect.
You want to talk about? Let's talk about like big fanboy.
I did know when Dr. Beckett walked in, I ceased to exist in front of everyone else, and I moseyed my way on out of there. And that was it.
Yeah, that's the way it goes with them walking in,
Yeah.
especially with that group. Yeah, he was signing Beckett's all night. It was great.
Oh yeah, it was cool. It was cool to see because I know that guy. It was really cool.
So you're saying it would have been frowned upon if I had walked over and go, "Oh my God, I can't believe I met you. You're Mr. Tough Stuff." Wait, what? Too soon? Oh, geez, sorry. Ooh, awkward.
I'd like to ask him just how he feels about his namesake company.
He's answered that. He won't answer it. He won't answer it.
Toilet bowl.
He's been
Like I said,
asked.
Andy, man of peace. So
He's been asked. He won't. He just. He goes, of course, I won't like everything that happens after you get rid of your company, but
so on a percentage scale, how much closer are we to 0 than 100%? How much further down towards 0 are we getting?
It's I'm getting word that my editor in chief they decided to forsake Chicago till tomorrow, and they're editing all night long. Okay.
Wow. Okay. All right. We're working down the content. Zach here says, honestly, $8 is an expensive coaster. Man, inflation's crazy, man. I don't tell you, Zach.
I'll tell you a quick funny story. So, we did all my stuff from like, I don't know, 10:30 to 2, and then Tyler and his friend Dan, they were the rest of the day. So they're walking around and they went to the Fanatics booth. Okay. So Tyler sees Ruben on the just on the bleacher. On his
king of our Fanatics overlords. Go on.
So he says because he has a media pass. So he says, "Would you mind if we talk to was it Scott? What's his first name?
Michael Rubin.
Michael Rubin. Yep. And they're like, well, I don't know. So he looks over, whatever. They call him over. So he said, "Can we ask you 3 questions about fantasy football?" And he goes, "Sure." He goes, "First question. If you had anyone that you could put on your fantasy football team, who would it be?" And he goes, let me think. And he picks up his phone and he attempts to FaceTime Tom Brady. And
that's already a wrong answer. Like, that's terrible.
Yeah, that's who he's starting his fantasy football team is Tom Brady.
You don't draft a quarterback first anyway.
Hey,
what kind of fantasy football are we playing here? Yeah, right? And when it was never good when he was playing. Like, what are you talking about?
Running back Jerome Bettis? What is?
I think he's getting one of the leather helmet guys.
But the funniest part was he was on he goes, I think they're flying somewhere. They're on an airplane, so I don't know if he'll be able to FaceTime. So oh no, a second after he does it, he gets a text from Brady saying, "I'll call you back in 10 minutes." So I mean, it was like to these 2 kids, it was like the most fantastic thing, But right before that, they had Ozzie Smith in the booth. He was,
Mhm.
people lining up for Ozzie.
Okay.
Then they had Allen Iverson.
He's still doing backflips.
Not at his age. I think he's older than me, which is, it's pretty old. But no, Ozzie and I think Allen Iverson, they have that whole, Scott will tell you, they have that whole area where it went completely Vegas. I mean, you're between that and the Breaker Pavilion.
I love Vegas. Go on. Sorry.
It's Vegas.
So do you think Fanatics was pushing Fanatics Live really hard?
Little bit, absolutely.
Felt like it. Yeah.
I'm looking forward to the fanatical, the fanational.
The Fanatical.
I'm looking for the competing one. They'll have, like, down the road.
They'll have air conditioning.
Yeah, that one will have air conditioning. Hey, Scott,
Zero
the VIP
cool.
is actually a VIP at the Fanatical. Just throwing it out there.
Well,
You gotta wear all white, or
don't you think that the play will be like Vegas or something for them, like something just ridiculously big?
It would. I wouldn't be.
I don't think so. I think if they're smart, they know where their fan base is, or their people that buy their cards, and not do Vegas. I just don't think Vegas is. Everybody wants Vegas, but Vegas has too many other things going on. That why would you go to the show? Like,
no, where you would
if we're in Vegas, Scott, I'm not attending a card show. I don't care if it's in the middle.
I might
of the
not
strip.
attend a card show.
I don't care. It could be in the middle of the strip, and I will ignore this card show. Like, it's like, guys, it's Vegas. Like, what are we even doing here?
Would
I'm
they
busy.
challenge the national? Basically, like say, all right, let's see, we'll go.
Not for a few years. I think if they did it at the same time, you're saying.
Well, maybe even like a week or two apart, where you'd have to like maybe choose if you're going to go one or the other.
I think it'd take a few years to be serious. But for people that always go to the national to go, I'd rather go to that. But they have to put it on a few years for people to see what they're doing.
I think that's going to be
Does that make sense?
It does.
One key though. Let's not forget the one thing in the playbook that Fanatics has already used. They can play leverage as well as anybody. One thing that they have done repeatedly is they don't actually want to fear fight. They want to be on the high ground. Wherever it is, They want to fix it so that they are actually an advantage. So what if, hypothetically, let me play it out with you. What if Fanatics says, okay, we're going to do something. It doesn't have to be exactly the same week. It can be something that's competing, that's going to siphon away people from the national. Well, what happens if you go to some of the dealers and go, hey, we're going to do our thing here. We're going to have it at this place. It's going to have air conditioning. And we're going to have access to all these amenities, all this wonderful stuff. Oh, and by the way, for the first couple of years, we'll give it to you for $500 a table. Or you can pay that amount to go to the national. What do you think? And then you also go after some of the folks that are sitting on the waiting list of the national. And before you know it, you've actually got a pretty strong contingent of a bunch of dealers. And what happens if some of the big dealers are like, well, wait, you're giving me a real sweetheart deal. Keep talking. Keep talking.
Well, it'll be smart if they go to like Burbank and go, hey, do you want to join forces? Because you really want to have this huge show on the West Coast?
Yeah.
Because
my point is
West
there are angles. There are angles they can play, including that
the
one.
West
That's an
Coast
option.
is hungry. West Coast is hungry for shows.
Yeah.
And I have friends out there, and they're all pissed off that the National just flips up their nose at them.
Yeah.
There's parts of this country that really wants the show. But like
the Burbank guy, he wants to try to. I don't know if he'll ever be able to, really compete. But I know he's looking to really expand.
Well, his competition is going to be Dallas, Philly, Chantilly.
Yeah. Well, I'll say it like this. Rob Veras, if nothing else, if we take him at his word, and he's been pretty good about this. Generally, if he's talking about the stuff, he's usually talking legit numbers.
Yeah.
Based on the last conversation he had with old Geoff, and Geoff, the epicenter of all the interviews now. He says the next Burbank, he's looking at 900 tables.
Wow.
Which is massive. That's a very strong.
I
And they're
think
doing it
that's
at the
the reason-
Anaheim Convention thing, which is where they did the 91 Nationals. So it's a big venue.
And this is the reason why the National is big. The National saw Dallas getting bigger and bigger, and they went, hold my beer. We're going to show you a big show. And they did this big show this year thinking that's what people wanted. I don't think people want a gigantic show. What people want is a show like they've had in the past, but everything worked properly. They want to
Scott,
show
though, my
that
point though is 900 tables, and I'm going to wager that Rob
Right.
Veras probably has set it up in such a way. That's what I said. You're right, but I'm saying both. What if you do
Right.
900 tables and the AC works? And people can
And-
do what they need to do and get from point A to point
And
B. And the
Burbank's
stuff is
not calling himself a convention where they have to have all these corporate people. You just
Yeah.
have a few graders, who a few of the bigger ones, and you don't have to have everybody and their brother that's trying to sell something in having a booth. This year is kind of ridiculous.
So I think
The
there's an
second
angle to be
section.
played. I think to your
there's
point,
definitely there's people frustrated here this year. This is the first year I've heard frustration at the show and people, dealers. I'm interested at this. I know I missed it, and y'all were talking about it earlier. I'm interested in this vote they had this afternoon. I'm very interested to hear how that turned out. But a lot of people
what do you hear the biggest frustration, Scott?
That not all the voices are heard of the dealers. Not all the things are met that for people. The people going to the show are kind of like, we're joking about the VIP room, right?
Yeah.
But if you had a true VIP room, wouldn't you? I know they're doing something in it this year, but it's somebody else shilling something in there. I want to go to a VIP room to relax and maybe get a sandwich and a drink, something more than water that tastes like you got out of a tap and just threw it up there. I just feel like what they did with it this year is they sold another section of the floor, but to a certain section with that Ludex or whatever, and it's a one long commercial in there selling something.
See, Scott, we know one of the guys from Ludex, and now he's gonna be very sad.
Well, I don't care about what they're selling, and it sounds like what they're selling has potential, but I don't think that's what. For me, to go to a VIP room, it's not to listen to somebody chill. I want to sit in there, relax, talk to friends, open a box of cards, whatever. I don't shoot a video. That used to be the quiet place to go shoot a video, real quick. Now you can't do that because there's somebody yelling at you in there. It was loud when I walked. They got a little room next to it. I sat in there for a few minutes, gathered myself with my back, and then walked back out on the floor. I refilled my water bottle, and walked back out. So,
Scott, though, if you ever come to the expo, you're going to have that too. Now, mind you, it's just Eric yelling really loud for no reason.
Right.
Like it's not even coherent
but
yelling.
I like
it's just
Eric.
noise. It's just noise, but it's the same thing. It's some maniac yelling. Oh my God, Reggie Lumlin, you guys!
But the frustration also, Andy, is
to escort me out.
Yeah,
this is the second time in a row that the air conditioning, and that's a big deal.
I am telling you, that is, and for Michael Ham, I'll get back. Yeah, my TV went out. Tyler just texted me. It is pouring like crazy.
It's a terrible storm here. Yeah,
that's what I'm hearing from.
So maybe the Lowe's trade night will be going on a little bit longer just by default. But
no, they threw everybody out. I just got a text message.
Oh, they did throw everybody out. Well,
they threw everybody out.
How did the rain go?
And I think the bar actually closes at 11. I think it's from some. I don't.
Wait, whoa. 11.
I think so.
What kind of third world rinky-dink Mickey Mouse operation y'all got going on? Like,
we went out to dinner tonight. I'm going to get back to it at a place.
Eric, I am canceling the National right now. I am 11 o'clock last call. How dare you? I am morally offended.
I think it might be 12. But I forget what time it was last night.
I'm still morally offended, Andy. I'm sticking with my racist
indignation.
I'm sticking with it. I'm sticking with it.
They have like this little area, like a little restaurant area about a mile away, and they had really some nice restaurants. So that was fun just to get out and go around there. But the heat, I mean, I sweat a lot. And when I went just walking, like I said, from the hotel in there, and then as you're walking around and as it's crowdeder and more people are coming in, Scott, I'll tell you, it's miserable. It just becomes miserable where you're like, what are you doing? And then you escape to the VIP room to try to cool down, which is a little bit better, I grant you. But then everybody has the same idea. And then you go back and it's
Andy, let me tell you a little secret. Go up the escalator on the back there. It's a lot cooler upstairs.
We'll do it. You know what's funny? Did you notice the Breaker Pavilion?
It's 110 degrees. Where is that what you're gonna say? So hot?
It's the Breaker Pavilion. You could find pockets of cold air coming
Oh
down.
yeah, it's like that everywhere. But I think it's more because it's so hot that
Yeah.
even if you find a little cooler spot, you think it's cold.
Well, so Scott, look, I made this joke. I made this joke for the longest time. The whole AC here joke is that because I mentioned that I got it installed this year, but for the
Right.
longest time down here,
You didn't have
it
it.
becomes a sauna. Because
Right.
it's the greenhouse effect and everything. The air gets super hot. And I joke with the guys like the highest temperature. I have a little temperature gauge that I've got here. The highest temperature I ever got in here was 105.
No.
Like and it was a sustained 105 for a while there. So no, literally, I would open the front door, and the front door is right here. I go to the front door. I go outside. It's like I'm converting to Fahrenheit for you guys, but it's like outside. It's like 95. It's like, oh, it's cool.
Yeah.
It's cooler out there than it is in here. So yeah, it's great.
One of the dealers was funny. I was talking to him, and he
I
was
just
saying,
lost power, just to let y'all know.
"Oh,
Oh, you're there in Rogers right now. You're in the darkness.
Yeah, I feel like I'm at Bobble's house.
we can
doing
still
this.
hear you.
Wow.
Where's
we can still hear
Bobbles?
you.
Where-
We can
where's
still hear you. All right.
Bobbles? I
See,
thought
this is what
Bobbles
happens.
would be on tonight.
Y'all didn't even know. You're getting the not national coverage you wanted. It's like Big Scott right now is with Aaron Rodgers in the darkness.
Don't you wish you?
Yeah, that lightning hit me. Something blew up near us. That's
And Scott, next time you're getting the VIP or Airbnb, man. What are you
Well,
doing
I'm not
over there?
even mad about the VI. I'm just mad that, first off, the building should not be. This is the second year in a row you've had it like this at Chicago with it so
Right.
hot.
Right.
And then it's so big. The place is so big, and it's just not feasible to walk around. It's just not. They did space out the tables. So, Andy, in years past, the tables were half the distance they are now
Okay.
apart from each other. So
Okay.
they spread them out. So it's not just they added vendors; they did just spread it out more too. But it's pretty bad.
I mean, take a look at it this way. Now, for the dealers, this is a job. This is a business. This is their money. Okay.
Yes. Mhm.
For the attendees, you'd have to think that the vast majority of them, this is a vacation.
Yeah.
They are taking time off from work. They saved up money for a year. They sold cards. They did this. They did that. They sacrificed, didn't get pizza on Friday nights for a while, whatever it is, right?
Mhm.
So they could come and do this.
Keep going, Eric.
If for 2 Chicago Nationals in a row, people are having a miserable time when they are spending money for transportation, hotels, food, tickets to get in for the 4 days, plus, the money they're going to put to buy memorabilia and cards. Why in the world would this be their yearly vacation go-to if they're miserable? They're spending thousands and thousands of dollars, hard-earned dollars, and they're miserable.
I can't.
Give it away.
I can't argue with that. I mean, that's the thing is I am lucky, and I am very fortunate that, and I don't know how far away are you staying from the venue?
About 1 mile.
Are you Ubering it, or you didn't walk it?
I drove my car here.
Oh, you drove. Okay. So that's for people who have, even from where I am, but if you're like farther out, say like a half mile or something, and you're walking, and then I mean, it is so hot. And then you go in, it's just, you're right. You don't want to be miserable because you are spending a lot of money.
Yeah.
Again, for Joe Average, taking a week off from work, this is something that they have saved up for and planned for since last year.
You pretty much have to. Like we said it in jest. Like,
I have a savings account for this. This is my vacation. So-
not everybody's Jeff Wilson, and I'm not a Jeff Wilson basher because he's always been nice to me. But some people have lots of money, and this isn't a big deal. And some people are dealers, and this is their business, and they travel all around, North America doing this.
Dark.
But for Joe Average, why in the world would
Andy,
you
how you doing?
go
Who
on
are
a
you-
vacation and
Is it
be
Mike?
No, it's Ed.
Ed, what's going on, Ed?
Andy, how insane was that trade night? That was ridiculous. You need to put on an IRS jacket and spread the fear of God into some of these people.
I was telling Carlos and Eric that it's beyond words. That picture I showed you, just imagine walking. We were trying to find Flippin' Steve because he was making a deal in there, right?
Okay.
So we're looking around for him. He was literally a foot from me, and we walked around 20 minutes because we couldn't find him. That's how crowded and talk about
Hey
close.
guys, I'm gonna have to say goodbye. My battery's basically dying. I want to say bye before I leave. Our
No,
power's
no
out.
worries.
I can't get it
Thank you,
done.
Ed. Thank you, Scott, for joining in.
We got no
Appreciate you.
power, Carlos.
Ed, right now it's going great. You hang out, you hang in there. Aaron Rodgers will protect you. You're fine. You're all in the darkness. You're fine.
All
Take care.
right,
I'll see
y'all
you.
have a
Ed,
good one.
we'll see you tomorrow.
Take it easy. Have a good night, boys.
All right,
Bye,
Andy.
guys.
I'm going to look for you tomorrow, Andy.
Scott, I'll be around.
All right,
Look
see
for
y'all.
the big camera.
All right.
Take care, Scott.
Eric, this is the last couple of minutes have been my favorite part of this podcast.
it's been fun.
I enjoyed that we were literally having a conversation with Scott and then Ed in the darkness.
He's in the dark. You can't make that up.
Andy, this, you know what? Eric, I am clipping this entire last segment as the greatest national advertising that has ever been.
Will this make the highlights at the end of the year? It's better.
Oh yes. The best part about it is like, all right, guys, this is why you should go to the national. I'm just gonna play the whole thing.
But,
Oh my goodness.
With all that said, I'm having a fantastic time. I really am.
Well, Andy, in fairness, I'm having a fantastic time too. And I didn't even have to leave my house.
You're living
It's great.
vicariously, right? I know. I get it.
What was it? But the thing is, we joked about it. It's like, but I did the even if money was no object, I did the like basic rough math. Like the hotel, I want to say for the days that I picked on it, I think it worked out to like 1,200 and change US, something like that. It depends on when you book it and all that. But that's when I got it. It was somewhere in that vicinity, that neighborhood. So let's call it 1,200 for the sake of easy math. All right. So flights about 500. So you tack that on. It's not a long flight to Chicago and everything, so that's okay. And then you got to do a little commuting in between, right? You got to factor that in. You got to factor the cost of eating all those nights. You got to factor. So now you start adding up. You start doing some quick math and going like, all right, so now we're past 2,000 comfortably. We're starting to push into 2,500 and change and above.
Just say 2,500 before you buy anything.
And that's before you have even purchased the tickets to get in, the VIP tickets for the free water, and before you have spent a dime on anything on that show floor. That's obscene.
And you're miserable the entire time.
That's rough, man. Like that's tough times. Like even like I said, at the end of the day, y'all do what you want to do. But I just said like, I don't know. I'd rather, like I said, I'd rather pick a few regional shows and go that route.
And no, I totally get it. And like I was talking to Tyler about this too. He's having a great time. And again, these are times that probably like who knows when I could say, hey, remember this, and it's memories for us. It's going to be documented forever on, we do this stuff. But to me, and again, Eric is 100% right. It's if you're paying for this and this is something that you're doing and you want it to be, I get it.
I think what it really comes down to is that there is a use case for this. If that gathering is the at all costs thing, that's to his credit, he's been very candid about this. The Mike Baseball Collector thing is, at this point, I'm pretty sure if he had to give a kidney, he probably would to go to the Nationals.
Sure,
like, it's hardcore for him, and like, I'm not going to dissuade you, man. It's your thing. You do it. But even we talked about this as you have to treat it as a vacation.
Yeah.
Now we're talking about a bad vacation. Because now because forget about everything else. If going into the show, I'm already spending all this money. To Eric's point, if I'm already spending all this money and I walk into the venue and now this is going to be miserable for hours, it's like, well, then I'm not going to want to spend a lot of time in the venue. Then that kind of defeats that portion of the entire equation. Then I'm not going to want to spend much time in the venue. How am I going to see all the stuff if I'm not spending enough time there to see it all? It's impossible.
It just depends on what you want to do, right?
Yeah.
It's like and I've been thinking about this all night. I am not a Disney guy, okay? But this is a huge destination. We wanted to bring my daughter when she was 10 because that was like a perfect age. We saved up, I don't have unlimited funds. We saved up, we made sacrifices, spent all this money on flights and the park passes and the hotels and the food and the whole thing. And you realize the entire time you're down there, you're miserable. It is hotter than the sun. Humidity is at 99%. It rains on and off. The rain is hot. Okay, it's like you're getting burned when the rain comes. You think you're getting cooled off. You actually get hotter. You're standing in line for the majority of the time you were there. A bottle of water is like $25. And I'm not even over exaggerating that much.
I froze.
You have, everything is completely out of whack there.
Mm-hmm.
And you realize while you're there, and then your kid's getting tired because, she's 10. She doesn't want to stand in line. It's hot for her. And you have to, because we're not multimillionaires, you have to say no a lot. Because, hey, can I get this? Can I get this? Can we buy that? Can we do this extra thing? And it's like, sorry, it's not in the budget. Disney will suck you dry if you allow it. It is.
I love how we went from slagging the national unintentionally to slagging Disney vacations.
And you actually go to Disney and you realize you're miserable the entire time you're there. It is not the happiest place on earth. It sucks.
You've horrified Andy so much you froze him. Think about it.
Well,
Phrasing.
He needed to know. Not everyone realizes how bad Disney is, and now he knows. Yeah. And now I
don't want to stand in line either. There you go. Fair. I'm with you. We'll see if Andy comes back. But for now, he's frozen. Yeah. Actually, I'll take him off for now. If he unfreezes, I'll bring him back.
No, I mean, it's the same thing. I mean, it's the exact same thing. This is the Disney World for card collecting and sports memorabilia, right?
Mm-hmm. That's the theory. Well, one angle on it, yeah.
And it's all the same thing: the planning, the transportation, the food, the whole thing. And you realize during this thing you've looked forward to that you're freaking miserable the whole time. I'm never, ever, 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 ever going back to Disney. Ever. And if you go to, if fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. You've gone to Chicago the last 2 times and it's a complete shit show.
Mm-hmm.
Whose fault is that? I know if I go back to Disney, I'm going to have the exact same situation.
Mm-hmm.
$25 waters, 2 hours in line to do a minute and a half ride. It's freaking miserable.
Okay,
he's now from the darkness.
I am now on my hotspot because we have lost complete internet.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Yeah,
I thought you were. That's why I sent you the message. I thought you were there in Rogers in the darkness. I was worried about you.
Yeah, I don't know how long I'm going to be able to hold on here, but
no, that's all right. We're going to go for a couple minutes and we're going to wind her down anyway. So we'll be all right.
I'll hang on as long as I can, but man, that was like I saw in mid sentence Eric was saying something and then I just saw nothing and then darkness and then this is not good.
I feel Eric. I feel like this entire broadcast, the latter portion of it, has been a microcosm of the national nutshell. It's like it's a thing, and then darkness, and then I don't even know.
Darkness, man.
Oh my goodness. Eric, I was hoping this would, I'm not specifically this way, but I was hoping that the entertainment value would kick in once we got a chance to talk with some folks boots on the ground. It's like it got there. We got
I
there.
go to Expo and I am happy with every single aspect of it the entire time. Well, except for hanging out with you, so that kind of sucks. But the rest of it.
Wait, sorry, what was that? What was that? Sorry, what's the problem?
You're gonna.
Oh,
Bro, what happened?
hey, Eric went to the darkness with Aaron Rodgers. What happened?
Pretty soon it's going to be the Carlos solo show for the rest of it.
It's a big improvement. Like, look,
It's like the end of the world.
get in your hole, Eric. Get in your hole.
But when we go to the Expo, there are no complaints, except for that bad hot dog I ate.
I was gonna say, Eric, there are always complaints, but they're small potato complaints. They're small
Did you
potato.
see Mike? If you watch Michael Ham's video, he gets this. It's so funny, and he doesn't mean to be, but he is so freaking funny. He's getting something to eat, so he gets sushi, and he's like, "I'm not so sure that national sushi is the way to go." It's just so funny.
Well, have you heard
You
me
like
comment
it?
on that? Have you heard me comment that on that tonight, Andy?
I did
Why?
it. No.
Why would you want to eat raw fish in 100-degree heat?
Of
I
all
don't
things
know.
you can
I'd
eat,
pick something else. That's just me.
I got questions. I got a lot of questions. Is what
You better hurry up.
Including is there.
I think the aliens will be here any minute, so please hurry up.
I think it's fantastic. All right, so let me read a couple of comments. By the way, guys, get the last comments and wind her down, and then we'll call it a night.
Yeah, Mike is the best meal there. I believe it.
It's been quite the adventure. CC says, "Good evening, gents. Eric and Carlos, what's the biggest cart you've attended? For me, it's the Expo.
Yeah.
Biggest negative to the show. It is a little bit in the middle of nowhere. Because in reality, where it has to be located, where you put that big conference center in order to make the big spaces you need. But you do have, the hotels are not right beside, but when you go down a little bit in the street, there are a whole cluster of hotels. We're near the airport. So if you're flying in, it's actually not bad. You got airport, hotels, convention center. So
Right.
it's not ideal. Like, you're not gonna, if you wanted to do the trade night, I've talked to this with the trade night with them about the whole thing. You would have a tough time doing a trade night like you can do with this thing, because the hotels are not right beside, and there's enough of them clustered all over the place. Like, yeah, so where? And trade nights really aren't ingrained in the culture the same way. Even if you wanted to, like, okay, so which place are you going to? Like, there's a bunch of hotels here. I don't know. Eric, you complained a lot about the last one. It's true. The mayor wasn't warm enough. It's a problem.
Oh, that's gross.
Michael Ham says that's the best meal there. There you go. His pick explains it. Michael Ham loves his fish. Even getting updates from Nationals, a miserable experience. Feel like I was people locked away from third world country.
Not helping.
Luckily.
The Big Scott getting in the darkness is probably Andy's going to be one of my favorite things. It really is. The safest thing you have at the show is on an empty stomach. There you go. Also, the healthiest meal out there and costs the same if you went to the Poke Bowl place. All right, that's fair enough, Michael Ham. That's fair enough.
Mike said it was good. It was very good.
Ham to tell us that he's going to spend the entire night in his hotel bathroom.
He's nice. I'm
gonna
sure.
be
I'm
so
sure it was good.
dehydrated.
He made
tomorrow.
it today. I think he ate it yesterday. He made it through today.
Nice. All right, guys, get your last comments in and we'll wind her down. Andy, stick around for a minute and we'll chat.
Sure.
Really have it. But thank you to Big Scott, Ed inadvertently in the darkness, literally in the dark. Also, thank you to Aaron Rodgers. I really appreciated his contributions. I thought it was great. I really did appreciate that. Thank you, Andy, you as well. Been enjoying the videos. But give my compliments to the guys. They're doing a really good job. I thought the last video was really solid. And thank you to a lot of the other folks that have been making the content. One way or another, we can make fun of it, and I will. Rest assured I will. But I'm still enjoying that people are making the vlogs. I'm still enjoying that people are putting out the content. I enjoy living vicariously through it, even if I am fully convinced I will never attend this stupid show unless someone literally cuts a big old check. And I'm looking at you, Ruben. If our Fanatics Overlords cut a check, like, we can negotiate, but I'm gonna need that. I'm gonna need a lot of zeros on that check, especially if I'm gonna be stuck in the dark. I also need a generator. I need a separate generator for the lighting. It's a lot. I'm just saying. Been my lunch the last 2 days. Still regular. There you go.
I'm gonna die.
Don't get heat stroke, folks. Stay safely hydrated. There you go. Hope Kathy is doing well, Eric. So thank you, Bob Jackson.
Yeah, Bob, thank you. She's actually doing really, really well.
That's good to hear.
Very, very pleased with her recovery. Her physical therapist is pumped. She even was walking around with just a cane today and not a walker. It's the first time in probably 6 months that she has not used a walker to move around. So thank you very much for asking. She's doing
That's
great.
awesome.
Every day she's getting better. So thank you.
Good.
Awesome.
Good news. And last words here for Tom Bullard is much love, stay safe, and enjoy cardboard. Good, solid words. To those of you out at the National who catch this either later on or whatever, good luck.
Yeah.
Godspeed, I suppose. I'm not a religious man, so it's the best I can do. Like, I believe in the content gods, and they're
Brother
providing right
Titanic.
now. The content gods are providing, like, they're shining rays of sunshine upon me right now.
Yeah.
So,
May God
good
have
luck. Good luck.
soul.
Good luck.
God bless.
I guess, Andy, I guess the last words are national folk. Amuse me.
Is it? Hey, there's a full day for me tomorrow, so I'm sure you'll be hearing from it. But yeah, well,
Good stuff. All right, folks.
It's all kidding aside. I'm
Yeah.
having a great time with no air conditioning, with the heat, with this, with that. I'm still having fun. That's all that really matters, Carlos. Me, I'm having fun. So.
I like Andy. I like ending on a positive note. I like what you did there. All right, folks. So those of you in the East Coast, it is now Saturday. Enjoy your Saturday. Those of you in the West Coast, you got a little time, so enjoy the rest of your Friday. Have a good long week. Have a good weekend, and we'll catch you in the next one.
See you later.
Take care, guys. Take